For years, the undisputed king of Mobius Online sat on his throne, crushing every challenger without a single doubt. But in one horrific instant, his legendary character was wiped from existence alongside 3,000 other elite players. The culprit was a high-ranking rival driven by a toxic, burning envy that pushed him to destroy everything. The heartless game admins dropped a bombshell. No characters would be restored, offering only a pathetic discount to start over. He screamed for justice, but the developer's icy, robotic responses shattered his spirit and crushed his last hope. He collapsed onto his bed, drowning in despair, and certain he'd never reclaim his glory as the world's best. After a grueling internal struggle, a fierce fire ignited in his eyes as he refused to let this be his downfall. His roar of defiance cut through the suffocating silence of the night like a lightning strike. Suddenly, he's thrust into a breathtaking new world, standing right in the heart of a bustling medieval kingdom. Surrounded by a sea of vibrant life in the city square, his ultimate quest for a new beginning starts right now. Second is just chilling outside a shop when the feisty poster girl, Ice-chan, suddenly gets right in his face. Her behavior is totally bizarre, making him wonder if a secret update just dropped some brand new NPC interactions. Out of nowhere, Ice-chan turns beet red and starts acting all sweet, a side of her he's never seen before. As he watches her elegant movements inside, he's convinced the devs must have added a hidden relationship system. That's when it hits him. He's not his main character anymore, but his forgotten alt-second, who has his own special quirks. Despair washes over him as he realizes he has absolutely zero drive to keep playing Mobius Online. Panic sets in when he finds the logout button is gone and the settings are locked. There's no escaping this reality. He thinks back to the moment he died, and a terrifying thought strikes him. Mobius Online is actually his afterlife. It's a dream come true and a total nightmare all at once, since he always wished to be reborn in a game. Trapped in this surreal nightmare, he questions if these bizarre rules and glitches are actually his new life. Overcome with pure emotion, Second lets out a roar of triumph, celebrating his rebirth in this incredible game world. He breaks into a wild victory dance right outside the shop, completely losing it while startled knights pass by. But the party's over when the guards swarm in, called by a worried Ice-chan to drag this chaotic player away. Back at the station, the guards are baffled as chaos ripples through their once quiet village. A fierce armored woman steps forward, demanding to know why Second was causing such a scene at the store. Second stammers through his explanation, sweating bullets as the heavy-duty knights grill him for answers. The female knight watches him with a cold, piercing gaze, realizing she's never seen an NPC quite like this before. She makes it clear that no one is above the law, swearing that justice will be served regardless of status. Losing her patience, she screams for the truth, accusing him of being a corrupt liar who's hiding something big. She draws her blade in a flash, forcing him into a corner until he finally begs for a chance to talk. Second tries to play it cool as an adventurer, but the knight screams, "Liar!" right in his face. She's convinced those fancy threads mean he's a noble, and her eyes are burning with suspicion and worry. This knight's burning sense of justice comes from a brutal history of clashing with greedy, corrupt aristocrats. The interrogation gets intense, and Second starts sweating as the guards bark at him for some ID. Suddenly, another officer shuts her down for being rude and steps in, calmly asking for Second's life story. He stands tall and introduces himself to the knights as Satu Shichiru, the adventurer known as Second. Since his high-tier armor makes him look like a prince, he awkwardly tries to explain his real age and situation. Once the dust settles, he's totally mortified by the scene he accidentally caused back at the shop. With the air cleared, he starts thinking about how justice and social status really work in this strange new world. He's sitting on a massive mountain of 2 billion CL, and now he needs to figure out just how rich he actually is. Second pulls up to the local inn, eager to see if his gold can actually buy a decent meal and a bed in this strange new town. The girl at the desk completely loses her cool, and Second catches a vibe from her panic that feels strangely familiar. When she finally stammers out the prices, it hits him. That armor he just bought cost a literal fortune compared to a night's stay. As he hands over the cash, her bright red face triggers a memory deep inside him that he just can't place. He heads down to the dining hall, totally oblivious to the fact that she's staring after him with a look of pure adoration. Second takes his seat with total confidence, feeling the weight of every single eye in the tavern burning into him. It clicks instantly. He's the center of attention, and the girls in the room are absolutely mesmerized by his presence. Then he remembers his character creation. He didn't just pick any look, he chose the ultimate premium avatar. He gazes upward, finally embracing this reality where his hard work actually pays off with rewards that last. Every insult from his past life evaporates, replaced by a level of respect and validation he's never felt until now. Second buried his face in his hands, barely holding back a manic laugh as the truth finally clicked. He exploded into a roar of laughter, his heart racing with a brand new burning ambition. With fire in his eyes, Second vowed to claw his way back to the absolute top. He woke up with a pounding headache, cursing the solo drinking binge he used to celebrate his new life. He dragged himself out of bed, scanning the humble, bare-bones room he now called home. Driven by pure grit, Second began plotting his survival in this strange and dangerous land. He analyzed the world's mechanics, knowing that every drop of XP would skyrocket his power. He threw himself into battle, slaying monsters and crushing quests to grind his level to the max. He studied the skill tree, realizing that grinding would unlock legendary classes and god-tier titles. He recalled the crucial moment of character creation, where his growth potential was set in stone. He locks in his second character, a perfect all-rounder that mirrors his legendary former main. This build spreads stats evenly, making it a powerhouse for the endgame even if it lacks a single specialized edge. Over breakfast, Second realizes this balanced path is the only way to grow without hitting a wall later on. He knows all-rounders level up slowly, so he decides to cheat the system with a brutal potion-fueled shortcut. He demands every single high-tier detox, dispel, and recovery potion in stock, ready to drop a fortune on healing. The clerks are absolutely stunned when they realize they have over 600 bottles sitting in the back. Without even blinking at the massive price tag, Second orders them to pack up every single bottle immediately. He pays the gold up front, orders thousands more, and starts vacuuming the entire stock into his inventory. Now, he's ready to unleash these high-class potions for a legendary leveling strategy against the dinosaurs. He remembers a classic pro-gamer move, using fixed damage items to wipe out slippery enemies for massive XP. These healing potions double as lethal weapons against the undead, turning them into the ultimate farming tool. A single bottle packs a massive 1,200 damage punch, more than enough to obliterate a high-yield viper zombie. With a wicked grin, Second prepares to rain down liquid fire and watch his level skyrocket. This strategy is so brain-dead simple a child could do it, but only the wealthiest players can actually afford it. The catch? It requires a mountain of gold so massive it's practically insane. To make a real dent in his XP bar, he'll need 10,000 potions, costing a staggering 1.2 billion CL. This trick is a powerhouse for now, but Second knows its power will eventually run dry. He storms into the stables, grabs a mount, and prepares for the long ride ahead. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to unleash a forgotten exploit from his past life. He gallops across the rolling hills, racing toward a secret hunting ground hidden deep behind the mines. He stepped into the cave and found nothing but eerie silence. He was completely alone. It hit him. No one else knew this trick, giving him a massive secret advantage over everyone else. Since the place was empty, he figured other players were either too broke or too weak to pull this off. He stumbled upon the monster's nest, and these twisted freaks looked way more terrifying than any game sprite. Pure disgust washed over him because seeing these abominations in the flesh was a total nightmare. Pushing through the nausea, he dodged every strike and rained down potions with lethal efficiency. Even though the scene was stomach-turning, seeing his plan work perfectly felt incredibly satisfying. He sprinted from spot to spot, grinding non-stop until his rank and skills absolutely skyrocketed. As the sun dipped below the peaks, he realized he'd completely lost track of time once again. He raced toward the capital's glowing lights, dreaming of a hot meal and a warm bed. Just as he's about to crash, a familiar stone-faced knight suddenly blocks his path. He casually drops that he's been hunting in the cave, leaving everyone's jaws on the floor. The knight scoffs in disbelief, demanding to know why any sane person would risk such a suicide mission. He just flashes a smug grin and calls those viper zombies delicious, totally oblivious to how crazy he sounds. She keeps her cool, hiding her annoyance behind biting sarcasm while wondering if he's actually lost his mind. Even as she dismisses him, he realizes her insults just confirmed exactly how lethal that cave really is. Shifting gears, he boldly claims that Mobion is home to exactly 21 dungeons. She shuts him down with a piercing glare, insisting that official records only list 19. He notes that 13 are being raided, but the math just isn't adding up with the official story. Smirking, he reflects on the mountain of data he's gathered without ever putting his life on the line. Under the shimmering starlight, he stepped into the capital, feeling his ultimate goal finally within his grasp. At sunrise, powered up and ready, he marched straight toward the massive building he'd been searching for. This was the legendary Grand Royal Library, the only place to master Mobion's insane book-based skill system. Once inside, he locked onto his first target, devouring skill books to unlock god-tier abilities and buffs. A staff member tried to be polite, but his eyes were glued to the massive shelves overflowing with forbidden knowledge. Since just flipping pages triggered the system, he prepared to tear through those shelves at lightning speed. He snatched up a tome covering the blade, the bow, and the mysterious sorcery known as ichi. The system broke down into complex major and minor branches, each one a deadly path to combat mastery. He locked his sights on 4 essential skills, mastering the pawn and spear forms of both sword and bow. With the basics secured, he turned his attention to sorcery, ready to unleash elemental magic starting with the Oppo form. He spotted the missing grimoires and vowed to hunt them down later at the Magic Academy or through grueling quests. Second, tore through every single foundational book in the library, mastering the basics without breaking a sweat. Brimming with confidence, Second mapped out a lethal training regime to conquer every skill one by one. He'll start by sniping enemies with archery before diving into the thick of it with master-level swordsmanship. His plan is to obliterate foes with high-tier sorcery and keep conjuration as his ultimate trump card. Then it hit him. He still has that premium ticket to pull rare summons and turn his conjuration into a force of nature. Training complete. Second walked out of that library armed with the OPO-OPO form and every essential power he needed. His path to godhood is set. Archery first, then blades, then magic, and finally the power of summons. He's playing it smart. Sniping from the shadows, dominating up close, and unleashing magical hell with spirits at his back. Thanks to a limited edition avatar, he's holding a golden ticket to summon a spirit that'll give him a massive edge. This insane bonus lets Second crank up his conjuration, skyrocketing his chances of summoning legendary spirits. Second mastered every elite archery style, unleashing devastating strikes with godlike precision and blinding speed. He quickly realized these elite styles turned him into a tactical genius, making him unstoppable on the battlefield. To unlock the ultimate archery skills, Second hits up the weapon shop and gears up for a grueling quest. He crushed the impossible requirements, unlocking Silver General and Knight Archery through brutal mounted combat and flawless kills. Next, Second nails the requirements for Bishop Archery by chaining together lethal combos from across the map. He finally unlocks the ultimate path, Castle Archery, a style famous for its world-shaking destructive power. Unlike the others, Castle Archery hits like a truck even at low levels, but the requirements to get it are a total nightmare. To claim this power, he has to slaughter 1,000 enemies and land 500 perfect critical hits. For the final test, he must hunt down and execute 3 enemies who dared to brutalize his allies. He stuffs his face with bread and lets out a weary sigh, already feeling the soul-crushing weight of this impossible quest. He knows one single mistake will force him to crawl through the most brutal part of this nightmare all over again. Back in the gaming world, you had teammates to tank the damage and whittle down the boss's health. But here in the real world, losing half your health isn't just a number, it means you're staring death right in the face. Despite the pain, he lies in bed convinced that mastering Castle Archery is worth every ounce of his suffering. He ditches the endless monster grind and waits in the shadows, completely unaware that a massive opportunity is about to strike. Just 1 week after being reincarnated, he's already mastered the town's layout and memorized every single movement pattern. He fires off his Deca tactic to farm XP at light speed, shifting his entire focus to brutal swordsman training. Deep in the woods, he stumbles upon knights in a panicked retreat, screaming in terror as they flee from an unseen nightmare. Suddenly, massive scarlet mantises lunge from the shadows, and their terrifying power catches him completely off guard. Trapped in a whirlwind of carnage, he witnessed a savage bloodbath between horrific monsters and terrified human soldiers. He stared at a mangled, armored corpse unlike anything he'd ever encountered in Mobius Online before his reincarnation. 10 knights were locked in a death match with giant mantises, and with half their squad slaughtered, the survivors were barely clinging to life. He watched from the shadows, weighing the risks and wondering if he should finally master the legendary Castle Archery right here. But as he looked at the fallen, a wave of guilt hit him. These weren't just pawns in a game, and his hesitation felt like a betrayal. Looking into their cold, dead eyes, the truth finally shattered his soul. These weren't players. They were real human beings. Their desperate struggle was a mirror of his own dying dreams, and he couldn't let everything vanish into thin air again. Haunted by the carnage, he charged into the fray, his grip tightening on his bow with a newfound razor-sharp resolve. He slid into position behind the knights, locking onto his target as their silent, desperate plea for survival echoed in his mind. "Get down!" he roared. letting a lethal arrow fly straight for the mantis's throat. That arrow streaks through the air and erupts into flames, piercing the enemy's core with a devastating blast of magical precision. The chaos finally ends as the last beast collapses, its body still smoldering from that lethal final blow. Second stands his ground as the soldiers approach, their stunned silence speaking volumes of their awe and relief. The knight scans the dark forest, his instincts screaming that danger is near, while his allies brace for the next clash. Suddenly, Second bursts through the mist, charging forward with a wild determination that leaves everyone's jaws on the floor. At first, the knight was brutal, mocking Second's skills and calling him way too immature for the heat of battle. But even with his doubts, the knight can't ignore Second's unbreakable spirit and his massive power spike in the heat of the fight. He puts on a masterclass of destruction, annihilating his foes with arrows and finally earning the knight's hard-won respect. This young girl swings her wooden sword until her hands bleed, fueled by dreams of glory and the heart of a hero. Even when her own family laughs in her face, she pushes through the pain and the crushing weight of her own doubt. Joining the chivalric order was a total disaster, as they completely ignored her incredible talents. Her blood boiled as she watched corrupt, high-ranking knights spit all over her noble ideals. Crushed by disappointment, she looked back at her journey and feared she'd already lost her way. Outside the massive Grand Adventurers Guild, a serious discussion begins about whether they should actually join. Second reflected on his recent battles, stinging from the fact that he received suspicion instead of the gratitude he earned. Despite his legendary feats, the world still views him with doubt, questioning his true path and hidden ambitions. He weighed the guild's notorious reputation, knowing their dark, corrupt dealings completely overshadowed any benefit. Politely turning down the offer, Second chooses total independence and walks his own path, free from their constraints. Second and the knight share a light-hearted laugh, finding a moment of true camaraderie amidst the heavy talk of guilds. The knight reveals that the chivalric order is actually desperate to recruit Second after seeing his insane skills. Second listened closely, but his gut screamed that these guys had a hidden dark agenda for wanting him. He knew the guild's shady reputation and refused to get dragged into their toxic web of politics and debt. He shot down their offer to stay a lone wolf, but they forced a partner on him anyway. The knight dropped a bombshell, suggesting that Sylvia should be the one to keep a close watch on Second. Second's mind raced as he realized the chivalric order was playing a much deeper, more dangerous game. He discovered Sylvia was a rebel knight who crushed corrupt nobles, making her a political nightmare for the elite. The thought of having such a powerhouse by his side was almost too tempting for Second to pass up. Suddenly, the deal was sealed. Sylvia was officially his new escort, leaving Second completely stunned. Sylvia was floored by the news, instantly realizing this mission was actually a humiliating demotion. The knight laid it all out. The chivalric order despised her and wanted her gone because of her rebellious past. Second realized that exploiting Sylvia's incredible skills was the perfect power play for the order's ultimate goals. He refused to let this chance slip away, calculating that 2 years was all the time he needed to reach the next level. Even though he wasn't thrilled about his new partner, he braced himself for the brutal trials waiting for them. Sylvia was haunted by her failures within the Virginia family, feeling like a total disgrace to the knightly code. Desperate for a clean slate, she marched up to Second with a deal that could change everything. Second completely misread the room, instantly accusing Sylvia of trying to seduce him on orders from above. Even with the awkward tension, Sylvia didn't back down and waited to hear exactly what he had in mind. As they laid out their plans, Second vowed to help her reclaim her shattered pride as a knight. Sylvia took a slow sip of her mead as a shocking realization hit her. She was actually starting to fall for him. She pulled him aside and with a trembling voice proposed a pact to conquer their inner demons together. Second's heart skipped a beat as he completely misread her offer, thinking she was confessing her love. A blushing Sylvia quickly shut him down, explaining that this was strictly a professional contract. She was dead set on this alliance, vowing to grow stronger and crush every bit of evil in their path. Looking back at her grueling years of training, Sylvia felt a wave of bitterness over how little she'd actually accomplished. Desperate for a breakthrough, she swallowed her pride and asked Second why her sword skills were hitting a dead end. Second dropped a bombshell by telling her to ditch the sword for a new weapon, leaving her absolutely stunned. Her blood boiled as she lashed out at him, screaming that she'd she'd poured her entire soul into her training. In that moment, her true dream flashed before her eyes, to become a legendary knight who brings true justice to the world. She brushed away her tears, struggling to bury the crushing doubt that haunted her as a trainee. Second stepped up, urging her to shatter her old views and forge a brand new path of justice that defied tradition. Sylvia mulls over his words, finally realizing that true knighthood is about way more than just swinging a blade. Burning with a new fire to carve her own destiny, she boldly vows to stand right by Second's side. Witnessing her unshakable spirit, Second flashes a grin, eager to show her what it truly means to be a warrior. Sylvia hangs on every word as Second reveals his ultimate goal, to become the strongest person on the entire planet. His passion is infectious, but she can't help but wonder, how exactly does he plan to reach the top? While they talk, a light bulb goes off for Sylvia. Her own future might be heading in a wild new direction. Fueled by this sudden burst of courage, she feels a surge of hope as she prepares to take the next step with Second. Even though she's blushing like crazy, she knows this is her chance to finally change her life forever. Second analyzes her raw talent, realizing she'd be a total beast if she picked up a bow or mastered the mystic arts. As they map out their journey, Sylvia finds herself completely swept up in Second's unstoppable drive. She's soaked in the moonlight, absolutely certain that their new alliance would spark the adventure of a lifetime. Later that night, Second replayed the fight in his mind, finally realizing just how massive his victory really was. Hyped for the road ahead, Second geared up for dungeon training, thrilled to finally have a partner by his side. The idea of magic archery set Sylvia's soul on fire, igniting a desperate hunger to master these legendary skills. Second laid it all out. With her insane reflexes and genius-level intellect, she was a natural-born magic archer. They quickly realized this world was full of secrets, with massive gaps in knowledge that they were destined to fill. Second took the lead, dragging Sylvia to the library to drill the deadly fundamentals of the bow into her head. Embracing his new path, Second felt the rush of molding a wide-eyed rookie into a total elite. Sylvia threw herself into the training, her heart pounding with a fierce resolve to seize her own destiny. The young girl's eyes went wide with shock as she heard them talk about the incredible power of magic archery. He explained that the high and mighty nobles guard rare skills like these as their most precious secrets. He warned Sylvia to keep her mouth shut, knowing that one slip-up could put a massive target on her back. Their training intensified, and Sylvia was blown away by her own explosive growth and skyrocketing confidence. Second unveiled a massive stash of ultra-rare potions, leaving Sylvia absolutely speechless at their sheer power. Her mind raced as she tried to wrap her head around the insane tactical uses for every single bottle. Deep in the woods, Second broke out the decay tactic, leaving Sylvia baffled but dying to know more. He offered to teach her the legendary castle archery, and her eyes lit up with a burning desire to master it. They set their sights on the Royce dungeon, ready to slay the flame wolf and claim its legendary loot. Second guided her into the depths, hunting down the perfect monsters to force her skills to evolve. This was it. The ultimate trial for Sylvia to master castle archery in the heat of real combat. Pushing deeper into the shadows, Sylvia's heart races as she spots the monsters closing in. Second commands her to fuse her skills together, bracing her for the brutal clash ahead. Sylvia locks onto her target, her resolve hardening as she prepares to unleash hell on the beasts. Adrenaline surges through her as she realizes this training is turning her into an absolute powerhouse. By mastering the Daikai tactic, her knight and silver general archery skills skyrocket to a whole new level. Second praises her progress, proving her blood and sweat were worth it as he promises even more intense training. Brimming with newfound confidence, Sylvia charges toward the next challenge with fire in her eyes. Mid-strategy, Second reveals the final grueling steps she needs to master the legendary castle archery. Suddenly, a massive flaming troll erupts from the darkness. Their ultimate target has arrived. Second zeroes in on the troll's fatal flaw, hyping Sylvia up to strike the killing blow. Sylvia locks eyes with three massive trolls, knowing one wrong move could be her last. Second barks out the master plan, pinpointing the exact moment they need to strike. As the beasts roar and charge, Second braces himself, swearing to keep Sylvia safe at any cost. Suddenly, a brutal sneak attack slams into Second, sending his health bar plummeting into the red. Even through the searing pain, he looks at Sylvia and finds the fire to keep fighting. Just as he readies his next move, those towering, fire-breathing trolls lunge straight for his throat. Second grits his teeth, ready to show these monsters why he's the undisputed #1 in the world. Blood streams down his face, but he just smirks, declaring that no one can take his crown. The flaming troll swings a devastating blow, launching Second through the air until he hits the ground with a bone-shattering thud. Gasping for air, Second checks his stats and realizes he's hanging on by a single thread. As Second recovers, Sylvia steels her nerves, vowing she won't let her partner down when the chaos starts. Second braces for impact as he spots the trolls charging back in, screaming for Sylvia to lock onto her targets. With fire in her eyes, Sylvia lets loose a devastating strike, sniping every single troll with godlike precision. Once the dust settles, Sylvia breaks down in tears, screaming at Second for being so incredibly reckless with his life. Even through the pain, Second gives her a reassuring smile, knowing he can't let a few wounds stop him from his duty. The mood shifts to pure hype as Sylvia finally unlocks the legendary castle archery skill, a massive power-up for the team. Overwhelmed with joy, Second looks back at just how far he and Sylvia have come in this insane world. With the trolls crushed, the duo marches straight toward the scorching den of the flame wolves. They gear up for the fight of their lives, knowing the upcoming boss is a literal force of nature. Second breaks down the ultimate plan. They're going to stun-lock the flame wolf into oblivion. Sylvia locked in, realizing the plan hinged on a lethal rotation of two elite archery skills. With fire in their eyes, they charged forward to execute the ultimate gold bishop stun and claim victory. The duo erupted in cheers as the flame wolf finally crashed to the ground, ending their brutal struggle. After weeks of grueling combat, Sylvia finally claimed the legendary flame wolf's bow, proving she's reached a whole new level. Second reassured her that this massive power-up was the absolute key to her destiny as a magic archer. Casting her doubts aside, Sylvia gripped the bow, ready to unleash its devastating fury in the next fight. Second completely misinterprets the situation, totally missing the romantic feelings she's trying to show. A flustered Sylvia stammers through the confusion, clarifying that she only prepared a packed lunch for him. She's determined to forge a legendary partnership, vowing to gain the power needed to fight back. Sylvia reflects on her years of training. Frustrated that she still can't crush the injustices around her. Frustrated that justice felt out of reach, she refused to give up and turned to Second for guidance. She admitted she was hopeless with a sword, but Second's suggestion to try a different weapon caught her completely off guard. Her heart raced as she stood her ground, pouring out her soul about how much blood and sweat she'd already poured into her training. In that moment, her vision became crystal clear. She was destined to become a true knight. She brushed away her tears, finally ready to fight for justice despite the crushing weight of her own doubts. As a struggling trainee, she felt lost, but Second told her to break free from the old rules and redefine what justice really means. His words hit home, and she realized that being a knight was about her spirit, not just how well she swung a piece of steel. Ready to blaze her own trail, she boldly declared she was ready to follow Second anywhere. Seeing her fire, Second flashed a grin, prepared to show her a version of knighthood she never even imagined. She hung on every word as Second revealed his massive goal: to become the absolute #1 in the entire world. They poured their hearts out, but even with all that hype, the path forward was still a total mystery. Sylvia felt a fire ignite inside her as she realized her future was about to take a wild, unexpected turn. Even through her blushing face, Second's words gave her the courage to finally take that first leap of faith. She brushed off the awkwardness and saw a golden opportunity to rewrite her destiny once and for all. Second started crunching the numbers on Sylvia's hidden potential, certain she was about to evolve. She was a natural for archery or magic, and Second's hype was making her feel like a total badass. She basked in the glow of his ambition, certain that joining forces would change their lives forever. This partnership was the key to legendary adventures, and Second knew his recent triumph was just the beginning. Slaying that beast was a huge milestone, and now Second was gearing up for some serious dungeon crawling. The thought of their new duo was electric, and Sylvia was already obsessed with mastering the art of magic archery. Second saw her burning curiosity and dropped a bombshell. She had the perfect stats to become a legendary magic archer. With her insane intelligence and agility, they realized they were stepping into a world of mysterious, forgotten powers. Second stepped up as her mentor, dragging her to the library to master the deadly basics of the bow. As they dove into the books, Second felt a rush of pride watching his new student soak up every word. Sylvia was all in, her heart racing with a fiery determination to master these incredible new powers. The young girl's jaw dropped as Second revealed just how incredibly rare magic archery truly is. These elite skills are the crown jewels of the nobility, and Second warned her that they must remain a total secret. One slip-up could be fatal, so she had to hide her growing power from the rest of the world. As the training intensified, Sylvia's skills exploded, and her confidence reached an all-time high. Then, Second unveiled a massive hoard of priceless potions, leaving Sylvia absolutely stunned by the sheer wealth and power. Second breaks down the genius potion strategy, hyping up the deadly decay tactic right there in the woods. This wild strategy leaves Sylvia totally baffled, but her curiosity peaks when he offers to teach her the secret. He's going to teach her castle archery, fueling her hunger for power as they march toward the Royce dungeon. They're hunting the Flame Wolf for its legendary loot, and Second leads the way into the dungeon's depths. He picks out the perfect monsters to grind for skills, focusing everything on her evolution. Sylvia has to master castle archery in the heat of battle as they plunge even deeper into the dungeon. Monsters emerge from the gloom, and Second tells her to stay sharp and start the practice. She needs to fuse her skills into one deadly combo, and Sylvia takes aim with ice-cold focus. A wave of pure determination hits her as she stands ready to crush every beast in her path. The realization of her own massive potential hits her, knowing this decay tactic will evolve her knightly prowess. Sylvia's archery and silver general skills were skyrocketing, and Second was right there to cheer her on. He told her that all that grueling practice finally paid off, promising to push her even harder next time. Fueled by pure determination, Sylvia geared up to crush the next challenge standing in her way. While they planned their next move, Second broke down exactly what she needed to master the legendary castle archery. Suddenly, a massive flaming troll erupted before them. Their ultimate target had finally appeared. Second locked onto the beast's weak point and shouted for Sylvia to get ready for the fight of her life. But wait. 3 trolls emerged from the shadows, and Sylvia knew one wrong move would be her last. Second barked out the strategy, demanding perfect timing and precision as the monsters began their assault. The trolls lunged forward, and Second braced himself, ready to put his life on the line to shield Sylvia. A brutal surprise strike slammed into Second, tearing through his health bar and leaving him badly wounded. Second admits he's starting to really like Mine, leaving her totally stunned but beaming with joy. But the weight of being the second prince is crushing him, and all he wants is a real friend at this academy. Over lunch, Second finally sees the heavy burden of royal life and the deep loneliness hiding in Mine's heart. Second plays it cool, brushing off Mine's comment to kill the awkward vibe between them. He quickly pivots to the grimoires, desperate to dig up every secret the Academy is hiding. That's when he discovers the legendary 4th form grimoire isn't in the library. It's locked away in the royal palace. Once they finish eating, Mine insists they get moving to start the grand tour of the school grounds. As the sun dips below the horizon, they finally reach their goal, the massive, ancient Academy library. Mine tells them the library is open to everyone, urging Second and Sylvia to dive into its endless knowledge. Second turns to Sylvia and drops a bombshell. She needs to master fire magic if she ever wants to unlock the power of magic archery. A pair of students whisper in the shadows, questioning the mysterious link between the newcomers and Prince Mine. They spit venom at the prince's arrogance, their hearts rotting with pure jealousy over his royal life. Second sees the cruel judgment Mine is facing and vows to stand by him no matter what the haters say. The bullies keep up their petty insults, demanding everyone treat the exchange students like total outcasts. Suddenly, Sylvia steps up and shuts them down, leaving Second stunned as she fiercely defends their friends. He's itching to jump back into the fray, but a horde of massive flaming trolls suddenly lunges at him. It's a nightmare scenario, but Second steals his resolve to prove he's truly the strongest in the world. Blood drips down his face as he roars his defiance, ready to protect his title as the absolute #1. A troll swings a colossal club, sending Second soaring through the air before he slams violently into the ground. Gasping for air and battered to a pulp, Second realizes his health is at a lethal, critical low. While Second recovers, Sylvia steals her resolve, refusing to fail him as he braces for the next impact. He spots the trolls charging again, their eyes bloodshot and frenzied by their wounds. Sylvia takes aim with newfound fire, unleashing a barrage that hunts down every single troll. Her arrows strike with lethal accuracy, but she immediately bursts into tears and scolds Second for being so reckless. She's terrified for his life, but Second just gives her a reassuring smile despite his pain. He refuses to let his injuries stop him, and soon they're celebrating Sylvia's incredible growth. She finally finally unlocks the legendary castle archery skill, a massive power-up for their team. Second is filled with pride as he reflects on the insane journey he's shared with Sylvia. With the trolls defeated, they march toward the Flame Wolf's lair to face their next nightmare. They know this boss is a total monster, so Second breaks down a genius stunlock strategy to survive. They finally had a way to crush the Flame Wolf, and Sylvia hung on every word as they prepped a two-stage assault. By cycling through two deadly archery techniques, they launched a high-stakes gambit to stun their prey. The beast was paralyzed, and the duo cheered as the Flame Wolf finally collapsed in a heap of defeat. After weeks of grueling combat, Sylvia finally claimed the legendary Flame Wolf bow as proof of her evolution. Second promised her this weapon was the key to mastering her magic archer class, and despite her nerves, Sylvia took it. She gripped the bow, ready to unleash its fury, but Second completely misread the vibes of this world. He thinks things are getting romantic, leaving a bright red Sylvia scrambling to set the record straight. She blurted out that this was strictly a business pact, swearing to grow stronger for the sake of their alliance. To crush the corruption surrounding them, Sylvia looked back on the brutal years of training that forged her, but the lack of progress burned her up inside, and she vowed right then and there to change her fate. Sylvia opens up about her failing sword skills, but Second shocks her by suggesting she ditch the blade for a different weapon. This hits Sylvia hard, shaking her belief in her own hard work as her emotions boil over into a heated confrontation. She pours her heart out to Second, screaming that her blood and sweat have to mean something as her true dreams flash before her eyes. She's desperate to become a knight of justice, and she wipes away her tears with a brand new fire burning in her soul. Even though her insecurities are crushing her, Second tells her to throw away everything she thinks she knows about being a hero. He challenges her to break free from boring traditions, and Sylvia finally starts to see the bigger picture. Being a knight is about more than just a sword, so she vows to forge her own destiny and agrees to go out with Second. Second flashes a confident grin, seeing her resolve and preparing to show her what it truly means to be a legend. Sylvia hangs on every word as Second reveals his insane goal. He's going to become the absolute strongest in the entire world. She's inspired by his fire, but she can't help but wonder if his wild dream actually has a real plan behind it. Sylvia finally realized that her wildest dreams were starting to take a shocking new shape. With Second's voice echoing in her head, a surge of pure hope pushed her to take that first leap. She pushed past her blushing face, ready to burn her old life down and embrace a brand new beginning. Second's eyes sharpened as he calculated Sylvia's hidden stats, realizing she was a diamond in the rough. Between deadly archery and high-tier sorcery, the possibilities for their future were absolutely limitless. Second's burning passion was infectious, making the night feel like the start of something legendary. They were a perfect match, and Second couldn't stop thinking about the chaos they were about to cause. His recent kill was just the beginning, and he was absolutely starving for the next epic battle. Second prepped for a lethal dungeon run, pumped to finally have a reliable partner at his back. The idea of becoming a magical archer set Sylvia's heart racing as Second revealed her true potential. She's a magic archer with god-tier stats in both dexterity and intelligence. They realize that the people of this world are completely clueless about high-tier skills. Second decides to take her under his wing, drilling her on the core fundamentals of the bow. It's like he's training a total newbie who's absolutely desperate to level up. Sylvia agrees instantly, her heart pounding with excitement for the power she's about to gain. The young girl is completely blown away when they start talking about the secrets of magic archery. Second explains that the greedy nobles keep these legendary skills locked away from the public. He orders her to keep this a total secret, knowing that being found out would be a disaster. As the training heats up, Sylvia is shocked by how fast she's becoming a total powerhouse. But then, Second shows off a massive hoard of rare potions that leaves her jaw on the floor. Sylvia's brain was spinning as Second broke down the insane way they'd be using those potions. Out in the wild, Second laid out his ruthless decay strategy, leaving Sylvia totally floored. Despite her confusion, she was hooked, and now she was desperate to master castle archery. With her spirit ignited, they charged toward the Royce dungeon to test their limits. Their target? The Flame Wolf and its legendary loot as Second guides her into the darkness. Second points out the perfect prey to ensure Sylvia finally unlocks the secrets of castle archery. They carve a path through a sea of monsters while descending further into the pit. Sylvia spots the enemy closing in, her nerves on edge and her eyes locked on the target. She pushes her skills to the limit, prepping for the brutal showdown right in front of her. She takes aim with total conviction, her excitement exploding as she finally realizes Sylvia finally unlocks her true potential, mastering the Daikei tactic to push her Knight and Silver General archery to insane new heights. Second cheers her on, proving that her blood and sweat were worth it, as he promises to take her training even further. Brimming with newfound confidence, Sylvia is ready to crush whatever obstacle stands in her way. The duo locks in their strategy, fueled by a burning determination to conquer the trials ahead. Second reveals the final grueling steps Sylvia needs to master the legendary castle archery deep within the dungeon. Suddenly, a massive flaming troll erupts from the shadows. Their ultimate target has finally appeared. Second identifies the beast's fatal flaw, shouting for Sylvia to get ready for the fight of her life. But wait. Two more trolls emerge, and Sylvia realizes one wrong move could mean instant death. Second barks out the plan, focusing on perfect timing as the trio of monsters charges straight for them. Second throws himself into the fray to shield Sylvia, but a brutal surprise attack leaves him wounded and vulnerable. The blow shreds his health bar, but despite the agony, he forces his broken body back into the fight. As he scrambles for a plan, those colossal flaming trolls roar and charge right for his throat. Second steals his resolve to crush these monsters and prove he's the undisputed #1. Blood masks his face as he screams his defiance, standing tall to protect his legendary title. A flaming troll swings its massive club, launching Second through the air until he slams into the earth. His life hits critical levels, but Sylvia steps up, vowing she won't let her partner fall. Even as he reels from his injuries, Second spots the trolls gearing up for another lethal stampede. He screams for Sylvia to take the shot, and she unleashes a devastating attack with everything she's got. Her strike pierces the trolls with lethal precision to seal the win, but then Sylvia bursts into tears. She scolds Second for his suicidal recklessness. But even through the pain, he gives her a reassuring smile. He refused to let his failing health stop him, and soon it was time to celebrate Sylvia's massive victory. She finally unlocked the legendary castle archery skill, reaching a massive milestone in her journey. Overwhelmed with joy, Second looked back at the wild, adrenaline-pumping adventure he'd shared with Sylvia. With the trolls crushed, Second and Sylvia marched straight toward the scorching lair of the flame wolves. They braced themselves for the next nightmare, knowing this boss possessed world-ending power. Second broke down the ultimate stun-lock strategy to completely paralyze the ferocious flame wolf. Sylvia hung on every word, knowing she'd have to swap between two deadly archery skills with perfect timing. Fueled by pure grit, they charged forward to unleash the devastating Gold Bishop stun. The duo erupted in cheers as the flame wolf collapsed, finally ending their brutal, fiery nightmare. After weeks of non-stop combat, Sylvia claimed the legendary flame wolf's bow, proving she's become an absolute beast. Second swore that this legendary bow was the only way for her to evolve into a master magic archer. Sylvia snatched up the weapon, ready to unleash its fury, while Second completely misread the entire situation. Her heart was racing with romance, but the awkward confusion left Sylvia completely flustered. She scrambled to explain it was just a pact, swearing to become a powerhouse for their new alliance. She looked back at years of brutal training, feeling sick that she hadn't achieved the justice she craved. Driven by a burning desire to change, she turned to Second for the ultimate guidance. When he told her she had zero talent for swords and needed a new weapon, Sylvia was absolutely shell-shocked. Her emotions exploded as she confronted him, screaming that her hard work had to mean something. In a flash of inspiration, she realized her true destiny was to become a knight and crush all evil. Sylvia wiped her eyes, fighting to overcome the massive insecurities weighing down her soul. Second pushed her to shatter her old views on justice and break free from the suffocating chains of tradition. Sylvia let his words sink in, realizing a true knight is more than just a blade. She was finally ready to carve her own destiny. She boldly agreed to join Second, and seeing her fire, he flashed a grin, ready to show her a world beyond her wildest dreams. Sylvia hung on every word as Second revealed his ultimate world-shaking goal, to become the absolute #1 on the planet. His passion was infectious, but she couldn't help but notice his grand plan was missing a clear map to victory. While they traded ideas, a spark ignited in Sylvia, making her realize her own future could take a wild, unexpected turn. Fueled by this new fire and Second's support, she felt a massive surge of hope as she prepared to leap into the unknown. Second saw the winds of change blowing and turned his gaze toward Sylvia, analyzing the incredible potential hidden within her. He calculated her every move, certain she'd become a god-tier archer or a master of the mystic arts as they plotted their next move. With their futures now intertwined, Sylvia basked in Second's unstoppable energy, soaking in the magic of this life-changing night. They were totally convinced that teaming up would kickstart an epic adventure, and later, Second couldn't stop thinking about their choice. He realized his triumph over that beast was a massive deal, and he was absolutely pumped for whatever came next. Second geared up for some hardcore dungeon training, fueled by the thrill of their brand new alliance. The concept of magic archery set her soul on fire, and Second revealed she had the raw talent to become a master. Her insane dexterity and genius-level intellect were off the charts. But they realized how little the world actually knew about this power. With so many mysteries left to solve, Second stepped up to lead Sylvia through the ultimate training regime. They hit the library to master the basics, and Second felt like a legendary mentor guiding a hungry new warrior to greatness. Sylvia was all in, her heart racing with a fiery determination to prove she had what it takes. She was desperate to unlock her future, and the little girl was stunned when they started talking about the legendary magic archer path. Second dropped a bombshell. These elite skills are top-secret treasures guarded by the nobility, and he warned Sylvia to stay sharp. Sylvia had to keep her mouth shut because one slip-up could be fatal, but their training was about to get intense. She was stunned by her own explosive growth. Right before Second unveiled a massive hoard of legendary items. These priceless potions left her head spinning as she struggled to imagine using such rare treasures in battle. Second explained their deadly powers in the woods, revealing a decay tactic that left her baffled and intrigued. When he offered to teach her the elite castle archery style, her spirit caught fire with a burning desire to improve. They stormed into the Royce dungeon, hunting the ferocious flame wolf to claim its god-tier loot. Second guided her through the shadows, hand-picking the perfect monsters to sharpen her combat skills. The mission was clear. Sylvia had to master the legendary castle archery while surviving the onslaught. Ghislain saw the strike coming from a mile away, but even his experience couldn't save him from the impact. Darkness swallowed them whole as both warriors collided in a whirlwind of steel, pushing the battle to a fever pitch. Neither warrior budges as their explosive power struggle reaches a lethal breaking point. He switches his style mid-clash, roaring that the same cheap trick won't work twice. With brutal efficiency, he slams Ghislain into the dirt to seize total control of the duel. Bernath lunges forward without mercy, but Ghislain ignores the agony and rolls clear. He springs to his feet, instantly realizing Bernath is using mana to tank every blow. Bernath is burning magic to stay fresh while dissecting Ghislain's bizarre, wild movements. This isn't some fancy noble fencing. It's raw, chaotic, and completely unorthodox. He realizes Ghislain didn't learn this in a classroom. These skills were forged in blood. Bernath mocks the messy technique, certain his refined power will crush such amateur moves. But Ghislain stays ice cold, acknowledging the danger while tracking every calculated strike. Time was slipping away, and he knew the deck was stacked heavily against him. But Ghislain shifts his strategy, weaving raw mana through the air in a sudden, brilliant flash. That glowing thread baits Bernath perfectly, letting Ghislain close the gap in the blink of an eye. He delivers a bone-crushing strike to Bornov's jaw, flipping the script as the giant staggers back. Amelia sprints through the halls, clutching the cat, her blood boiling over the humiliation Ghislain caused. That insult was unforgivable, and she's obsessed with finding the rat who leaked her private info. Only an insider could know these secrets, fueling the hype around Ghislain's impossible victories. She questions if his feats are even real, but her anger turns to total confusion at the sight of her guards. Her entire security force has been wiped out, leaving only a mysterious cloaked figure standing among the bodies. Amelia steps forward and freezes. It's Belinda, the Perdium household maid, caught totally by surprise. Amelia screams for the truth, but Belinda shuts her down instantly, paralyzing her with a single lightning-fast strike. She rips a mysterious pendant from the girl's lips, an ancient relic that triggers a dark memory from Belinda's past. She remembers a twisted engagement party where a young Amelia bred spiders to terrorize her siblings just for laughing at her. Belinda holds back her rage, spitting out her disgust for these pathetic mind games and questioning if this is trauma or just pure ego. With a sickening crunch, she stomps the pendant into dust, shattering its dark power forever. With cold, lethal precision, Belinda demands Amelia's help, making it clear that saying no isn't an option. All control is gone as Ghislain steps into a hallway glowing with the eerie, flickering light of raw mana. He's hit by a wave of crushing, violent pressure as the very air vibrates with the insane magical power of a mysterious figure. It's Bernath, wreathed in a terrifying aura of mana and pure hatred, forcing Ghislain to brace for the fight of his life. Knowing he's outmatched, Ghislain readies his weapon as Bernath sneers, hurling insults at the pride of the nobility. He mocks Ghislain as a lowly mercenary who doesn't belong, but Ghislain doesn't even flinch. Bernath draws his steel to assert dominance, and the moment their blades collide, mana explodes in a violent shockwave. Sparks fly like lightning as Bernat unleashes a barrage of strikes fueled by pure, unadulterated hatred. Ghislaine staggers under the pressure, realizing this veteran's assault is absolutely relentless. A flurry of lethal strikes corners him, forcing Ghislaine into a desperate defense as he's driven back. But Ghislaine's resolve never wavers. He narrows his eyes, parries a deadly blow, and strikes back. Bernat surges forward even faster and fiercer, making the entire hall tremble with the roar of clashing steel. Ghislaine fights tooth and nail to hold his ground in a brutal clash of pride and raw power. To prove his worth among the nobility, Bernat unleashes another storm of mana-infused strikes. Every single swing of his blade is backed by decades of lethal experience and overwhelming precision. Ghislaine stands his ground, but his energy is bottoming out as his guard crumbles under the non-stop pressure. A lightning-fast upward strike rips through his defense, carving into his side and painting the floor red. Thinking Ghislaine is completely spent, the enemy closes in with total confidence to deliver the final, lethal blow. But Ghislaine pulls a desperate gamble, letting the blade sink into his shoulder just to force an opening. He strikes back instantly, leaving Bernat stunned by such a suicidal yet brilliant maneuver. Ignoring the agony, Ghislaine explodes forward and drives the veteran swordsman back with pure grit. This is no amateur. Their blades collide in a violent symphony of raw power and masterclass skill. It's a clash of ideologies, a man fighting for a cause versus a monster fighting for the thrill of the kill. Even through a mask of blood and bruises, Ghislaine wears a defiant smirk that screams he's not done yet. The duel blurs into a whirlwind of steel, proving that even a cornered wolf is at his most dangerous. Bernat wasn't even close to being finished, absolutely dominating the battlefield with flawless precision. His blinding speed and massive reach crushed Ghislaine's every attempt to close the distance or break his guard. The hall was a total disaster zone, with guards knocked cold and the air heavy with the scent of raw mana. With the air still heavy from the clash, a shaken and furious Amelia pulled Bernat into a private room. She looked calm on the outside, but her blood was boiling as Bernat admitted he'd totally misjudged his opponent. Ghislaine had just unleashed a terrifying level of mana that far exceeded anything an advanced knight should possess. Amelia knew he'd become a lethal threat, but she immediately shut down the idea of reporting this to the Delphine Duchy. She had a secret deal with Duke Delphine, a dangerous alliance she'd built right under her father's nose. He promised her a rebellion, and in return, she had to help him wipe the Perdium line off the map. Getting caught meant a death sentence from her own family, leaving them with only one choice. Ghislaine had to die. Bernov warned that while Ghislaine was battered and exhausted, he'd be back on his feet in no time, so they had to strike with absolute precision. Amelia knew the local knights weren't up for the task, so she decided to summon a lethal squad of shadow operatives instead. Her command was chilling. Unleash the Wildcats, a terrifying group of silent killers feared across the land. This unit was forged from war orphans and magical outcasts, bred from birth for the sole purpose of ending lives. She handpicked 12 mana-wielding monsters for one simple task: wipe Ghislaine off the face of the earth. They had to vanish him without leaving a single trace. So Bernhardt moved fast to secure the secret ravine path leading straight into Perdium. Amelia's blood boiled as she replayed her humiliating defeat, swearing she'd make Ghislaine suffer for what he did. Meanwhile, Ghislaine was patching up his bloody wounds in a jolting carriage, keeping his cool despite the absolute beating he took. That mountain of gold he squeezed out of Amelia was exactly what he needed to rebuild Perdium and save his people from ruin. Executing her right then would have sparked an all-out war. So he let her live while holding her dark secrets over her head. By playing the Merchant Guild, he secured a weapon way deadlier than revenge, knowing Amelia's downfall would crush her entire faction. Her gold would rebuild everything at lightning speed, and as he straightened his collar, his determination turned to cold steel. The tables had turned. He was the puppet master now, while Belinda watched his every move with a calculating gaze. Every single one of Ghislaine's predictions had come true, but when he suddenly handed off a task, she was stunned. He was playing 4D chess, but then Ghislaine's body suddenly locked up as agonizing pain ripped through his nerves. The brutal price of awakening his third course finally hit him, sending Belinda and Fergus sprinting to his side as Ghislaine analyzed the damage. This was the backlash they feared, and while it wasn't fatal yet, pushing his luck any further would leave him permanently broken. He desperately needed to fix his spiraling mana, and that's when Belinda stepped in with total composure. She saw it instantly. His mana was a chaotic mess, so she began pouring her own raw power directly into him. She untangled the knotted energy inside his veins and Ghislain felt the surge of relief as his internal power finally stabilized. The crushing internal pressure finally fades, but controlling mana with this much precision is an absolute miracle. This is way beyond the skills of a typical maid, and as his energy channels clear, Ghislain begins to wonder, who is Belinda really? Her insane timing and ice-cold composure just don't add up. There's no way a simple country girl is this talented. She's definitely hiding a dark secret. He's just glad to have a powerhouse on his side while these new hidden threats start to emerge. Real allies are rare, but as the carriage rattles forward, Belinda demands to know why he stole Amelia's gold. His answer is dead simple. Amelia was the only rich person he knew. Then, Ghislain finally reveals his true destination. They're heading for the Forest of Beasts, a legendary death trap that the world has feared for generations. Belinda is horrified, warning him that Count Rayfold will burn everything down once he hears about the broken engagement. Suddenly, Fergus and the others come face to face with a living legend, Gillian, the former commander of the elite Ratatosk mercenaries. This legendary squad was once feared across the globe for mastering every weapon imaginable, but now they're nothing but ghosts. Their mythic reputation still echoes in every corner of the world, and Ghislain finally stands before the man himself, until a lethal blade screams out of the darkness, hurtling straight for Ghislain's head. He narrowly avoids death, leaving everyone stunned by the sheer speed. The air turns ice cold as Gillian steps into the light, his terrifying aura radiating pure malice as his eyes lock onto Ghislain with deadly suspicion. Sensing the man is about to snap, Ghislain's crew readies their weapons while Belinda screams a warning. She begs him to retreat, shouting that Gilliam has lost his mind to a curse called eternal punishment. But Ghislain's next words stop everyone in their tracks. He declares he has the cure! As a heavy silence grips the room, Ghislain begins to list the horrific symptoms. Burning fevers, coughing up blood, and hideous red sores that bloom like cursed flowers. A torture so brutal, the victim's screams gave the disease its name. Those agonizing cries haunt the captain, but Ghislain's words strike a chord. He is the only hope for Gillian's dying daughter. Deep inside the shadows of the cabin, a nightmare is unfolding as Rachel, Gillian's little girl, writhes in absolute agony on her. She lay trapped on a blood-stained bed, her screams echoing like a soul in torment, while the legendary mercenary captain fell to his knees, desperately pleading for a miracle. He watched in agony as his daughter's life faded. But Ghislain stepped into the light, his voice steady as he promised that hope wasn't lost yet. Ghislain was haunted by visions of a darker timeline where he arrived too late, finding a broken father who ended his own life after failing to save his child. But now, the tides of fate have turned. Looking around the crumbling shack, Ghislain saw the true cost of the father's love. Every single possession had been sold. Every penny was gone, sacrificed in a frantic race against death, while poor Rachel lay there, her body destroyed by the plague as she begged for the end. She just wanted the pain to stop, her words shattering her father's soul. But as Ghislain prepared to save her, Belinda suddenly blocked his path. She screamed that no amount of power could cure a curse that even the gods had condemned. But Ghislain knew better. He possessed a secret. Armed with forbidden wisdom from a future yet to happen, he thrust a list of rare herbs into Belinda's hands and barked out his orders. The list contained one legendary ingredient, the nearly impossible-to-find fairy's blessing, a treasure that costs a fortune. But Ghislain had the recipe burned into his mind, and for him, saving this girl wasn't a risk. It was a total guarantee as he began crushing the medicine with surgical precision. He pulverizes the sacred fairy herbs and douses them in pure alcohol, stirring the brew with absolute precision. As Belinda and the others watch in silence, the mixture transforms into a shimmering violet elixir. He drops in the final secret ingredients from his future memories, completing the miracle cure right then and there. His hands shake as he tips the bottle, pouring the liquid down Rachel's throat until her frantic gasps finally steady. Despite the blood covering her small frame, a miracle occurs as a healthy glow returns to her pale face and her agony vanishes. Her face relaxes and her eyes snap open, leaving everyone in the room paralyzed with shock as Belinda and Fergus spot the change. Those horrific red spots are vanishing right before their eyes, and Gillian pulls his daughter close, sobbing with pure relief. It's impossible. Even the power of the gods failed to save her, but this remedy actually worked. You see, divine magic only buffs the body's stamina without touching the virus, but this cure attacks the infection directly. Stunned that the disease is being wiped out, Jillian desperately asks if his daughter is finally out of danger. Ghislaine didn't flinch, declaring with absolute certainty that the treatment would work and she'd be fully healed. Just a few months later, hope came roaring back, and Ghislaine earned the absolute undying loyalty of a titan. Overcome with emotion, the legendary Gillian fell to his knees before Ghislaine, ready to give everything he had. He pledged his body, his blade, and his life, convinced that total servitude was the only way to repay his debt. But Ghislaine shut him down instantly because he didn't want a slave. He wanted the return of a god-tier commander. He demanded the return of the captain who led the terrifying Ratatosk mercenaries, leaving Jillian absolutely speechless. Ghislaine's words set a spark to his long-buried fighting spirit, while Belinda watched the transformation in awe. She saw it instantly. That blazing fire in Ghislaine's eyes wasn't just grit, it was pure, unshakable conviction. Second confessed he'd totally underestimated Mine, admitting that a boost in magic power could have flipped their duel upside down. Mine couldn't help but wonder about Second's true power, questioning if he was genuinely strong or just insanely skilled. Second demands the truth, calling out Maine for staying calm after getting crushed by someone who looked down on him. Maine hesitates, but Second warns him that burying his rage will kill his potential and leave him weak forever. Watching from the sidelines, Klaus praises Second's sharp eye while mocking his own brother's pathetic lack of backbone. Klaus drops a bombshell, offering Second the ultimate honor, a chance to study leadership right by his side. Joining Klaus means instant prestige in the First Chivalric Order, a legendary rank that most people can only dream of. Second knows exactly what's at stake. Once Klaus takes the throne, his inner circle will rule with absolute power. Saying no isn't just a rejection, it's a declaration of war that would brand Second as a traitor to the crown. The crowd waits for a yes, because turning this down is insane. But Second isn't like anyone else. With a cold stare, he spits out a flat no, sending a wave of dead silence crashing through the entire arena. The crowd is paralyzed with shock, and Klaus stands there frozen as the tension in the air reaches a breaking point. Even with the prince glaring in total shock, he just flashes a calm smirk and doubles down on his choice. He saw Klaus's move coming from a mile away, knowing this rejection would shield Mine and crush the prince's ego. Klaus's face contorts in pure rage as his secret schemes are dragged into the light. Standing his ground, he declares the absolute truth. He swore his life to Maine the moment that duel ended. This vow seals his loyalty to the second prince, with both Mine and the referee watching it all go down. Klaus barks for proof, his blood boiling, while the terrified referee stammers out that it's all true. Klaus's fury turns to ice as he realizes there's no way out of this ironclad contract. Even for a first prince, trying to steal someone under contract is a massive scandal that would ruin his reputation. Finally, the prince backs off, masking his bitter defeat with a few cold, sharp words. Mine's eyes light up with pure awe, totally forgetting the lecture she just got. Second stares him down with total composure, acting like that brutal clash never even happened as he calls for more training. As Maine pours his heart out, Second ruthlessly tears into his flaws, using cold, hard truths to forge a stronger warrior. With a smirk and a solid fist bump, Second reveals the real motive behind his help: pure, unbreakable friendship. Tears well up in Maine's eyes as he stares at Second's outstretched hand, completely overwhelmed by the gesture. He wipes away the tears with a massive grin, finally embracing this new bond with everything he's got. Meanwhile, Klaus is absolutely livid, stomping through the academy halls on a desperate mission to dig up dirt on Second. Paula doesn't even flinch when Klaus bursts into the office, screaming at the top of his lungs for answers. Consumed by jealousy over Maine's new ally, Klaus demands every single scrap of info the school has on Second. But the files are a total bust, showing nothing but basic grades and leaving Second's mysterious past a complete blank. Klaus crushes the paper in a fit of rage as Paula reveals the chilling truth. Second's origins in Z-Paying are a total undocumented mystery. Klaus storms out in a total huff, leaving Paula to pick up the pieces and confirm that his hot-headed reputation is 100% real. Watching from the window, Paula decides she needs to get up close and personal to uncover the truth behind the mysterious Second. Having crushed the competition, the young warrior claims his prize ring and turns his back on the Royal Academy. With his first magical milestone crushed, he stands tall and ready to unleash the next phase of his grand plan. He gathers his crew, calmly breaking down their next move and the brutal training that lies ahead. The plan is set. They're diving into dungeons to forge their combat skills in the heat of real battle. With everyone on board, their new adventure begins at the gates of the notorious second-ranked dungeon, Limpt Fath. They've set their sights on Limpt Fath to sharpen their blades and hunt down the powerful rock shell shield. Second pushes Iko right to the front lines, demanding she master the shield to become the ultimate defender. He hammers home the power of healing, ensuring Iko can tank massive damage and recover in the blink of an eye. Despite the lingering fears for Iko's safety, the squad stormed into town to get her battle ready. They grabbed her a massive shield, sharpened her skills, and raided the Grand Library for secrets. They hit the church to hunt down the ultimate healing grimoire, searching for the perfect match for Iko. Iko finally unlocked the recovery miner spell, studying the ancient text with pure, unshakable resolve. The team leaped onto their horses and raced past Peiho, charging toward the dark depths of the Limpt Fath dungeon. At the dungeon's gates, they spent weeks in a brutal training montage to master Iko's defensive arts. Iko blazed through 4 elite shield techniques, failing only to conquer the insanely difficult Bishop Shield. As she mastered art after art, Iko was reborn as the ultimate defensive powerhouse. A true paladin. On their 10th descent, a terrifying beast struck with lethal force, but Iko blocked the hit like a total boss. Sylvia panicked and rushed to her side, but Iko stood tall without a single scratch, shocking everyone with her insane durability. Second watches in awe as Iko's stats skyrocket, proving she's a natural-born tank. Fueled by Iko's power, the party charges deeper into the shadows toward the boss's lair. Suddenly, a massive rock tortoise emerges, covered in impenetrable armor and mountain-shattering defense. Second breaks down the beast's weaknesses, warning Iko that one wrong move could end them all. Even with the stakes this high, Iko stays ice-cold, locking in for the fight of her life. They stand their ground against the Titan as Iko raises her shield for a brutal head-on collision. To unlock the legendary Bishop's shield art, Iko must survive 100 back-to-back strikes from this monster. Second realizes the catch. Iko has to be absolutely flawless, because a single mistake resets everything. He crafts a desperate plan, cycling through spear, knight, and general shield arts to keep her alive. It all comes down to timing. Iko has to mirror the enemy's every move to trigger the perfect parry. Parrying was like a high-stakes rhythm game where perfect timing turned every block into a massive tactical win. Second barked out orders like lightning, and Iko moved perfectly, blocking every single one of the rock tortoise's crushing strikes. The rock tortoise's moves looked simple, but catching that rhythm was a total nightmare at first. One tiny slip-up sent Iko flying back, but her leader didn't flinch for a second. Even through the pain, she shouted back with pure fire in her eyes, leaving everyone watching in total shock. A quick burst of healing magic surged through her, and she instantly braced herself for the next wave of attacks. For 2 grueling hours, Iko stood her ground, parrying every single blow with absolute precision. After that brutal marathon of defense, Iko finally mastered the Bishop's shield and erupted in pure joy. Second turned his sights on Sylvia, announcing that it was finally time for her to master magic archery. Sylvia fired back with a determined nod as they set the training schedule, while Iko watched the whole thing with wide-eyed curiosity. Iko bursts with excitement, demanding all eyes on her and leaving Second completely stunned by her wild energy. Second orders Echo to master her shield while Sylvia dives into the dungeons to perfect her deadly magic archery. As the team steps into the shadows of the cave, Sylvia starts raining down arrows to hit her kill quota and unlock her new powers. Second shouts for Iko to unleash her new ability just as a monstrous claw creeps out from the darkness. Iko braces herself and triggers the Bishop's shield art, slamming her defense right into the beast's brutal head-on assault. The blow lands with a thud but does 0 damage, leaving both Iko and Sylvia absolutely floored by the shield's insane power. Once fully leveled, this skill can tank hits from massive bosses by fueling the shield with pure, raw vitality. But Second drops a warning. This move burns through SP like crazy, so Iko has to save it for a real life-or-death crisis. Tears stream down Iko's face as she finally realizes she's no longer a burden. She's a true warrior on the battlefield. Sylvia beams with pride after mastering her magic archery, just as a new monster emerges for target practice. She draws her weapon with ice-cold focus, ready to unleash her brand-new skill on the monster. Shaking off her nerves, Sylvia channels every ounce of her energy thanks to Second's steady support. In one fluid motion, she lets fly a devastating shot, combining her magic and archery into a single lethal strike. A massive explosion rips through the air as her magic slams into the beast, vaporizing it into nothingness. Second watches closely, calculating her raw power and imagining the god-tier potential she'd have if fully upgraded. Fired up by her growth, Second suddenly drops a bombshell of a declaration that catches her totally off guard. He steps into her personal space with burning resolve, leaving Sylvia frozen and stunned by his sudden intensity. Sylvia's heart races as she completely misreads the situation, turning bright red from the sheer embarrassment. He vows to reach new heights of power, locking eyes with her with a gaze so passionate it leaves her breathless. He breaks down the link between her flame wolf bow and why they both need to evolve together. While Iko drifted off to sleep, the two huddled together to plot out massive damage upgrades and gear overhauls. Sylvia's jaw hit the floor when she saw the insane god-tier power her bow would reach in its final form. She was totally on board, but there was one massive problem. They needed a master blacksmith to pull it off. He held up 4 fingers, revealing there were exactly 4 ways they could hunt down a smith. Option 1. Build a powerhouse team by scouting fresh recruits directly from the Adventurers Guild. The second path was to hunt for raw, untapped talent, even if they'd never swung a hammer in their lives. Method 3 was to poach a pro, but convincing a working blacksmith to join them would be a total nightmare. After laying out those 3, he teased that the 4th path was their absolute best shot at success. With a dead serious look, he suggested buying a slave, leaving Sylvia completely stunned and curious. Sylvia weighed the logic and realized finding a market nearby wouldn't be a problem at all. Second braced for a no, but Sylvia surprisingly gave the green light, seeing the massive value in a skilled recruit. With the plan set, they decided to storm the royal capital first thing tomorrow morning. Sylvia insisted on dressing to impress, and Second agreed, looking like royalty would force the dealers to take them seriously. The duo finally touched down in the capital and marched straight into the Mori Slave Company. Philip, the company president, greeted them with a slick professional smile that screamed business. Second demanded a master blacksmith, and his high-class outfit worked like a charm, making Philip eager to serve. A line of men in chains shuffled in, looking like battle-hardened warriors who had seen 1,000 wars. One look at their stats, and Second finally understood Sylvia's chill. These guys were elite professionals trained for perfection, but Second's jaw dropped when he realized these weren't young prodigies, but grizzled, seasoned veterans. Shaking off the surprise, he started scanning their status sheets to hunt for the absolute best of the bunch. He poured everything into strength, dexterity, and luck, hunting for a blacksmith with the perfect balance of stats. Knowing how vital this role was, Second searched for a master with raw talent and explosive growth potential. He scanned every single candidate, but realized with a frown that none of them had the elite quality he demanded. When Second demanded more options, Philip dropped a bombshell. Only the dangerous criminal slaves were left. These outcasts were too dangerous for the public eye, so Second followed him deep into the high-security vaults. Leaving Sylvia and Iko behind, Second was shocked to find this dark facility was actually kept in decent shape. Philip guided him through a maze of iron bars, warning him that only one blacksmith remained among the prisoners. One look at the man's stats was all it took. Second rejected him instantly for being pathetic and weak. Philip bowed in apology, but even as Second kept his cool, he could sense a hidden secret lurking in the shadows. Philip threw open the locks to a maximum security cell, hinting that what lay inside was both legendary and lethal. Locked in chains sat a lethal dark elf assassin, cleared of her crimes but discarded in this dark cell. Philip reveals she's bound by a non-aggression pact, yet everyone shuns her just because of her race. Second is baffled. How could such a powerhouse be ignored just because of a simple safety rule? The kingdom of Castel is rotting with prejudice, forcing the law to step in and protect these hunted races. Second demands to see her status, feeling a massive aura of power radiating from her despite the heavy chains. Her stats are off the charts, boasting insane strength and intelligence that rival the world's elite warriors. She's a master of death, specializing in lethal sorcery, silent assassinations, and razor-sharp string techniques. Witnessing her limitless potential, Second realizes she's the perfect candidate to become his legendary blacksmith. Without a second thought, he buys her on the spot for a staggering 16 million gold. Philip whips out a magical slave contract, a dark ritual Second recognizes from his time in Mobion. Even with the heavy magical pressure, Second skipped the fine print and started hunting for a sneaky way out. The deal demanded he treat her with kindness, but the rules of her obedience were actually surprisingly reasonable. But one last rule sends a chill down his spine. She's forbidden from ever laying a finger on a human, no matter what. The boy seals the slave pact, following the kingdom's orders even though his gut is screaming at him to stop. He signs his name and a surge of magical energy erupts as the bond with the dark elf is forged. She trails behind him like a shadow, and when he asks for her name, she admits she doesn't even have one. He sees the confusion in her eyes, but even after everything she's been through, she refuses to let her guard down. Thinking of the brutal life she survived all on her own, he decides to give her a name of her very own. He studies her every detail, searching his mind for a name that truly honors this mysterious dark elf. After a long, quiet moment, he looks at her striking appearance and names her Yukari. Accepting her new name with a deep bow, the elf formally pledges her loyalty as Yukari, his faithful servant. Second finally reveals his own name and promises Yukari that she'll be meeting the rest of the crew in no time. Yukari trails silently behind Second as they climb the stairs, stepping into the dawn of a brand new life. The team greets Second with wide eyes, completely blindsided by the mysterious elf girl at his side. Second drops a bombshell, introducing Yukari as their new blacksmith apprentice and leaving everyone speechless. Sylvia's jaw hits the floor. She never expected a female blacksmith to radiate such an intense, powerful presence. Iko bursts forward with a sunny greeting, but Yukari stays cool as ice, keeping her composure perfectly. As Second hypes up Sylvia's deadly skills as a magic archer, Yukari watches everything with a sharp, calculating gaze. The squad gears up for the trek back to Peiho, ready to regroup and plot their next big move. During the long journey, Second tries to break the ice with Yukari, hoping to forge a real bond of trust between them. Even with all his effort, Yukari stays cold as ice, killing the vibe with her blunt, soul-crushing responses. Fed up with the guessing games, Second decides to drop the act and confront her head-on to finally uncover the truth. As they reach Peiho, Second summons his courage and calmly asks her to reveal the secrets of her dark past. He opens the door for her to speak, but gives her total freedom to walk away if the memories are too heavy. She shuts him down with a cold refusal, but Second catches a glimpse of a hidden emotion that speaks louder than words. Behind that stoic mask, she's trembling with fear that her agonizing memories are about to be dragged into the light. He finally realizes her silence isn't coldness. It's a fortress built from years of betrayal and pure agony. His mind flashes back to his glory days, remembering a single question that shook his entire world to the core. He remembers spinning a web of lies about his life, desperate to protect a fragile bond that meant everything to him. Even though he was once hailed as the world's strongest, the crushing fear of judgment forced him to hide in the shadows. Yukari's walls were built just as high as his own, forcing him to wonder what kind of pain she was hiding. He realized she didn't need pressure. She needed to know that no matter her past, they would never turn their backs on her. Determined to have her back, he shook off the heavy mood and shouted for everyone to grab some dinner. Inside a rowdy tavern, a high-spirited man drops a bombshell. He wants to form the ultimate questing team. The group crowds around the table, their hearts racing as they wait to hear this mysterious new objective. He boldly declares his dream to become the strongest in the world and looks Yukari dead in the eye, asking her to join him. Yukari is skeptical of his wild ambition, agreeing to help for now while secretly wondering if he's completely lost his mind. Sylvia keeps her cool, demanding to know exactly how he plans to turn such an impossible dream into reality. He fires back with total confidence, explaining that to reach the top, he has to master every single skill title in existence. Taking archery as an example, he breaks down the 7 brutal ranks of mastery required to conquer the system. If you want a legendary title, you've got to grind every single secondary skill all the way to grade 9. Then you have to crush the competition in the brutal biannual PvP tournaments just to qualify. There's only room for one at the top, proving absolute mastery over every single discipline. Our hero explains that snagging every title gets you on the leaderboard, but real respect is a whole different beast. Mobian rankings are complicated, but he's making it clear. Total title domination is just the first step. Sylvia thinks he's delusional, but he swears he's going to seize every single skill title, no exceptions. Yukari snaps back, shouting that no one could ever possess that kind of god-tier power. With a cold glare, she warns him to back down, convinced his insane ambition is a total death wish. She stands her ground, but he hits her with cold, hard logic, demanding to know why she's so certain he'll fail. Trapped by his words, Yukari's icy composure finally shatters, exposing a raw emotion she's kept buried for years. She buried the truth deep inside and retreated, masking her inner agony with a polite smile as she excused herself. As she walked away, he could feel the crushing weight of her silence, knowing her past was darker than she let on. Born and bred as a lethal assassin, she survived a life of pure cruelty, causing her to instantly reject any naive fantasies of power. She demanded to know if Yukari was a threat, and Second confessed the truth. Yukari was a total wild card, mentally broken and dangerously unpredictable. Sylvia recalled Yukari's dark origins as a slave locked in a cage, noticing that despite her restraint, she was clearly holding something back. Sylvia and Second suddenly realized Yukari was guarding a massive secret. She didn't fear rejection. She feared being exposed to the world. Sylvia's gaze softened as she promised she wasn't mocking her, believing that Yukari's heart was simply torn apart by internal conflict. As Sylvia carried Iko, Second was struck by her incredible calm strength, seeing her in a whole new light for the first time. Second watched her walk away with total confidence, but the sight of a stray napkin stuck to her back instantly shattered the serious mood. A decaying dungeon entrance loomed before them. A low-tier, third-class zone that the world had long since abandoned. Second takes the lead, declaring that only through the fires of battle will they become a true elite team. They've got exactly 2 hours to conquer this dungeon, and they'll have to fight as one if they want to survive. These quests used to be a walk in the park for Second, but a chilling sense of dread starts crawling up his spine. He's forgotten something vital, a lethal trap that nearly claimed his life years ago. It hits him too late. This isn't some low-level crawl. Veterans call this nightmare the blow-away dungeon. Suddenly, a horde of armed goblins lunges from the darkness, surrounding the group in a deadly ambush. A goblin screams as it charges, but the girl reacts instantly, shredding its flank with a barrage of magic-infused arrows. She unleashes a high-level fire spell, obliterating the enemy ranks in a massive, calculated explosion. Sylvia nods in approval while Second stays eerily quiet, and though the girl cheers for their easy win, a hidden threat still lurks. Iko sprints straight into the next wave of monsters, shouting her victory before the first blow even lands. Yukari's skeptical, but Second gives the green light as Iko slams her shield down to halt the goblin swarm. The impact is massive, blasting those goblins back until they're nothing but smears on the jagged cave walls. Second watches in silence, impressed by their synergy, and chooses to hang back to keep Yukari safe. Deep in the shadows, the dungeon boss emerges, a lumbering mountain of a goblin that's tough as nails but dumb as a brick. Second stays cool as ice, calculating that this oversized monster will drop in just 2 clean hits. Iko looks for a plan, and Second keeps it simple. She baits the beast while he and Sylvia go for the kill. With the plan set, Second barks the order, and Sylvia and Yukari move out with absolute conviction. Iko charges forward to draw aggro, and the Goblin King answers with a bone-crushing overhead slam. The fight is on, and Iko braces behind her shield, ready to tank the blow without flinching. The boss's ultimate strike barely leaves a dent, leaving a stunned Echo peeking out from her shield completely unscathed. Second cheers for Iko's unbreakable defense as Sylvia lets a lethal shot fly with total indifference. Second steps up and looses a devastating arrow that rips straight through the boss for a massive finishing blow. It's over in a heartbeat, leaving Sylvia stunned by how effortlessly Second wiped the floor with them. The Goblin King crashes to the ground after just 2 arrows, while Sylvia ruthlessly mops up the remaining mages. Suddenly, Second freezes. The boss is dead, but the quest still hasn't been marked as complete. As the goblin's corpse dissolves into mist, a hidden mage lurks in the shadows, desperately charging up one last spell. Through the thick smoke, Second spots the hidden mage taking aim directly at Yukari's blind spot. He moves on pure instinct, throwing his body in front of Yukari before the enemy can unleash their deadly magic. Without missing a beat, Second ignites his fire magic and incinerates the final threat where he stands. Suddenly the world warps, and the two find themselves stranded on a beach thanks to Aetius Barnes' legendary hidden trap. A hidden death curse triggers, blasting them 4 kilometers away in a flash of random teleportation. History is full of insane glitches, like one legendary player who was flung a staggering 255 kilometers. This freak accident happens when a mage touches the boss's fading corpse right as they cast their spell. It all comes down to raw mana. The more magic you pump in, the further you're launched across the world. That goblin's magic went haywire, triggering a massive, uncontrollable jump that hurled them 255 kilometers away. Second remembers the legend too late. A deadly trap hidden in a low-level dungeon that experts always skip. Now, stranded on a remote coastline, Second and Yukari stare at the horizon, realizing they're in deep trouble. While the waves crash against the shore, Second stays ice-cold, leaving Yukari to panic over their sudden disappearance. When she realizes they've landed in the great ocean plain, Yukari's voice trembles in pure shocked disbelief. Second calmly breaks the news. That goblin's chaotic magic just blasted them halfway across the map. They're stranded over 200 kilometers deep in uncharted territory, but suddenly, their team status pings back to life. The Goblin Mage's plan fell apart, but the party's long-range messaging is still working perfectly. Second jumps on the chat, only to get blasted by Sylvia demanding to know where the hell they vanished to. After Second explains the freak accident, Sylvia orders them to haul tail back to Peugeot immediately. Echo is stunned, but Second drops the hammer. It's going to be a grueling week-long trek just to get home. Realizing he's stuck alone with Yukari, Second decides to use this long journey to finally break the ice. He scans the map, locks in their coordinates, and charts a dangerous path straight through Kula. Second calls out Yukari for being way too calm, but she just deflects, keeping her secrets locked away. Her cold shoulder is driving him insane, so he decides to push her until she finally cracks. Second confronts her head-on, calling her out for hiding behind a mask since the very first day they met. Yukari confesses that everyone has secrets, but Second corners her, demanding to know if she'll keep him in the dark forever. Second catches the slip. He realizes her entire persona has been nothing but a carefully crafted lie. Second starts to tease her, and even though she denies it, that twitch in her smile proves she's losing her cool. He watches her walls crumble, realizing his plan to drag her true feelings into the light is working perfectly. He strikes again, calling out her cold distance while Yukari desperately fights to keep her composure. Thanks to his secret research, Second uncovers the name Lucia Isini, the key to unlocking Yukari's dark past. Yukari finally snaps, revealing that her silence isn't for her own sake. She's doing it to protect someone else. As Yukari fights for Lucia's memory, Second shuts her down, claiming her noble act is nothing but pure, stubborn pride. Yukari turns away, completely rattled as his words pierce through a nerve she thought was buried deep. Second watches her break, knowing that while pushing her this hard was a massive gamble, it was the only way to get the truth. To Yukari, Second was nothing but a delusional fool whose grand dreams earned him zero respect. She despised his leadership, seeing him as a pathetic weakling who relied way too much on others. Paranoia set in as she feared Second had orchestrated this entire mess just to isolate her and take control. But remembering that Lucia had literally given her life, Yukari refused to simply give up and end it all. As the night ticked by, Second never approached her, instead standing as a silent, stoic guard over the camp. Even though she was running on fumes, Yukari pushed through, certain that Second was just waiting for her to collapse. Her mind became a battlefield of doubt and confusion as total exhaustion clouded her every thought. Second analyzed her erratic movements, realizing that pure fatigue and extreme caution had completely shattered her reasoning. He was now absolutely certain Yukari had been brainwashed to distrust her master at any cost, and the one behind it all was Lucia Isini, the legendary NPC known as the Brainwashing Granny. Mobion lore is clear. The only way to shatter brainwashing is through a surge of raw emotion during a brush with death. Second resolves to force Yukari into a terrifying crisis to snap her back to reality. But he agonizes over the plan, knowing that pushing her to the absolute edge could get her killed. Before he can even make a move, an assassin lunges from the shadows and drives a blade through his back. A ruthless gang of bandits swarms the area, ignoring the fallen hero and pinning Yukari down. They laugh in her face and brag about the gold she'll fetch, leaving Second's bleeding body forgotten by the campfire. Clinging to life, Second realizes these thugs don't care about loot. Yukari is their ultimate prize. The bandits think they've finished him off with a strike to the heart, leaving him to rot in the dirt. But thanks to his insane HP stats, he's still breathing, and he realizes this is his one shot to save her. Yukari gazes at his lifeless body in horror, realizing her protector has fallen when she needs him most. She sat frozen in the deafening silence, knowing her life was about to be crushed just like the thousands before her. But even in the depths of despair, her heart screamed for freedom, desperate to find any way out of this nightmare. Her entire body shook with rage as she let out a silent scream, refusing to let her future be defined by pure misery. Suddenly, a strange warmth surged through her, triggering a flood of lost memories that ignited a fire deep within her soul. Yukari was forged into a tool of absolute obedience, forced to kneel before Lucia-sama, the woman who literally owned her shadow. Lucia was a brutal master, yet her touch carried a warmth that left Yukari spiraling between agonizing discipline and a twisted sense of loyalty. Lucia's rule was simple: be useful or die. So Yukari chose total submission just to keep from being thrown away like trash. Years flew by, and Yukari transformed into a lethal assassin. Lucia-sama's personal blade, forged for nothing but cold-blooded murder. On their final day, Lucia's voice turned ice-cold as she issued one last mysterious command that hid a dark, hidden truth. Lucia offered a final, haunting blessing and a gentle smile before the world went black and Yukari collapsed into total darkness. Yukari wakes up bound in cold steel, the sole survivor of a massacre that claimed Lucia and every single one of her friends. She clings to the memory of Lucia's commanding presence, but in the deafening silence, a seed of doubt begins to take root. Suddenly, the veil is lifted, and Yukari realizes her devotion was nothing more than a twisted web of manipulation. As she coughs up blood amidst the mocking crowd, her world shatters along with her blind, foolish loyalty. A brutal kick sends her sprawling as her captors laugh, treating her agony like nothing more than a dent in some cheap cargo. Tears stream down her face as she realizes Lucia's kindness was a lie. A warmth that only flickered when death was near. Shaking with grief and drowning in questions, Yukari feels like her very survival is a sick, twisted joke. A scream of pure agony rips from her throat as she realizes her entire life was built on a foundation of lies. The men just sneer at her breakdown, leaving her to face the soul-crushing truth. She has never truly been loved. Yukari lies there, broken and motionless, forced to listen as they discuss her chains while all hope drains from her body. The pitch-black night masked the horrors inside the cabin as guards stood oblivious to the predator stalking them from the shadows. Seconds scanned the perimeter. 5 targets, 1 shot, and Yukari's very survival hanging by a thread on his next move. He let fly a lethal arrow without a second thought, his god-tier precision snuffing out the sentries in a heartbeat. He stepped out from the tree line with his blade unsheathed, looming over his fallen foes as the rescue mission officially kicked off. Second felt the heavy burden of the lives he'd taken, but there wasn't a single moment to stop and think. He caught the sound of approaching boots and vanished into the dark just as 2 guards walked right into his silent trap. Second lunged with blinding speed, leaving the guards wide-eyed with shock before his steel sent them to the floor. He pushed deeper into the cabin, hearing a muffled struggle that told him Yukari was right behind the next door. He smashed through the wall like a wrecking ball, catching the inner guards completely off guard. Second unleashed the devastating Gold General swordsmanship, a whirlwind of steel that obliterated every enemy in the room with sheer power. Inside the final chamber, the kidnappers freeze as they spot Second, while Yukari lies helpless and out cold right next to them. Unleashing the bishop's deadly sword style, Second shreds their defenses with lightning-fast strikes and zero hesitation. Just 1 survivor is left trembling, paralyzed by the terrifying thought that Second isn't even human. Yukari finally wakes up, her cold eyes softening as the brainwashing shatters and her true self returns. Desperate, the last thug grabs Yukari as a human shield, screaming that he'll end her life right now. Second slowly lowers his blade, masking every ounce of rage to look completely harmless and submissive. While the fool stares at the sword, a magic circle erupts beneath him, swallowing him in a roar of fire. As the man screams in agony, Second lunges forward to deliver a brutal, cold-blooded finishing blow. The villain collapses in a heap of ash and defeat. The nightmare is over, and Yukari is finally safe. Second seals the deal with the Silver General style, summoning a torrent of water magic to drown his final enemy. He carefully cuts her loose, and despite her exhaustion, she looks up with tear-filled eyes, finally liberated from that mental prison. Her voice finally returns as she reaches out, her eyes pleading for them to escape this nightmare once and for all. They sit in the silence, hands locked tight, finding a moment of pure peace after the absolute carnage they just survived. As the first rays of dawn pierce the sky, they walk away from the wreckage. The mission is finally over. Second hangs his head in pure guilt, blaming himself for dragging Yukari into the heart of that deadly crossfire. Yukari listens in silence, finally realizing that her bizarre actions were driven by a dark force she couldn't even name. Second exposes Duchess Lucia's twisted sorcery, revealing the sick brainwashing magic used to hijack Yukari's very soul. They trek through the quiet woods, giving Yukari the space she needs to finally confront the shadows of her past. Yukari drops a bombshell. Lucia raised her without even a name, molding her into nothing more than a cold-blooded killing machine. Looking back, Yukari finally sees the truth. Her entire life of loyalty was nothing but a lie built on mental manipulation. The moment the spell shattered, a wave of soul-crushing despair hit her as she realized Lucia never truly loved her. As Second listened in silence, Yukari confessed she'd been clinging to a beautiful lie just to find the strength to keep going. He asked point-blank if this was tied to Lucia's execution, and with eyes heavy with guilt, Yukari gave a haunting confirmation. Then the truth exploded. Lucia was framed by the treacherous Prime Minister Balmoral in a ruthless political power play. When Second asked how she knew the details, Yukari admitted she was Lucia's personal shadow, stained with the blood of countless victims. She realized her silence wasn't just fear. She'd been brainwashed into a mindless tool to protect Lucia's reputation at all costs. Second didn't miss a beat as Yukari desperately asked if he would hear her out without judging her broken soul. He understood her logic but offered a shocking new perspective. Lucia's every move actually hinted at a deep, hidden care for her. Yukari shot the idea down, but Second countered that the brainwashing might have been a shield to protect her, not a chain to control her. She refused to accept the fantasy, shouting that her life as a brutal assassin was a cold, hard reality. Second reveals a massive secret. Brainwashing magic is strictly limited, and a caster can only pull it off once. He realized both worlds play by the same rules, and that single contradiction blew the whole mystery wide open. Second explains the cruel truth. The spell didn't shape her soul. It was just a tool to force her to distrust him. A wave of relief washes over Yukari because if he's right, her entire life wasn't just one big mistake. Second urges Yukari to break out of her cage, hinting at a secret escape path opened by her fractured brainwashing. He exposes a massive loophole. Escaping means smashing through her slavery bond and her combat restrictions all at once. Even with the Maurice Company breathing down their necks, Second demands Yukari become his personal blacksmith this very second. Yukari thinks his priorities are absolutely insane, doubting his every word while struggling to understand his bizarre logic. Even though his plan spits in the face of magical law, Yukari agrees to put her faith in him if they can actually escape. Second throws down a wild challenge, daring Yukari to test her restraints by headbutting him with every ounce of her strength. Yukari froze in total confusion, wondering if her magical contract would even let her land a single blow. But Second didn't flinch, daring her to strike with everything she had to shatter those limits. She stepped forward and braced herself, praying the magic wouldn't stop her as she prepared to strike. Boom! Yukari lunges forward and slams her head right into Second's chest, sending shockwaves through them both. She stood there in total shock. That headbutt was a real attack, and her curse was finally broken. Second just gave a knowing nod, proving that every cryptic word he'd spoken was the absolute truth. Suddenly, her memories of training and teleportation clicked together, revealing a massive hidden plan. It was all for this. Second was molding her into the world's greatest blacksmith. When he asked the final question, Yukari gave a soft nod, finally accepting the destiny he laid out for her. She finally let her guard down, realizing that despite everything, she was actually starting to trust him. A freak system bug suddenly triggers a jailbreak, instantly snapping Yukari's chains of subordination. This insane critical glitch grants total freedom the moment a slave NPC's head slams into the player. The duo storms into the port city of Kula, ready to hunt down the truth behind a dark conspiracy. Second remembers Yukari's link to Duchess Lucia's death and suspects the Prime Minister is behind the murder. Balmorot's massive influence and Prince Claus's sadistic cruelty reveal a rot deep within the kingdom's power. Second reflects on King Baywell Castile, a greedy ruler who values cold, hard profit over his own people. The king was a total nobody in the game, but now his shadow looms over Second and Prince Maine. Vowing to protect Maine and reach the absolute peak, Second dives headfirst into his investigation. Second drops the Prime Minister's name, swearing to Yukari that he'll expose every single lie. Yukari doesn't trust empty promises and warns him to stop running his mouth about things he can't comprehend. The crew finally rolls into the peaceful village of Peiho, desperate for a moment of rest. Emotions explode during the reunion as one girl screams in fury while the other slams into Second with a massive hug. Second tries to play peacemaker, but the air stays thick with the chilling weight of everything they've just survived. Yukari glares straight into the girl's soul, her eyes sharp with cold suspicion as she sizes up her new rival. Suddenly, the girls ditch a completely baffled Second, storming off for a secret, high-stakes meeting. Second watches the sparks fly from a distance, realizing he's witnessing a brutal, all-out battle of wills between the girls. Yukari and Sylvia go head-to-head, both bragging about their deep bond with Second and refusing to back down. Iko is itching for the next fight, but Second shuts it down, warning that the dungeons are far too deadly after dark. They decide to plot their next move over a hot meal, the girls chatter, filling the air as they head toward the tavern. Second lays out the master plan. They're hitting the Limped Foth dungeon to power up Yukari's blacksmithing skills. Second totally forgot to name the squad, his brain fried from the insane teleportation and non-stop dungeon crawling. Yukari demands to know the team name, sending Sylvia and Iko into a total brainstorming frenzy. Iko pitches a knightly title, but Yukari shuts it down instantly, leaving Second trapped in the middle of their growing tension. Yukari deadpans a proposal for the SOS team, leaving Second completely overwhelmed by their cutthroat ambition. Desperate for a tiebreaker, Second turns to Iko for the final word, only to find her fast asleep. He stands his ground, leaving the entire group stunned by his unwavering confidence. Yukari warns him that the name carries a massive weight, but Second is dead set on claiming his throne at the top. At sunrise, they march toward the Limped Foth dungeon, despite the name being born from Second's drunken rambling. Once inside, Sylvia and Iko fight in perfect harmony, shattering enemy attacks while holding their ground like absolute legends. Second carves through his enemies like butter, thrilled by the breakneck pace and the massive combat experience they're racking up. Yukari's growth is absolutely insane, forcing Second to finally take a serious look at her stats. He's stunned to find she's rocking 2 rare grade skills, giving her a massive lucky boost in her training. Second realizes her talent is off the charts, and she's blasting through dungeon floors way faster than he ever imagined. He tells her straight up, if she becomes a master blacksmith, this team will be unstoppable. With fire in their eyes, Second and Yukari swear a blood oath to conquer the world together. Yukari whispers her true ambition, vowing to become the greatest blacksmith the world has ever seen. Her old doubts are dead and buried, replaced by a burning resolve fueled by her master's epic dream. Second feels the shift in her spirit, watching her with a proud, knowing smirk on his face. When she flashes him a gentle smile, he realizes just how much her absolute trust truly means. Iko dives back into the dungeon grind with the squad and finally secures the legendary rock-shell shield. Out of nowhere, Yukari demands the shield for an upgrade, catching Iko completely off guard with her intense, icy focus. She's a master of the 5th grade upgrade skill, meaning she can boost even the rarest gear without breaking a sweat. But Iko isn't buying it. She clutches the shield like a lifeline, terrified by Yukari's piercing, soul-crushing gaze. Second just watches with a smirk, knowing that beast folk are hardwired to protect their treasures like a mother protecting her child. Eventually, Iko mumbles an apology, feeling like a total fool for misreading Yukari's true intentions. Second brushes off the drama, respecting Iko's wild instincts before giving Yukari the green light to start the enhancement. Yukari nails the upgrade perfectly, but Second notices her ears twitching. She's totally flustered under that cool exterior. Iko grabs her powered-up shield with pure joy, beaming at Yukari while her tail wags like crazy. Sylvia's jaw drops when Second drops a bombshell. They're ditching this place for a brand new hunting ground. Second lays out the master plan. This new spot is a gold mine for massive XP, endless loot, and insane efficiency. He explained that these monster drops are the key to forging god-tier gear and crushing every dungeon in their path. Even better, the boss drops mithril, a legendary material that'll make them filthy rich and unstoppable. Their master plan? Build a massive high-end mansion to serve as the ultimate headquarters for Team Fastest. Second finally realized how useful the housing system is, deciding to dump his gold into a base that's as practical as it is grand. Sylvia's jaw dropped when Second announced their insane goal, raking in 50 billion CL through mithril alchemy. She couldn't believe the number, but Second didn't blink, pointing out that the capital's real estate alone is worth 25 billion. He made it clear, if they want the title of the world's greatest estate, they have to double that fortune. Yukari was hooked, immediately asking for the juicy details on how this mithril alchemy actually works. Second broke it down. They'd need rare ores, master blacksmithing, and top-tier refining right next to the bad gold dungeon. The team realized that fusing mithril and iron creates an alloy so rare and powerful, it's worth a literal fortune. Sylvia corners Second, demanding to know how he has intel on Proline, a dungeon so lethal that not a single soul has ever mapped it. Second freezes as a storm of doubt rages in his mind, while the entire group stares him down, desperate for the truth. Sylvia pushes him gently, sensing a dark secret, and Second finally snaps, confessing that the truth is far more complex than they can imagine. He's terrified that coming clean will lead to instant judgment, as a mountain of silent guilt crushes his very soul. A heavy silence falls as Second realizes that exposing his past might drive a permanent wedge between him and his friends. He's convinced that their fear of the unknown would shatter their trust and destroy his dream of becoming the world's greatest. But Sylvia doesn't flinch, offering her absolute loyalty and vowing to accept him no matter what darkness lies in his past. Second is stunned by her raw honesty and her courage to face the truth, even if it risks burning everything they've built to the ground. Ultimately, he locks his secret away, declaring it off-limits and shielding the truth from everyone without a single shred of regret. He's certain that keeping them in the dark is the only way to stay true to the mindset of a legendary champion. He swore that his secret would stay buried forever, a truth he'd never share even with those he loved most. Sylvia respected his silence, but Second laid down one final condition to make sure she truly understood where he stood. With a warm smile, Sylvia promised to forgive him no matter what, leaving Second deeply moved by her pure heart. The crew finally reached Bad Gold, ready to cash in by selling their precious mithril alloy directly. But the buyers shut them down instantly, claiming that mithril alloy was way too risky and untrustworthy to touch. Even with plenty of potential clients, every single one turned them away, forcing Second to face the brutal reality of merchant doubt. Yukari admitted it was a total bust, and the group realized they had zero reputation to back up their claims. She suggested they prove their worth by crushing the Proline dungeon, showing the blacksmithing guilds exactly what they're capable of. Second absolutely loathed the Adventurers Guild, haunted by nothing but bitter memories from his previous life. He desperately searched for another way out, but Sylvia and Iko were completely stumped, leaving them with no plan B. Yukari drops a bombshell. Going rogue means constant threats, sabotage, and deadly assassins on their tail. Second knows the stakes, so he swallows his pride and joins the Mobion Guild, despite their blood-soaked reputation. The crew reaches the guild hall, and Second strides forward with total confidence to make things official. Finally, they get their hands on those guild cards, cementing their status as legitimate adventurers. Second looks down to see a pathetic rank F, the absolute bottom of the barrel for someone with his insane skills. Fury simmers inside him as he curses the low rank, the rigid rules, and the fact that they keep snubbing his alloy. Suddenly, a loudmouth thug starts trash-talking, thinking Second is an easy target to bully in front of the crowd. Second's eyes narrow in disgust. These low-life punks are the exact reason he stayed away from guilds in the first place. He sees right through them. They're just bottom feeders trying to shake down rookies who have beautiful companions like Sylvia. He snaps, calling out the guild for being useless and letting these toxic veterans run wild. The thug's screaming gets even louder, but Second stays dead calm, practically daring the idiot to throw the first punch. Completely losing his mind, the thug's face twists into a mask of pure, unbridled rage right in front of everyone. With a primal roar, he lunges forward and swings a massive fist, desperate to crush Second where he stands. Second instantly picks apart the guy's sloppy stance, knowing he could end this pathetic fight in a heartbeat. But before he can even move, the little girl suddenly leaps in and shuts down the thug's reckless charge. Instead of landing a hit, the thug suddenly grabs his own hand, howling in absolute agony. Seeing their leader collapse, the rest of the thugs lose it and charge forward with a vengeful scream. But the elf isn't having it, instantly freezing them in their tracks with a burst of invisible binding magic. Sylvia coldly declares she's finished with them, raising her bow with a terrifying quiet confidence. With the trash cleared out, the group strides out of the guild hall, ready to crush their next mission. As he walks, Second notices his hands are trembling. That last fight hit him way harder than he expected. He realizes the tremors aren't from fear of his enemies, but from the terrifying power lurking inside himself. Second knows the truth. If he lets his rage take over, every battle will turn into a mindless massacre. Back in his room, Second lies in total silence, replaying every second of that intense showdown in his head. Staring up at the ceiling, it finally hits him. Becoming the strongest in this world is going to be a hell of a lot harder than he thought. During breakfast, Second shocks the group by announcing their next destination, Proline! Yukari immediately panics about breaking the Blacksmith Guild's strict rules and the messy politics surrounding dungeon raids. Second discovers that raids require massive armies and official permits, making his solo dreams sound like a total fantasy. Yukari drops a game changer. Mithril isn't just for bosses. Even common monsters can drop this rare loot. Second decides to spend weeks grinding for Mithril on his own, hoping to bypass those massive raids through pure independent hustle. Sylvia wants to dive straight into the raid, but Second wonders if a lowly F-rank team even has a shot at getting in. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place, knowing that going solo would just draw heat from the kingdom and the guild. Yukari argues that helping the guild is the only way to earn respect, but Second just can't take it seriously since he still treats this world like a video game. Suddenly it clicks. A higher rank unlocks massive rewards, and a brilliant new strategy flashes through his mind. Yukari tentatively agrees with his theory, but Second is already thinking back to a forgotten trick he once thought was totally worthless. Thinking back to Mobion, a devious smirk crosses his face as he realizes a past failure is now his golden ticket to a rank up. He shouts out the name Skyrocket Bomber and orders the crew to gear up for an immediate trip to the Proline dungeon. Second unveils the Skyrocket Bomber, a high-speed exploit designed to blast through the adventurer ranks using raw dungeon loot. The mission is simple. Hoard as many regenerating mana crystals as possible to force the guild to recognize their power. If they can grind out 83 crystals every single day, they'll skyrocket to A rank in less than a week. These crystals spawn so slowly that even the best hunters can only scavenge 80% of them. But Second discovered secret rooms buried deep in the dungeons, overflowing with massive mana crystal deposits. To reach these hidden vaults, Second invented a high-flying explosive jump, the foundation of the legendary Skyrocket Bomber. Ika had never heard of such a thing, but she was dying to see this bizarre new move in action. Second broke down the plan, showing Sylvia and Iko exactly how to sync their magic and blast her into the stratosphere. Iko was totally pumped, realizing this insane trick could launch her 20 meters straight into the air. Sylvia was definitely nervous, but the crew headed to a safe zone to start their high-stakes practice. Second barked the order, and Iko braced her body, ready to pull off the very first test flight. The moment Iko sprang upward, Second unleashed his coral wind magic to give her a massive, violent boost. Iko slammed down her bishop's shield art mid-flight, while Sylvia backed her up with blazing fire archery. Second unleashed a barrage of precision spells while Iko's defense held firm, keeping her perfectly steady. With a massive burst of power, Iko rocketed into the sky, her shield glowing as she tore through the air. She was absolutely beaming with joy, loving every single second of her first successful flight. But then, a terrifying realization hit Second. They hadn't actually planned for the landing. The team scrambled over in a panic, only for Iko to pop up unharmed and beg to go again. Seeing her burning passion, Second gave the green light as the team geared up for the real deal. Iko descended like a total champion, her arms overflowing with a massive haul of mana crystals. Camellia took one look at the loot and froze in total shock at the insane purity of these gems. They hit the guild desk immediately, where Camellia verified these were high-grade, genuine mana crystals. Second secured their C-rank promotion, finalizing the paperwork and stashing their massive earnings. Second flashes Camellia a smooth wink, leaving her stunned while locking in tomorrow's delivery. Internally, he's dying of embarrassment, but he knows winning her over is a massive win for the team. Sylvia and Yukari aren't having it, shooting him death stares after witnessing his shameless flirting. Second lays out a hardcore 5-day plan. Harvest crystals, grind levels, and prepare for the Proline dungeon. Sylvia agrees, but she wants to make sure Yukari's blacksmithing skills keep reaching new heights. Second decides to balance the load, pushing every member to evolve so the entire party becomes invincible. With a grin, Second reveals his next big move. Tomorrow, he starts mastering the power of conjuration. 5 days of intense training and dungeon diving blur past as the group stays laser-focused. While Iko gathers crystals, Second and Sylvia hunt golems without mercy, stacking up massive XP and loot. Meanwhile, Yukari moves through the shadows, investigating the city's guilds while the team grinds underground. She uncovers 2 massive problems. A swarm of Proline monsters is coming, and the blacksmiths are dead out of Mithril. Second starts rethinking everything, wondering if they should rank up and dive into the raid to finally win over the guild. He's torn between 2 paths. Dominate the dungeon solo, or play nice and join the massive raid. One way brings in mountains of gold but paints a target on his back, while the other is safe but pays peanuts. Yukari stays cool as ice, asking for just 24 hours to pull off a secret plan of her own. Second hesitates but gives her the green light as Yukari teases a lightning-fast strategy using outside help. Her master plan? Use the Merchant Guild's massive network to skyrocket their progress. She explains that ranking up will make them legends, drawing in greedy merchants like moths to a flame. Second worries about the fallout, terrified that the Adventurers Guild will declare war on them. Yukari drops the bombshell. They'll join the raid for show while making secret deals with merchants behind the scenes. She laid out the plan. The Merchant Guild's protection would be their ultimate shield, even if every adventurer in the land turned against them. Second realized that selling their mithril alloy would forge an unbreakable bond, locking both guilds to their side forever. Second gave the green light, and Yukari vowed to strike a deal with the merchants first thing tomorrow morning. A wave of relief washed over Second, knowing Yukari's brilliant tactical mind filled the gaps his gaming knowledge just couldn't reach. Yukari took the compliment with a modest nod, radiating confidence as she shouldered the weight of the upcoming negotiations. While Yukari played politics, Second dove back into the grind at Proline, rapidly climbing the ranks with sheer determination. With experience points pouring in, Second's conjuration skills skyrocketed, pushing his spirit summoning to the brink of 4th grade. Unlike monster summoning, which controls a horde of beasts, spirit summoning binds you to one legendary unique entity. Reaching 4th grade unlocks the ultimate trump card, spirit possession, allowing the user to merge with their spirit for explosive power. He finally had the power to possess a spirit, but there was one massive problem. He didn't actually have a spirit to merge with yet. He whips out a legendary premium spirit ticket he's been hoarding to summon a powerhouse ally. This insane item guarantees an ultra-rare spirit with a power level shattering the 25,000 mark. Second hesitates, knowing a spirit this massive might just refuse to obey his commands. He's torn, terrified of bringing a total wildcard into the group while things are this chaotic. He thinks back to Yukari's struggle to trust him, right as a message from her suddenly arrives. The squad marches into the Merchant Guild, where Yukari reveals they need to put on a real show of force. Their rank is official, but the guild won't lift a finger until they prove they're the real deal. Second steps up to the acting guild master Shinsei to kick off negotiations for a massive proposal. They lock hands in a tense handshake, but Second isn't buying this guy's act for a second. Sei drops a bombshell offer, making it clear the entire merchant guild is waiting to see if they succeed or fail. Even with Second's high rank, SE isn't impressed, declaring that flashy titles mean nothing compared to cold, hard results. The atmosphere turns suffocating as Sei's overwhelming pressure leaves the entire group trembling in fear. Shinsei drops a brutal ultimatum: conquer Proline instantly to prove your power, or prepare for a world of pain. But Second doesn't even blink, standing tall with a chilling calm that puts everyone else's panic to shame. Second declares an absolute victory, knowing his opponent is nothing more than a talentless fraud with 0 rank. He boldly guarantees he'll demolish Proline in just 3 hours, putting his god-tier skills on full display. Second knows he has to project absolute dominance, and his unshakable swagger actually catches Sei's attention. Shinsei lets out a massive roar of laughter, completely floored by Second's guts and realizing Yukari's intel was spot on. Yukari finally spills the beans, admitting she rigged this entire trial just to see if Second was truly elite. Second grinds his teeth in a silent fury while Iko watches through tears, feeling her master's rage reach a breaking point. Second explodes in fury, forcing the merchant to beg for Iko's forgiveness until the coward finally caves. Even with a deal struck, the Merchant Guild is still skeptical and demands cold, hard proof of Second's true power. The merchant plots a massive public display, dragging in every staff member and client to watch Second in action. Sylvia and Iko step up to the plate, ready to back Second up with their own unique and deadly fighting styles. Second drops a bombshell by revealing he's mastered every single element, leaving everyone speechless while Sylvia beams with pride. Yukari steps forward to confirm the impossible. Second has ascended to a god-tier 4th grade spirit summoner. Jaws hit the floor as the merchant loses his mind, while Second gives him a verbal beatdown as Iko cowers in the shadows. Second realizes the merchant wants a flashy spirit summoning show to finally kill any lingering doubts. He remembers that the higher the rank, the more insane and eye-popping the visual spectacle becomes. A first-time summon is always a showstopper, especially when a gargantuan spirit appears in a burst of blinding light and power. Pulling off a 4th grade summon in front of the world would finally prove his god-tier strength and silence the doubters forever. Second instantly saw the genius in the plan and gave a silent nod, knowing this was the fastest way to victory. He committed to the show and pulled out a legendary premium ticket to summon a spirit that would blow everyone's minds. Sylvia launched a lethal arrow of roaring flames, but Iko braced behind her shield and tanked the entire blast. The crowd let out a collective gasp as Aiko emerged from the smoke completely untouched, proving her defense was absolute. The village was buzzing over that insane power and perfect defense, just as the official announced Second's final performance. Second held up a shimmering premium ticket, and the entire arena went dead silent as they felt a terrifying power beginning to stir. A blinding light swallowed the ground as a massive magic circle erupted beneath Second, radiating with overwhelming energy. As the light surged toward the heavens, the villagers looked up in pure panic, sensing something monstrous waking up on the cliffs. Black clouds choked the sky, and lightning cracked through the air as a soul-crushing pressure slammed down on the arena. Second stood his ground as the crowd's panicked whispers grew, sensing that he was literally warping the air around them. Then it hit him. This wasn't some basic summoning. It was a legendary event straight out of Mobion Online. In that game, hitting over 35,000 spirit strength triggered a mythical entity so rare that only 29 players had ever seen one. But one spirit reigned supreme with a staggering 41,000 starting power, a level of strength that is completely off the charts. Suddenly, the sky began to churn violently as the terrified villagers watched a colossal shadow drop from the heavens. A gargantuan hand materialized from the vortex, reaching down while wreathed in a blinding spiral of raw energy. The impact shattered the earth and sent everyone reeling through clouds of debris, yet Second stood his ground like a mountain. A giant fruit-shaped shell manifested right in front of him, signaling that his spirit was finally ready to reveal its true form. The entity declared his name as Enrollment, the absolute king of every elemental spirit in existence. As Second stared him down, Enrollment unleashed a crushing aura that flooded the area with pure, overwhelming power. Enrollment drops to his knees before Second, finally fulfilling his destiny by swearing absolute loyalty to his new master. The crowd loses it as Enrollment radiates a demonic aura that strikes pure terror into their hearts. Second curses his luck, knowing that summoning a top-tier spirit right now just makes him look even more suspicious. Cringing with embarrassment, Second cuts Enrollment off mid-sentence and tells him to try a much calmer entrance next time. Left alone, Second lets out a heavy sigh, already dreading the absolute chaos this mess is about to cause. The guilds cut him off and every trade deal goes up in flames the very second Enrollment appears. He's bitter, realizing that while summoning a supreme spirit is legendary, it's brought him nothing but trouble and massive misunderstandings. Even though he's the first person in history to summon Enrollment, Second can't feel an ounce of pride in this disaster. Yukari bows her head in shame, offering a heartfelt apology for her part in this entire catastrophe. She admits she totally misjudged the situation, realizing her help might have actually just trapped Second in a corner. Yukari finally realized that Second's overwhelming power made petty schemes and guild alliances totally irrelevant. They bared their souls to one another, with Yukari admiring his iron will while Second admitted the chaos was becoming a nightmare. Even after the disaster, Second stayed perfectly calm, eating and laughing with a fire in his eyes that proved he wasn't finished yet. Yukari looked him in the eye and insisted that he must never consider this incident a true defeat. Second stood tall and confirmed her words, vowing that nothing would stop his climb to become the #1 player in the world. Stunned by his resolve, Yukari apologized again, admitting she still didn't fully grasp the depth of his character. She was filled with regret, knowing that a better understanding of him would have led to a much more powerful plan. Second wouldn't hear it, stepping up to take every ounce of responsibility for the choices he made. He reassured her completely, urging her to stop blaming herself and focus on dominating their next move. Yukari felt a wave of relief wash over her as she swore to support him with everything she had. Yukari's eyes burned with resolve as she vowed to learn every secret about her master to become his ultimate shield. Her heart pounded as she stepped towards Second, her face turning bright red while she fought to find the right words. Shaking with nerves, she gathered her strength and tried to ask Second to spend the night with her. Second didn't move an inch as Yukari leaned in, her gaze piercing right through his soul. Just as the tension reached its peak, a sudden knock at the door shattered the silence. Yukari glared at the door, her instincts screaming that this interruption was no coincidence. An old man shuffled into the room, offering a humble apology for crashing their private meeting so late. After making sure he had the right man, the visitor's face turned grim with news that couldn't wait another second. He introduced himself as Forrest, the high-ranking steward of the powerful lumberjack family. Second instantly realized Forrest had arrived in total secrecy, leaving Yukari stunned by his sharp intuition. Forrest finally drops the act and reveals his real goal: A massive business deal for Second's legendary mithril. The Earl is hunting for exclusive rights to that mithril, but his shady political ties make everyone nervous. Second smells a trap, but Yukari is absolutely mesmerized by the sheer potential of this golden opportunity. Second puts his total faith in Yukari, knowing she's burning with a desire to prove her worth. Yukari dives in headfirst, firing off questions to Forrest to make sure every detail is crystal clear. Second hands the reins over to Yukari, and she declares it's time for a face-to-face meeting with the Earl. Yukari wastes no time, mapping out a grueling schedule of travel, high-stakes meetings, and a grand banquet. Forrest gives his word to return by tomorrow evening before making a graceful and respectful exit. Second is still bracing for a betrayal, but Yukari is convinced the Earl's intentions are actually legit. Even with his lingering doubts, Second trusts her skills, and Yukari vows she won't let him down. Second worries the pressure is crushing her, and Yukari just stands there, totally stunned and unable to find the words. Even with the massive workload, Yukari doesn't flinch, knowing Second's ultimate goal is 1,000 times harder than her own. With a soft smile, she realizes this new life gives her a sense of purpose she never felt back in her bloody assassin days. Second drops a bombshell on the group. Tomorrow, a terrifyingly powerful force is set to return. Yukari is visibly shaken, but Second already has a plan. He's thinking of summoning the legendary spirit, Angomwa. As the sun rises, Second doesn't waste a single heartbeat before declaring he's bringing that mysterious spirit into this world. The entire squad rallies together, sharpening their blades and channeling their mana for the battle of a lifetime. Standing at the center of a blinding ritual circle, Second unleashes a surge of raw, arcane energy. Out of the dazzling light emerges the Great Spirit, radiating pure power and draped in majestic ceremonial robes. The spirit erupts in a confused rage, screaming for an explanation about this bizarre summoning. Second gives a nod of thanks for the help, and while the spirit grumbles in frustration, it follows his lead without question. As they talk strategy, Second makes it clear he doesn't need that massive power right now, but he'll definitely need it later. The spirit finally gives in, whining about being treated like a commoner despite being a high-ranking entity. Second shuts it down instantly, asserting his dominance and reminding this spirit exactly who's the boss. Blown away by Second's sheer confidence, the spirit bows down, leaving Second free to grill it with personal questions. This entity, known as Angomwa, reveals it has no age or gender. It'll take whatever name Second chooses to give it. Second sticks with the name and prepares to introduce this mysterious being to the rest of the crew. He gestures toward Sylvia, Yukari, and Iko, who are all on high alert as they eye this strange new spirit. Suddenly, Angomwa starts rattling off their specific roles with terrifying precision, catching Second completely off guard. To put the spirit to the ultimate test, Second fires off deep personal questions, and Angomwa nails every single one, leaving him speechless. Second cranks up the pressure with a brutal history quiz, but Angolmoa fires back the name of Emperor Jinmu instantly, leaving the crowd speechless. Cold sweat drips down Second's face as he realizes this spirit's power is the real deal. He never expected this level of insane mental accuracy. Angolmoa brags about his godlike spiritual status, yet strangely bows his head, questioning if he's even worthy of standing next to Second. Second freezes in his tracks when Angolmoa drops a name that should have been buried and forgotten by time. Panic surges through Second as the elf's suspicion rises, threatening to rip the mask off his secret past. He narrowly dodges the bullet, but Sylvia and Yukari can feel the suffocating tension thick in the air. To push their bizarre connection to the limit, the elf demands that Second blast his own thoughts right back into his mind. Their minds snap together in perfect harmony, proving they've unlocked a secret telepathic link that works in real time. Second realizes this isn't some basic Mobian skill. This telepathy gives him a god-tier tactical edge as long as Angolmoa is by his side. It's official. Angolmoa's raw power and lightning element completely shatter the rules of elemental weaknesses. Feeling a mysterious spark, Second suddenly masters high-level lightning magic without a single second of training. He checks his status sheet and is blown away. These lightning skills shouldn't even exist in the game system. Even though he's baffled, Second celebrates this massive breakthrough and his insane compatibility with Angolmoa. Their laughter rings out in perfect sync, marking the start of a legendary partnership fueled by pure power. Sylvia and Yukari watch with narrowed eyes, wondering why these two are laughing like total maniacs. They suspect it's either telepathy or some hidden ability from Engelmoi's status as a rare spirit ruler. Second tries to slip away, but Sylvia instantly senses that he's still lurking in the room. Sylvia's heart drops as she realizes their visitor is a powerful figure tied to the highest nobility. The name Earl Woodcut sounds unbelievable, but Sylvia knows the lumberjack family's reach is absolute. Yukari reveals that this entire thriving city was built on the back of the lumberjack family's massive timber empire. Sylvia drops a bombshell. Earl Barrel and his children are actually elite-tier adventurers. Yukari confirms the brother is a master of the blade, while Shari Lumberjack is a rare genius spirit summoner. Shari hit a massive rank at only 16, and while Second is impressed, he can sense her massive ego from a mile away. Sylvia starts a round of age reveals, coming in at 19, while Eiko is 16 and Yukari is 17. Echo and Sylvia start roasting Yukari for being the old lady, and she immediately hits them with a bone-chilling silent glare. Yukari desperately claims she's only 16 in Dark Elf years, but it's obvious she's hiding her true age. Second brings Angelmois back into the world, apologizing for the earlier mess and explaining they need to fix Eiko's trauma. Angelmois lets it slide and starts telling a wild story about a rebellious spirit he once totally annihilated. Second tries to act like he understands spirit politics, but Angelmois reveals the entire conflict was sparked by a broken teacup. Angelmois explains how he literally vaporized Gnome for the insult and then handpicked Gnome's daughter to take the lead. A butler steps forward to escort Second's crew, announcing that the powerful Earl Barrel is finally ready to see them. Second dismisses Angelmois and marches to the meeting hall, greeted by a feast fit for a king. The party gathers around the table as the Earl warmly invites everyone to feast to their heart's content. Second analyzes Earl Barrel, seeing a sharp, battle-hardened veteran who radiates a calm but overwhelming authority. Second realizes this lavish dinner is just a front, masking the Earl's desperate hunger for that mithril alloy. While serving up Regnard's stew, the Earl plays the friendship card, highlighting their shared history as veteran adventurers. With a firm, polite handshake, the Earl ends the feast and proposes they meet again tomorrow morning. Second is baffled. Why would a powerhouse like the Earl act so humble just to secure their help? Driven by curiosity, Second looks the Earl dead in the eye and asks why he's so obsessed with this deal. The Earl reveals his grand vision. A nation's true power starts with its people and a booming local economy. He demanded the new mithril industry be built right in the heart of Regnard, the kingdom's most crucial trade hub. Second questioned his true intentions, but the Earl swore he was doing this for the people, the army, and the entire kingdom. Second realized the Earl's plan was brilliant, showing massive respect for the adventurers and the truly powerful. After setting their next meeting, the team vanished into the mountains, trekking silently toward the Earl's vast territory. Second turned to Yukari for her strategy, and she pitched a genius plan for short-term contracts to control the mithril flow. They crunched the numbers on harvest rates and insane profits, mapping out every single dungeon raid. Yukari estimated they'd rake in 30 billion in just 20 days, a number so massive it even left her stunned. Second knew the rarity was real, with abysmal drop rates and untouched zones making mithril's value skyrocket. They planned for the long haul, balancing rest and market risks before pushing forward on their journey. Second locked in the final plan, handing the logistics to Yukari while they prepared to balance the grind with much-needed rest. Their carriage finally rolls into the city outskirts, and Second snaps awake just as Yukari announces they've reached Regnard. They step into Regnard, a bustling hub where high-stakes politics and massive business deals are the name of the game. Second strides into the meeting hall alongside Yukari, coming face-to-face with elite merchants ready to test their resolve. The negotiations kick off with Yukari taking charge, while Second sits back and plays it cool, acting like he knows exactly what's going on. He looks like a master strategist, but in reality Second is totally lost, masking his pure confusion with a stone-cold expression. Yukari absolutely crushes it, securing a massive 30 billion CL contract while Second just nods along without a single clue. With the deal in the bag, Second flashes a huge grin and showers Yukari with the praise she deserves. Yukari keeps him grounded, noting that the final signatures are still needed before she gears up for the night's grand banquet. The grand hall is packed with elite nobles and wealthy merchants, all dressed to the nines for a night of high society networking. Even though he's the center of attention and drowning in compliments, Second is secretly scanning the room for any way to escape. As the nobles swarm Sylvia with praise, Second slips away, his mind racing about where his missing teammate could be. Second watches Sylvia work the room while Yukari sharpens her focus, ready to squeeze every bit of intel out of the high society guests. Standing solo, Second spots Eiko stuffing her face in pure bliss as a group of adoring maids treats her like royalty. Just as Second thinks about joining the feast, a sharp voice cuts through the air and shatters his peace. It's the Earl's daughter, Cherie Lumberjack, and she demands total respect the moment she drops her name. With an air of absolute authority, she commands Second's attention, leaving him baffled but forced to follow her lead. Second's chill attitude drives Cherie insane, as she takes his calm vibes as a direct insult to her pride. She storms away in a huff, and a confused Second trails behind as she paces back and forth in a blind rage. She barks at him to fix his posture, making Second wonder if this girl has actually lost her mind. Cherie demands to know his class, dead sure he's a spirit summoner, but Second shuts her down with a perfectly cool correction. His cryptic words leave her completely flustered, and Second realizes he might have pushed her buttons just a bit too far. Cherie snaps, warning Second to stay in his lane and reminding him that her father's influence makes her untouchable. She brags about being a solo A-rank powerhouse, but Second stays ice cold as he reveals his own rank. Second tries to talk sense into her, but his calm attitude sends Cherie into a rage, and she strikes him with a sudden stinging slap. Fuming, Second demands an explanation, but the prideful Cherie just sneers, calling it a lesson for his absolute insolence. Cherie vows to prove she's on a whole different level, leaving Second stunned by her desperate need to dominate. When Second asks how she'll prove it, she just flashes a wicked smirk and tells him he's about to find out. She boldly declares that her spirit will shatter his pride, daring him to keep his cool while he still can. A massive summoning circle erupts behind her, revealing a majestic spirit with flowing hair and a blinding divine glow. The spirit answers her call, and Cherie commands it to show Second exactly who the superior warrior really is. But the spirit just gives Second a friendly wave, revealing she's actually Tara, the legendary Great Spirit of Earth. Cherie's blood boils as Tara treats Second like an old friend, completely ruining her big moment of intimidation. Second just smirks while sizing up Tara's massive power, but Cherie keeps barking at him to bring out his own pathetic spirit. The insults keep flying until Second finally agrees to summon, but Sylvia suddenly bursts onto the scene and stops everything. Sylvia screams that Eco has collapsed, sending Second into a panic and bringing the entire duel to a screeching halt. Second sprints to her side, only for the doctor to reveal the emergency is just a massive food coma that needs some sleep. Second watches as the Great Spirit Tara acts totally chill with him, leaving her summoner shaking with pure rage and disbelief. Fuming with spite, the girl demands Second show his hand, bragging that no spirit could ever match Tara's raw might. Second just laughs at the trash talk and steps up to the plate, ready to unleash his own secret spirit on the world. But just as he's about to strike, a frantic message arrives. Eco has suddenly dropped unconscious for no apparent reason. Second sprints to the rescue, only to find out Echo just stuffed her face and needs a nap. Out of nowhere, Cherie drops a bombshell. She's joining the party, leaving everyone absolutely speechless. Second's face turns pale as pure dread washes over him, knowing exactly how much chaos she's about to bring. The two of them bicker back and forth for hours, their chaotic back and forth sounding like a perfectly timed comedy routine. Even with her non-stop whining and wild energy, Cherie's bright, bubbly spirit never wavers for a second. As their carriage rattles along, Second finally demands to know why she's forcing her way onto this quest. She boldly claims it's a showdown between spirit summoners, even though Second reminds her he's not even one of them. Cherie starts panicking, fumbling for words as she realizes she hasn't actually thought of a plan for their duel. Suddenly, her eyes light up with a wild idea. They'll settle this by seeing who can rack up the most guild points. Second stares at her in total disbelief, wondering how on earth guild points have anything to do with spirit magic. He claimed he could rack up points without any spirits, but she just smirked, convinced she'd leave him in the dust. The challenge was locked in. A 24-hour race starting at sunrise, where the winner takes all the glory. That night, she hijacked the room right next to his and crashed his dinner, pushing his patience to the absolute breaking point. Cherie marched into the inn with total confidence as the crowd erupted in whispers, recognizing the legendary spirit summoner. Second started roasting her achievements, sparking a fiery back and forth that turned the tense room into a comedy show. Even with her prickly attitude, Cherie brought a burst of wild energy that this stiff team desperately needed. Alone in the silence of his room, a forgotten memory clicked into place, and a hidden power began to stir in Second's mind. A blinding flash of summoning light filled the room, revealing an elegant old friend returning after ages of silence. Second stammered out an apology for the wait, but the spirit's piercing gaze demanded answers with zero mercy. They began plotting around the mysterious Tara, a girl who looked harmless but carried a truth shrouded in shadows. Second demands to know her father's fate, and the spirit laughs in his face, admitting the truth without a shred of guilt. The spirit jokes about terrifying Cherie next, and Second actually plays along, already picturing her hilarious look of pure shock. Just as Second suggests a visit, the spirit freezes in surprise. They're already standing right outside her door. Second notices the eerie silence, and the spirit confirms the chilling truth. The room next door is completely empty. Cherie's words echo in his mind, and suddenly, the timing of this entire contest feels incredibly suspicious. Doubts begin to swarm as he realizes these random encounters were actually calculated moves in a much deeper game. The spirit drops a bombshell, explaining that her every action was fueled by a deep, burning envy. The truth finally sinks in for Second. Cherie's obsession with their rivalry was the only thing giving her life purpose. Then, the horrifying reality hits. Sherry has entered Bad Gold, a death trap that even the most elite veterans fear. He explodes in pure frustration at her recklessness, knowing that if she keeps this up, she won't make it out alive. Second finally snapped, storming away because he was sick of the absolute chaos she dragged into his life. Even with all his grumbling, the spirit just smirked, knowing Second still cared enough to come chasing after her. Fueled by burning jealousy and a fear of being left alone, Cherie dove into the dungeon, desperate to finally outshine Second. As they pushed deeper into the shadows, Cherie braced herself to finally beg Second for his acceptance. She turned to her companion, pleading with them to speak the words she was too terrified to say herself. Meanwhile, Second galloped toward the dungeon on horseback, terrified that Cherie had already reached the lethal boss. The mithril golem is a total nightmare. A legendary beast so powerful that a first encounter is practically a death sentence. Most cocky adventurers underestimate this titan, only to realize their physical attacks can't even scratch its massive frame. Clueless fighters try to spam basic spells, but this monster shrugs off both magic and steel like they're nothing. Once they're drained and gasping for air, the mithril golem crushes them into dust before they can even blink. Sherry was completely outmatched, and without a real offensive skill, this dungeon was a total death sentence. Second unleashed an angolma into the depths, betting everything on its power to track her scent. He caught a faint trace of her spirit. She was still alive, desperately clinging to life in that hellhole. Second tore through the corridors, ignoring every distraction in a frantic race against time to save her. Cherie remembered her lonely childhood, where her cold attitude and noble blood kept everyone at arm's length. She felt trapped by her own identity, convinced that being an earl's daughter meant she was destined to be alone forever. Behind that wall of confidence, she was hiding a heartbreaking truth. She was utterly, painfully hollow inside. She turned to spirit summoning as her only escape, finding the friendship and meaning she couldn't find in people. She wore her status like armor, using her power as a summoner to hide the scars of a lifetime spent in isolation. She had never known true kindness, until a single boy looked past her walls and listened with a heart full of compassion. Meeting him ignited a spark in her soul, awakening a hunger for connection she'd buried under years of cold pride. She's dead set on earning his respect, swearing to become a force so powerful that he'll never be able to look away. Now, commanding Terra and her spirit ally, she tears through the battlefield with absolute mastery and ironclad resolve. In a total blur of motion, Terra shatters the incoming boulders into dust before they can even touch Cherie. With the dust settled, Cherie and her spirit push even deeper into the shadows of the jagged mountain pass. Deep inside the cavern, they stumble upon a massive pile of stones stacked in a way that screams pure evil. Suddenly, the earth begins to groan and shake as the girls brace themselves for an incoming disaster. The stones fuse together into a massive, towering golem, its glowing eyes staring down at them with terrifying malice. Ignoring the warning, Cherie clenches her fist. She knows that crushing this beast is the only way to clear their path. As the Titan looms over them, Sherry signals Terra to unleash the devastating power of the Earth's fifth form. Magic swirls into a terrifying vortex as Cherie roars the command to unleash her ultimate power. The colossal golem stomps forward, making the Earth tremble as the air thickens with pure dread. Dust and debris settle over the shattered cavern floor. Shuri and Terra stare breathlessly at the falling rubble, praying their final strike was enough to end it. Cherie cheers with pure joy, convinced the monstrous boss has finally been wiped out. Suddenly, the rocks shift and the golem surges back to life, charging with even more terrifying speed. Cherie's heart sinks as Terra collapses from exhaustion. Their ultimate move didn't leave a single scratch. The golem slams a devastating fist into Shuri, sending her body flying straight through the solid stone wall. She slams into the rock with a bone-shattering thud, vanishing into a cloud of dust as she loses consciousness. Tara lets out a desperate scream and sprints toward her fallen friend while the boss slowly turns to finish them off. Cherie is barely clinging to life, her vision fading into darkness as her shattered body refuses to move. Tara throws herself in front of her friend, but the golem towers over them, cocking back its massive arms for a lethal strike. Through the pain, Cherie realizes Hera is standing her ground, ready to die for her without a single shred of fear. A faint thank you dies in her throat, so she pours all her gratitude into a single desperate look. As the golem's fist descends, Cherie closes her eyes and silently prepares for the cold embrace of death. Out of nowhere, a blade flashes through the air as Second leaps between the girls and the monster. Without missing a beat, Second unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes that send the massive golem reeling. He becomes a whirlwind of steel, shredding through the golem's impenetrable defenses from every single angle. Shuri watches in total shock as Second's godlike strength forces the Titan backward with every single blow. Tara recognizes that legendary castle swordsmanship, realizing this man is on a completely different level than any A-rank adventurer. As Tara pulls her close, Cherie chokes out her regrets, devastated that her own weakness couldn't keep her friend safe. Cherie finally realizes her reckless ambition blinded her, putting Tara in mortal danger just because she was desperate for a purpose. Cherie closes her eyes as tears of pure guilt stream down her face, cursing herself for being such an out-of-control fool. Second reveals he dumped all his EXP into spirit possession, pushing the skill just far enough to be lethal in a fight. Seeing Cherie's life fading away, he doesn't hesitate for a second and triggers spirit possession right then and there. A blinding aura explodes around him as raw power surges through his veins, but Second stays stone-faced as the spell takes hold. With his stats skyrocketing by 2.5 times, Second rockets forward, knowing he only has 2 minutes to end this fight. As the golem winds up a massive fist to crush Shuri and Tara, Second positions himself for a perfectly timed interception. Second slams right into the golem's punch, countering with the terrifying speed and raw power of his spirit possession. The golem's massive arms shatter into a million pieces as Second's precise strike rips through its body, sending debris flying across the cavern. He explained that the boss was a total joke. Its attacks were so telegraphed that his massive physical power crushed it with ease. Second stands triumphant over the golem's shattered remains, knowing most warriors die long before they ever master this deadly rhythm. As the spirit possession fades, Second finally relaxes, letting out a triumphant laugh while basking in that intoxicating rush of power. Tara chirps out her thanks with a bright smile, completely oblivious to the fact that her blunder nearly sent them both to the grave. Second snaps at them with a stern warning, haunted by how close they came to death, before quickly brewing a life-saving recovery potion. He lunges to Cherie's side, desperately forcing the high-grade potion down her throat before her life slips away. Cherie collapses into a silent heap, and as Second checks her vitals, Tara tries to convince him of the girl's hidden kindness. Second acknowledges her deep-seated flaws, but he can feel her agony and knows deep down she isn't a monster. Tara calmly breaks down Cherie's crushing isolation, revealing that her obsession with Second likely stems from a desperate need for someone to lean on. Second is left reeling in confusion and frustration, unable to wrap his head around how love could ever turn into something so reckless and deadly. Tara softly explains that Cherie's wild behavior was just a desperate cry for her parents to finally notice her. Second snaps and screams at Tara for her neglect, but even through her frustration, she pleads with him to spare the girl from his wrath. Second confesses that he doesn't actually hate her, before summoning the spirit's master to demand the cold, hard truth. Tara reveals the heartbreaking reality. Cherie's crushing loneliness turned her obsession with Second into a twisted kind of love. Second is completely baffled, unable to wrap his head around how such violent, reckless actions could ever be called affection. Tara continues her explanation, showing how Cherie's every outburst was a desperate gamble for her parents' love and attention. Second loses his cool and roars at Tara for her failures, but she desperately begs him not to take his anger out on Cherie. Despite his irritation, Second admits his hatred is a lie, then calls forth the spirit's master to get some real answers. Tara collapses in total exhaustion as Second demands to know the truth behind the strange, overwhelming sense of unity he feels. The master reveals the shocking truth. As their bond deepens, the minds of a spirit and their master begin to fuse into one. Cherie's influence completely consumed Tara, shattering the sacred bond between master and spirit. Since Tara couldn't fight back, she was stripped of her title and branded a failure as a great spirit. Second listened in shock as Tara's tragic past came to light, realizing her kindness was born from protecting a lonely child. Touched by her story, Second's anger vanished, and the master chose to forgive her crimes on the spot. The master burst into laughter, admitting he blew everything out of proportion just to mess with their heads. Second let out a heavy sigh, finally realizing the master was a total sadist who'd been playing them like fiddles. As he hauled Cherie out of the cave, he suddenly felt a strange damp sensation against his back. To his absolute horror, Second realized Cherie had completely lost control of herself from pure terror and exhaustion. Second scrambled to wake Sylvia through the team chat, barking orders for fresh clothes and hot water immediately. Cherie stayed passed out, blissfully unaware of her humiliating accident, while Second grumbled about the awkward mess she'd wake up to. Her eyes snap open as she bolts upright, her mind a blurred mess of panic as she tries to remember how she blacked out. Tara greets her with a warm smile, but Cherie's head is still spinning from the absolute chaos of the day before. Tara gently stops her from apologizing, blaming herself for not warning her master before things went south. Cherie refuses to let her take the fall, but Tara drops a bombshell. She's seen right through Cherie's hidden feelings. Totally flustered, Cherie scrambles to deny everything, but her bright red face gives the secret away instantly. Tara calmly calls out Cherie's reckless stunts, asking if she was just desperately trying to get Second to notice her. As Tara breaks down the meaning of love, Cherie finally realizes her feelings go way deeper than just simple respect. Still reeling, Cherie tries to dodge the truth, but Tara links her dangerous behavior straight to her hidden crush. Costera explains how Second swooped in to save Cherie using a powerful potion before carrying her home. Realizing just how valuable that potion was, Cherie knows she has to find a way to pay Second back for his heroics. Blushing with shame, she remembered why she fainted, only to realize she was wearing completely different clothes. She froze in pure terror as Tara casually spilled the beans about her humiliating accident. Cherie screamed in total panic, but Tara didn't hold back, repeating every single cringeworthy detail. The village was peaceful at dawn until a sudden violent knocking jolted Second right out of his sleep. He sat up, fuming that someone dared to ruin his quiet morning with such desperate pounding on the door. A terrified girl stood on his doorstep, her entire body shaking as she gripped a mysterious letter. She shoved the note into Second's hands, blurted out an apology, and bolted, leaving him completely baffled. Tara watched her go with a soft smile, thanking Second for showing such incredible heart to everyone. It was exactly as she'd mentioned before. He tried to crawl back into bed, but duty called. It was time for an emergency strategy meeting. Back at the inn, Second discovers a mysterious package left for him by Cherie. He opens it to find a heavy pouch overflowing with gold, a massive reward for his help. He immediately briefs Sylvia on the next phase, and she's buzzing with excitement to get back to work. Second breaks down the new mission. Sylvia must evolve her offense and unlock the most lethal archery skills in existence. Sylvia is stunned, remembering how he used to call those very same skills completely worthless. Second sets the record straight. Those skills are useless for rookies, but vital for anyone aiming for the world rankings. Sylvia can't believe her ears, but Second looks her dead in the eye and confirms she's the one who will take the crown. He finally reveals the ultimate endgame, claiming the legendary high-tier title of Demon Piercer. Then he tasks Eiko with mastering the promoted Rook's shieldsmanship, despite secretly craving that power himself. He commands Eiko to perfect her defense until she's ready to seize a prestigious title of her own. Now it's Yukari's moment in the spotlight as Second breaks down her path to becoming a master blacksmith. She's pushing her smithing and endowment skills all the way to rank 9, but her intense devotion catches even Second off guard. With absolute confidence, Yukari vows to master endowment and unlock the god-tier potential of their equipment. When Yukari asks about the plan for the second zone, he reveals his first objective, mastering the deadly art of dual wielding. Second lays out a brutal roadmap of transformations and title hunting to turn himself into an unstoppable, multi-talented beast. He reveals that this transformation skill is the ultimate trump card they'll need to crush a high-level target waiting ahead. The squad commits to 2 months of intense training and resource grinding and proling to reach the next level. Hidden from view, Sharifi watches Second with a mix of trembling nerves and fierce determination. Cherie's heart pounds as she wonders if Second actually read her secret letter while that elf was standing right there. Out of nowhere, a young man shouts and charges toward them, and Tara screams a warning that someone is coming. Out of nowhere, this random guy shouts Cherie's name, catching her completely off guard with his crazy over-the-top energy. He introduces himself as Serum, a 19-year-old C-rank adventurer who's a total fanboy for Sherry. Cherie's fuse is already short, and she finally snaps as Serum keeps gushing over her while ignoring her obvious death glares. Suddenly, a gentle wind spirit named Nymph manifests, bowing politely as she introduces herself to Terra and the crew. Everyone's jaws hit the floor when she reveals she actually came face to face with the legendary Great Ruler. Terra confirms the terrifying truth. It's Angomwa, the king of spirits whose name sends shivers through every realm. But then Terra drops a bombshell. This god-tier spirit now serves a guy named Second, and he's standing right there. Shuri panics, realizing Second commands a literal legend, and she screams while blasting her own power to prove she's not weak. Sherry is paralyzed with shock. She can't believe a spirit summoner like Second actually has the Great Ruler under his thumb. Tara just shrugs and says he forgot to mention it, leaving Sherry absolutely fuming that he'd ignore such a massive detail. Sherry didn't want any more trouble, so she snatched Tara's hand and bolted into the dark alleyways. Back at the scene, a shaking Serum finally met Second face to face, admitting that Sherry had already warned him about this guy. The wind spirit nymph bowed low, honoring Second as the legendary master of the Great Ruler. Second remembered her terrifying strength, making him instantly suspicious of this man's oily compliments. Suddenly, a frantic message from Yukari cut through the air, her voice dripping with pure dread. She screamed a warning about an assassination, convinced that Serum's fake smile was just a trap to lower their guard. Second scanned Serum's every move, wondering what kind of twisted prize he was after by meeting the Great Ruler. Serum kept his cool, but Second made it clear he'd only listen if the man proved he was a real spirit summoner. Second cooked up a scheme to deal with the demand and finally agreed to reveal the ruler. The summoning circle erupted with blinding light, leaving Serum paralyzed by the raw, casual power Second unleashed. Second commands his spirit to unleash its full power, making it crystal clear who's really in charge. Serum is slammed into the dirt by a mountain of spiritual pressure, left completely paralyzed and helpless. Second and the Great Ruler tower over him like gods, proving exactly who holds all the cards. Second dissects the ruler's technique, realizing it forces submission by weaponizing the target's deepest fears. Feeling a flicker of pity, Second considers lifting the crushing weight now that his point is made. The Great Ruler orders the group to lift their heads, finally restoring a shred of dignity to the broken crowd. Yukari whispers a sharp warning about hidden agendas as the ruler begins a deep investigation with the spirit nymph. A suspicious spirit tries to make a break for it, but the group slams him with magic and shuts down his escape instantly. The elf calmly drops a bombshell. This suspicious man is actually a spy from the Marble Empire. Second's guard goes up as he remembers the Empire's brutal reputation for crushing everything in their path toward Castile. Even with the spy shaking in his boots, Second wasn't buying the act, sensing a massive web of lies. He respected the Empire's sheer power, but their twisted methods went against everything he stood for. Second lets the rat crawl away, making sure he never forgets the name of the man who will soon rule them all. With a chilling smirk, Second mocks the pathetic spy and asserts total psychological dominance. The agent slips into the shadows of the capital, hunting for intel to fuel the Marble Empire's high command. Out of nowhere, he spots Sherry and Terra, the two key players behind the spirit realm's rising threat. Terra's presence guarantees war is coming, but a mysterious man commanding spirits is the real nightmare. His cover is blown wide open as the enemy commander mocks him, exposing his secret ties to the Empire. He's paralyzed with shock. Could the enemy have predicted his every move from the very beginning? Total panic sets in because he didn't make a single mistake, yet they saw right through him. Reality hit him like a truck. He'd been completely outplayed and crushed by a genius who was 10 steps ahead. He collapsed to his knees in total surrender, swearing his final act would be warning the Empire's leaders. But then, a total shocker. The enemy commander looked him in the eye and said he had zero plans to kill him. Instead, he casually invited the spy to join their dungeon raid, leaving the man absolutely paralyzed with confusion. The agent's blood ran cold as he realized Second knew everything from the start and was just using him as a test subject. Terrified by Second's chilling composure, he spiraled into a panic, torn between running for his life or just breaking down. Second granted him his life, but with one condition. He had to deliver a direct warning to the Emperor himself. As the agent took the message, the horrifying truth dawned on him. Second's real target was the ruler of the Empire. Shaken to his very soul, he fled Castile, swearing he'd never forget the overwhelming pressure of Second's presence. Yukari couldn't believe the decision, but Second just smirked, knowing that pathetic spy didn't stand a chance of stopping him. Second reveals that Angomwa used his dark spirit memory extraction to tear the truth from the spy's mind. Second wears a smug grin, leaving Yukari and Echo completely baffled by his mysterious sense of pride. Second confesses his love for the Empire and, shockingly, Angomwa agrees without a moment's hesitation. Sylvia drops a heavy warning. Challenging the Emperor is a gamble that could bring a world of pain. Second mulls over the warning while Iko drags him toward their next adventure with pure, chaotic energy. The crew charges straight into Proline Dungeon, ready to grind for levels and hoard precious mithril. Just 1 month later, they've smashed their mithril goals and gained an insane amount of power. Second rallies the team during their break, demanding a hardcore training session to sharpen their combat skills. They dive into mastering core skills, hunting for elite bishop and rook abilities to dominate the battlefield. Every member is assigned a lethal skill combo to push their class advancements to the absolute limit. Second hypes up the insane power of promoted rook swordsmanship, vowing to master it the moment he gets his hands on it. Sylvia is dying to know how to unlock these skills, and Second drops a bombshell. They have to slay a literal dragon. The whole crew is paralyzed with shock. But Second doesn't blink as he begins breaking down his master plan. Second reveals they must use hyper-specific skills to win, leaving Yukari wondering if this suicide mission is even possible. Second coolly explains that killing one dragon is just the warm-up for mastering promoted bishop archery. To truly unlock its full potential, they'll have to hunt down and slaughter 5 different legendary dragons. Their jaws drop when they realize Mobion is home to over 20 different dragon species, making this quest a total nightmare. Second claims, promoted rook archery is easier, even though it requires taking down 10 dragons using castle archery. Sylvia literally collapses in despair, crushed by the sheer insanity of Second's simple alternative. Second steps up and promises Sylvia he'll be right by her side for every single dragon hunt she needs. Iko's training was absolutely brutal, forcing dragons to endure every single shieldsman skill before she finally took them down. She had to stand her ground and parry 100 crushing blows using castle shieldsmanship while staring down a literal dragon. With their chores finished and the team ready, they left Proline behind to kick off their massive dragon hunting operation. They charged north through the jagged rocks of Bad Gold, scouring the deep ravines for their very first target. Second broke down the layout of the Meteo dungeon, warning them about 7 distinct dragon species and the deadly bosses lurking within. Sylvia's heart sank as she realized Meteo was still unconquered territory. They were walking straight into a death trap. Second knew this was coming. If Proline was still standing, then Meteo would be an unexplored nightmare of even greater difficulty. Even with the stakes this high, Second promised they could crush any formidable dragon as long as they fought as a trio. Fully geared and ready for war, Second, Sylvia, and Iko marched onto the open plains toward the mouth of the Meteo dungeon. The team stepped into the shadows of the massive ravine, where the chilling signs of dragons were everywhere. A massive dragon looms over them. But Second steps up with total confidence, ready to show everyone how it's done. He stands perfectly still before the beast, about to give a masterclass in the art of dragon slaying. A magic circle erupts in light as he summons the mighty spirit Angoma to his side. The spirit surges into his body, pushing his strength and speed to godlike levels through spirit possession. He locks onto the dragon, aiming to trigger the perfect combo and unlock a devastating new skill. He strikes first with pawn archery, firing a shot so precise it shatters the dragon's balance instantly. Second blurs forward, landing a brutal spear archery hit that leaves the dragon reeling. The dragon snaps back with fury, but Second counters with gold general archery, blasting the beast backward with raw power. Without missing a beat, he unleashes bishop archery to keep the pressure on and complete his deadly combo. He spots the dragon's stance shift and hears that roar. He knows a lethal breath attack is coming exactly as he predicted. Just as he predicted, the dragon freezes after its massive breath, giving Second the perfect opening to finish this. The beast stumbles back as Second hammers it with a lightning-fast combo: Silver General, Castle, and Knight Archery. Every single requirement is met, and Second mentally locks them in as he prepares the final devastating bishop sequence. He notches his arrow without a second of hesitation, his aura exploding as he readies the ultimate bishop archery technique. A barrage of explosive bishop rush strikes slams into the dragon, shattering its defenses while it's completely vulnerable. The dragon crashes to the ground, smoking and broken, totally dismantled by Second's flawless tactical execution. Second casually strolls over to Sylvia and Iko, acting like he didn't just pull off a miracle as he recaps the fight. Iko and Sylvia are frozen in pure shock, stunned by Second's godlike skills and his terrifyingly calm attitude. He calmly explains that they'll take on future dragons as a team, breaking down the combat tactics with surgical precision. A trembling Iko asks if he felt any fear at all, while Sylvia reminds him that he just did the impossible all on his own. Second cleared the air, declaring with total confidence that fear wouldn't slow him down for a second. He laid out a foolproof plan, swearing that even a white dragon's deadliest strike couldn't take them down. He fired up the team, reminding them they're destined to be the world's strongest, no matter how scary the enemy. But then it hit him. He totally forgot to explain the secret trick that keeps them all alive. After a quick apology to the flustered Echo and Sylvia, the trio charged into the dragon hunt with perfect teamwork. 7 deadly dragon species lurk within the Methio dungeon, but the massive rainbow dragon is the ultimate nightmare. One look at the power charts proved it. The rainbow dragon's strength is absolutely off the scales. Second crunched the numbers. Red dragons were easy prey, but the gold dragons were a whole different level of danger. Even with his insane power, Second knew Sylvia and Eco just weren't ready for a fight this brutal yet. Instead of clearing the whole dungeon, he pivoted to grinding skills and evolving their bishop and rook classes. To climb the ranks, every member has to prove their worth by slaying dragons with elite tactical precision. Second laid down the law. Do not, under any circumstances, pick a fight with those lethal golden rainbow dragons. Red dragons are twice as deadly as the white ones, marking them as the absolute limit of what the team can handle. After surviving brutal battles and non-stop tension, Sylvia and Eco finally collapsed into a dead sleep. With a pile of white dragons slain, the team unlocked powerful new skills and set their sights on tomorrow's final mission. Second warned Sylvia that the next wave of enemies is even more vicious, hinting at a crucial secret she can't afford to forget. Second doubled down on his warning. Stay away from the gold and rainbow dragons because their power is on a whole different level. He made it clear. Red dragons pack double the punch of the whites, making them the team's top priority. After a grueling day of non-stop combat and training, Sylvia and Eco were completely drained and hit the floor. Even though they're wiped out, they've unlocked incredible new powers and are ready to hunt 4 more tomorrow. Sylvia senses the looming danger, but Second cuts her off to drop a truth bomb before they face even deadlier enemies. He's memorized every dragon's lethal pattern, forging his techniques through a mountain of failures until he finally mastered survival. But he knows the brutal reality. Out here, you don't get a second chance, and one mistake means certain death. She hangs on his every word, soaking in the intel before nodding with absolute, unshakable confidence. She has her suspicions about where this knowledge came from, but she chooses to trust him in total silence. With the briefing finished, the plan is set. Forget conquering the dungeon. Tomorrow is all about survival and the grind. Second explains that while they could crush the Methio dungeon right now, there's zero benefit in rushing it. Sylvia is baffled by his logic, wondering why he couldn't care less about the fame or glory of a legendary clear. Second just shrugs it off, dead set on his singular goal. Becoming the strongest man alive through pure, cold efficiency. Sylvia calls out how eerily calm he is, only to realize that Eco has already passed out cold. Under the pale moonlight, the team catches their breath, bracing themselves for the bloodbath waiting at dawn. Second lunges into the fray as the red dragon lets out a bone-chilling roar, shielding a frozen Sylvia from certain death. Once they're in the clear, Sylvia realizes just how far they've come. She and Eco have finally perfected their ultimate bishop-style defenses. With Second's genius strategies, they're tearing through dragons like paper, making even the deadliest beasts look like total amateurs. Second drops a bombshell. He's going in alone, stepping toward the red dragon to claim his absolute sword mastery. Without a second of doubt, he draws his steel and stares down the monster, ready to end this in a single lethal strike. Second rockets into the sky, delivering a surgical strike just as the dragon unhinges its massive, hungry jaws. Every single move he makes is flawless, completely shutting down the red dragon with terrifying, effortless efficiency. The beast collapses, and with his new skill secured, Second nonchalantly waves for the team to head back home. He flashes a warm, satisfied grin, looking more like a guy who just finished a great meal than a legendary dragon slayer. Sylvia watched him in silence, her heart burning with the desire to one day match his incredible power. With the quest finally crushed, Second and Eco shared a confident nod, ready to head home in peace. Just as they were leaving, the roar of battle echoed through the halls, making Second spin around as he sensed something big. They crept higher into the shadows and spotted another group deep within the Methio dungeon. A place so brutal it's literally called deadly. Second's eyes locked onto a lone swordsman, a fearless warrior brave enough to take on the darkness all by himself. This warrior charged a massive dragon without a second thought, while a mysterious woman watched his every move from the shadows. Sylvia couldn't believe her eyes. This stranger was absolutely shredding a yellow dragon all on his own. The yellow dragon collapsed in seconds, but the man didn't even pause for breath before hunting down a green dragon. He threw himself back into the fray, his blade clashing clashing against the beast's devastating, bone-crushing strikes. Sylvia acknowledged his raw strength, but something was wrong. His movements were cold, chaotic, and completely lacked any soul. Against Second's perfect technique, this man's style was raw and unpolished, like comparing dirt to the heavens. Second almost spoke up to warn him, knowing a rainbow or gold dragon would tear this guy to shreds. Once they saw the strangers head out, the danger vanished and the group calmly pushed forward. Meanwhile, Yukari reached the Earl's mansion just moments after Second's team headed out to hunt. To lock down that precious mithril alloy, Yukari handed over the cash and moved straight into the mansion. She chose to wait in the shadows, fueled by total faith that her master would return in glory. Yukari immediately got to work, summoning top-tier builders and real estate moguls to secure the property. Even with the world's greatest experts gathered, she doubted they could ever satisfy her master's insane standards. Second scoped out the new mansion, and while it was smaller than he expected, he didn't show a hint of disappointment. Not even the most legendary estate in the entire capital could shake Second's ice-cold composure. He's planning to snatch up 9 mansions and fuse them into one colossal god-tier estate. Yukari is stunned by his sheer audacity, but she's locked in to make this wild vision a reality. The room of experts is dead silent, completely paralyzed by Yukari's crushing expectations. Crunching the numbers, Yukari realizes he's gunning for the greatest estate on Earth with zero hesitation. With the blueprints almost finished, Yukari shifts her focus to recruiting a massive army of servants. Out of nowhere, the president of the Mori slave company arrives to kick off the next high-stakes negotiation. Yukari smells a leak, suspecting some careless agent blabbed their secret plans way too early. Knowing the legal stakes, she voids her contract and immediately hits up Master through the team chat. Even with the uncertainty, Yukari puts her total faith in Master's genius to lead them through. She commands Philip to enter, watching him like a hawk as the real cutthroat negotiations begin. Philip struts in with total confidence, but Yukari isn't buying it, keeping her guard up for any sign of a trap. Out of nowhere, Philip starts dropping hints about slave law violations, his eyes locked onto Yukari's every flinch. Yukari stays on high alert until she realizes he's not there to fight. Instead, Philip starts raving about her master's perfect management. Her head spins as she thinks of her freedom, but then Philip drops a bombshell. He has a delivery from her former master. Yukari's heart stops when she sees the letter. It's from Duchess Lucia, the woman who raised and trained her. Philip reveals the late Duchess's final wish. If trust was ever built, this letter had to reach Yukari's new master. Yukari steps up, the realization hitting her like a truck. Philip isn't clueless. He knows every dark secret of her past. She tries to tear his lies apart, but Philip just brushes it off with a smirk, claiming it's all just one big misunderstanding. Her mind races as the pieces fall into place. Duchess Lucia, the slave company, and every twisted event are all connected by a hidden shadow. Gripping the letter until her knuckles turn white, Yukari realizes this single piece of paper is the climax of her entire journey. A chilling thought struck her. Was delivering that letter to her master Lucia's master plan from the very start? Yukari unveils their massive new headquarters, a stunning mansion tucked away in the Eastern District. Echo explodes with pure hype, racing through every single room, absolutely thrilled they're finally living under one roof. Sylvia calls out the insanity of it all, and even Second has to admit this place is ridiculously over the top. Yukari panics over the massive bill, but Second just shrugs it off, suggesting they use this place as a simple summer home. As Yukari stands there speechless, Second lets out a confident roar of laughter and demands they go scout even more properties. The crew pulls up to a second mansion in the southeast, which Second casually claims is just another temporary base. Jaws hit the floor when Second drops a bombshell. He already owns all 9 of these massive estates. Second declares this mansion is for the staff, and Yukari steps up, vowing to whip every servant into shape herself. Second worries she's taking on too much, but Yukari stands her ground with a look of absolute ironclad determination. Yukari bows deeply as she accepts her new role, but Second warns her not to push herself to the breaking point. Thanks to Yukari's genius planning, they managed to snag all 9 massive mansions for an absolute steal. Second reflects on his past life as a shut-in, realizing he's finally embracing this wild new reality with everything he's got. To celebrate their massive upgrade, the whole crew gathers as Second suggests an epic barbecue to kick things off. Nursing a brutal hangover from the night before, Second stumbles downstairs desperate for a morning coffee from Yukari. He's stopped dead in his tracks when Yukari greets him, looking absolutely stunning in a formal maid outfit. As Yukari serves up a professional-grade breakfast, A groggy Second watches her in total, silent awe. Sylvia is completely blindsided by the bold move, but Yukari calmly declares victory through her swift and calculated strategy. Suddenly, Iko bursts into the room screaming at the top of her lungs about giant fruits growing in the mansion's garden. Second explains they're just coconuts, leaving Iko pouting in pure disappointment because they're way too hard to eat. Yukari serves up a masterpiece of a meal, and the whole crew gathers around to enjoy a moment of pure peace. While Second sips his coffee, he watches Echo through the glass, laughing and playing without a care in the world. But his gaze locks onto that sealed letter, and his face hardens as he realizes the massive weight he's about to take on. Yukari drops the details on Lucia's request, but Second smells a rat. He suspects Philip's weird behavior might be the result of sinister brainwashing. Yukari's jaw drops in shock, her calm mask shattering at the terrifying thought of mind control. Second's mind races. This whole setup feels way too calculated and elaborate just to deliver a simple letter. He finishes reading the final words, and his heart sinks. The contents are way more dangerous than he ever imagined. When Yukari asks what's inside, Second hesitates, knowing the truth is far more twisted and dark than she's ready for. Even with the tension rising, Second flashes a confident look, vowing to shoulder this entire burden on his own. Relief washes over Yukari as she offers a soft smile, putting her absolute trust in his hands. This letter exposed everything: who to trust, who to kill, the kingdom's darkest secrets, and the terrifying truth about brainwashing magic. He discovered a shocking betrayal. Castile's own Prime Minister, Balmarode, was actually a secret agent for the Marbell Empire. Imperial spies had already infested the kingdom, manipulating the public and ruthlessly silencing anyone who dared to speak the truth. Hidden agents lurked in even the smallest villages, and the entire kingdom was teetering on the edge of total destruction. Prince Claus was being played like a fiddle by the reformists, ready to hand his kingdom over to the Empire without even knowing it. Surrounding nations were already being swallowed whole, bled dry of their resources and left in ruins by deceptive treaties. The citizens rallied behind Second Prince Maine, but he simply didn't have the power or the influence to fight back. The brainwashed masses were actually protesting against their own army, completely blind to the war looming on their doorstep. The Duchess had documented every forbidden spell, praying for a hero to save the kingdom she was now powerless to protect. This letter was meant for the one person who could see through Yukari's brainwashing and break the spell before it was too late. He might seem cold, but he's ready to move, driven by a solemn promise to safeguard the kingdom's very future. Second realized the only path to victory was putting mine on the throne and purging every last ounce of corruption. He's haunted by the fear that enemy spies will warp the truth, branding him a monster that needs to be hunted down. No matter how much he racks his brain, Second still hasn't found the perfect move to save the crumbling nation of Castel. He's putting his brainwashing magic on ice, choosing instead to rely on his battle-hardened experience to prepare for what's coming. With fire in his eyes, Second hands Yukari her mission and gears up to teach Sylvia and Iko the secrets of transformation. He places the fate of the servants in Yukari's capable hands while he maps out a brutal new training regime. Yukari stays cool as ice, promising him she's ready for the task with a hidden agenda of her own. Second catches a glimpse of her unwavering devotion, questioning if that maid uniform hides a heart of pure gold. Behind Yukari's silent, stoic mask lies a burning resolve to serve with absolute loyalty and overwhelming power. Meanwhile, Second, Sylvia, and Iko head straight for the slime forest to kick off their intense transformation training. Second breaks down the secret requirements for the skill, leaving Sylvia absolutely stunned by things she's never heard of. Deep in the forest, Second reveals the 4 brutal conditions needed to unlock the power of transformation. He lists the insane tasks, matching exact damage numbers, slaying bosses in a week, and finally screaming, "Transform!" Sylvia questions the final step, but Second stands firm. Every single rule must be followed to the letter. Iko shouts the command with pure excitement as Sylvia finally realizes Second's shopping spree was all part of a master plan. Second lays out the strategy, revealing those weak spears he bought were specifically for low-damage training against the slimes. They master their spearmanship to ensure their strikes barely scratch the slimes' high-defense bodies. The team readies their gear in the heart of the forest, prepared to track every single point of damage they deal. Iko is pumped and ready to go, but Sylvia still feels a wave of doubt about using this transformation in a real fight. Under the cover of darkness, Sylvia practiced her transformations, coming up with epic catchphrases and absolutely loving the drama. The squad plunged into the thick woods, hunting down slimes to perfectly sync their damage output. 3 grueling days of training finally paid off as the team unlocked their ultimate transformation skills. Sylvia stepped into the spotlight, triggering her transformation and shouting her oath of justice like a true knight. Now, in her powerful new form, Sylvia pushed herself every single day to master her legendary abilities. She chose the path of fire, making her armor burn with a crimson glow that matched her blazing spirit. Meanwhile, he tapped into the power of lightning, a transformation so rare it's never been seen in history. Clad in a new mask and cloak, he radiated a terrifying surge of electricity he never knew he possessed. The very world was shifting around him, hinting at secret systems and hidden powers that no one has ever documented. The future was a mystery, but the hype was real. New game mechanics were breaking the world wide open. Sylvia mastered her ultimate moves, and after 2 weeks of non-stop grinding, their teamwork was absolute perfection. He took a steadying breath, knowing every single detail for the upcoming mission was locked and loaded. He maxed out his transformation and taming skills, building the ultimate foundation for his master plan. Once a monster's health drops below 20%, it's ripe for taming, if you've got the guts to handle the risk. Second set his sights on the legendary Darkness Wolf, a savage beast that demands flawless strategy and peak skill. This creature is a rare, terrifying evolution of the Blackfire Wolf, forged in the deepest, most eternal shadows of the dungeon. Taming this monster once crowned second as the world's top player, and now he's ready to reclaim his throne. Everyone fears the Darkness Wolf as an untamable nightmare, a boss-level threat that strikes terror into every player's heart. But here's the secret. Because it evolved on its own, this beast is actually tameable for anyone brave enough to try. Second's plan is simple but deadly. Whittle its health down to nothing and strike with surgical precision. Even after failing thousands of times, he refused to quit because he knew that Darkness Wolf was no ordinary boss. Second pushed himself to the absolute limit, hunting day and night without a single break until the perfect opportunity finally struck. It took 4,600 grueling attempts, but Second defied the impossible and finally tamed the legendary Darkness Wolf. Word of his insane feat spread like wildfire, but every single player who tried to copy him failed miserably. The internet was losing its mind in total disbelief, but Second stayed cool, ready to shut every hater up. He had the Mobius strategies down, but in this world, death is permanent. There are no do-overs. Even with his defenses, a cold chill of terror hit him as he realized the danger here was 100% real. Fear was still clawing at him, but Second stared death in the face and accepted the risk as the price of his ambition. With a heart of steel, he vowed to never back down, even when the odds looked completely hopeless. As the flames of war threatened to consume every kingdom, Second knew this was his one and only shot to make a move. To gear up for the coming storm, he had Yukari forge custom mithril armor, maxing out his power and protection. Yukari poured her soul into the upgrades, and Second realized he was becoming completely hooked on her incredible talent. Second finally let Yukari get some sleep, but he showed no mercy to Sylvia and Iko, ordering them to start training immediately. He scheduled a massive strategy meeting for the second the gear was ready, knowing life or death choices had to be made. Preparing for the absolute worst, Second gave the girls a grim set of survival instructions in case he fell in battle. He demanded they report back every single day, and after a tense standoff, they finally agreed to his plan. Sylvia and Iko were thrown into the dungeons to swap combat roles and sharpen their survival instincts to a razor's edge. Second knew Sylvia would struggle the most, especially since Iko's lack of firepower would make every monster encounter a total nightmare. He hoped this trial by fire would forge them into a real team, while Yukari was sent off on a mysterious solo mission. With his final orders delivered, Second said his goodbyes, trusting his comrades to evolve while he was gone. Out of nowhere, Second spots a crowd of new maids and wonders how the hell his mansion got so crowded. With his strategy locked in, Second blazes a trail from Peiho to Kula, heading straight for the Iceroy's dungeon. 1, 2, 3... He counts every step as the tension builds to a breaking point. He calls forth the spirit Anglemoy, ordering it to shift into mana mode to stay hidden and compact. Now a formless ghost, the spirit whispers directly into his mind while gliding unseen beside his galloping horse. He alerts the spirit to the looming danger, ready to drop the ultimate battle plan right then and there. Their target? The legendary Darkness Wolf, A beast of pure terror that Second plans to bend to his will. The plan is brutal. Beat the beast to a pulp, fail the taming, and reset the fight until it finally submits. Deep inside the Asia's Barn dungeon, Second finally lays eyes on the Goblin Mage's horn, the final piece of his master plan. After carving a path through the monsters of Peiho, Second finally claims the Goblin Mage horn as his prize. He stocked up on massive amounts of high-tier potions, knowing he'd need every drop to survive the coming bloodbath. On the road to Port City Kula, Second drilled Angolmoa on their battle tactics to ensure they fought as one. Second tapped into the Darkness Wolf's core data, forcing Angolmoa to witness the terrifying intel through their mental link. They discovered the beast's teleportation and shifting powers were fueled by shadows and precise timing. Its attacks were lethal. It summoned minions in human form and unleashed devastating sonic roars as a wolf. Its defenses were insane. The wolf form shrugged off physical strikes while the human form nullified magic behind a massive barrier. Second finished his breakdown with chilling calm, leaving Angolmoa stunned by the enemy's absolute invulnerability. He warned of the wolf's terrifying sorcery, a massive blast that could drain a warrior's stamina in a heartbeat. He hoarded those potions specifically to withstand the relentless barrage that always followed the wolf's magic. But he issued a grim warning. Heal too early, and you'll trigger a second wave of destruction that'll finish you off. He broke down the magic's rhythm, warning that after casting, the wolf would either summon minions or rain down a lethal staff assault. As the secrets unfolded, the wolf's bizarre staff techniques and ultimate forms were exposed, and they were far more lethal than anyone imagined. These were maneuvers that should be physically impossible in the heat of battle. Galloping across the open plains, the knight witnessed the wolf's true power and realized he was facing a literal monster. Even the mighty Great Spirit King trembled before the Darkness Wolf, a creature of pure, unadulterated nightmare. The wolf's infamy didn't just come from raw power, but from its insanely frustrating and relentless fighting style. Second vividly recalled this beast's savagery from the game, and now he was determined to make it his own. Thinking ahead, Second spammed potions mid-fight to keep the wolf alive after his taming attempts kept failing. Taming only works when its health drops below 20%, so Second kept healing the beast just to reset the clock. He couldn't risk killing it for good, so he kept the potion cycle going until they finally reached their destination. Second touches down in the port city of Kula, gearing up for a dangerous trek toward the legendary fortress of Iserois. Gazing up at the crumbling, massive walls of Iserois, Second steels his nerves for the horrors lurking within. While the dungeon boss looms high above, Second's true target is the secret library buried deep beneath the earth. Massive armored guardians stand in his way, their sheer size and raw power forming an unbreakable wall of steel. Without a hint of fear, Second barks out an order and charges ahead, obsessed with uncovering the ancient secrets below. Second doesn't even flinch as a mountain of armor lunges at him, swinging a massive blade straight for his head. In a flash, Second triggers his transformation, unleashing a burst of pure energy to blast back the charging horde. His body warps instantly as raw magic surges through his veins, signaling the birth of his ultimate combat form. A violent shockwave erupts from his body, blowing enemies away and shielding Second in a zone of absolute invincibility. This god-tier skill buys him 8 seconds of total safety, followed by 2 more seconds of unstoppable lethal action. Second rockets forward, exploiting his invincibility to shatter the enemy's defense with a brutal impact. That blow rips open a gap for his next skill, perfectly targeting the knight's fatal weakness to magic. Second lets fly a lightning-charged arrow, a specialized shot designed to tear through heavy armor like paper. The knight takes the hit head-on as the explosive combo strike completely overwhelms its body. With one foe crushed, Second scans the battlefield with ice-cold focus, instantly hunting for his next target. Second's lightning strike obliterates the enemy's form, delivering a lethal finishing blow with surgical precision. Even with his power, Second knows he got lucky. Those massive critical hits turned a grueling struggle into a total slaughter. With the battle won, Second ventures deeper into the torchlit halls, carefully navigating the winding path into the darkness. He finally reaches the massive doors of the underground Grand Library, the ultimate goal of his mission. Predicting the monster's next move, Second sets up camp on a high ledge to stay safe from the ghostly enemies prowling below. He strikes a light, The torch's glow cutting through the shadows as they plunge deeper into the unknown. Second grips the torch with white knuckles, ordering his partner to unleash spirit possession the moment that door swings wide. Pure dark energy explodes around Second as he triggers the spirit possession without wasting a single heartbeat. Deep within the library, a massive darkness wolf looms over a pile of ruined books, radiating pure, unadulterated malice. Second freezes in his tracks, his face hardening as he realizes this fight just got a whole lot more complicated. The beast stands its ground atop the shredded scrolls, completely unfazed by Second's sudden intrusion. Second knows he's outmatched. The wolf's raw power dwarfs his current stats, but he's not backing down. A smirk creeps across Second's face as he remembers the system's hidden logic. He's about to exploit the mechanics and flip the script. He ignites a fresh flame, baiting the wolf's gaze as he readies his deadly opening move. The wolf lunges forward in a predictable blur, but Second is ready, instantly blasting it with arch-core light. Second fuses magic archery with his blade, shredding the wolf's legs to cripple its movement. Predicting the beast's next move, he dives left just as the monster lunges for a massive tackle. The wolf misses. Second stays cool, knowing exactly what's next. Teleportation, a dark evolution, and a deadly summoning. The shadow wolf flickers across the room, engulfed in pitch-black flames as its very form begins to warp. Just like he thought, the beast sheds its fur and morphs into a terrifyingly powerful dark woman. She slams down with an explosion that pulverizes the stone floor, leaving the entire street in a deathly silence. He knows that face. It's the same girl he swore to protect, completely unchanged by time or this twisted world. Second watches her evolution with ice-cold focus, readying his promoted rook style before she can finish her ritual. He counts down the seconds as the flames die out, poised to strike back with lethal surgical precision. Knowing the danger, Second triggers his ultimate move, leaving himself wide open as the massive energy begins to charge. He strikes the moment she touches down, unleashing a devastating skill amidst a whirlwind of debris. The gamble pays off as she crashes to the ground, paralyzed before her dark magic can even flicker to life. But a single stun won't cut it. He needs 2 massive critical hits right now or he loses his lead. Every millisecond counts because one missed shot means she'll recover and turn the tables. His arrows blur through the air, landing 2 perfect critical strikes that send her spiraling into a downed state. But she's still trapped in her dark summoning, forcing her back into wolf form to restart the deadly cycle. As she lunges, Second intercepts her with core light, tracking every shift in her predatory stance. He narrowly dodges her snapping jaws and bolts away, knowing the terrifying dark roar is coming next. She lets out a bone-chilling roar before shifting back to human form, prioritizing her transformation over a direct strike. Seeing her shadow still lingering, he knows she's wide open and instantly readies his elite rook's swordsmanship. Second tries to stun her again, but his castle archery only manages to land a single critical hit. He missed the knockdown, and now she's back on her feet, ready to unleash a devastating dark summon. Second watches intently as she shifts forms, calmly pulling a wicked shadow staff from the void. She locks into her staff stance, but Second knows that perfect timing beats any weapon on the battlefield. He unleashes a flurry of archery styles, shattering her balance and pinning her down with surgical precision. Right on cue, she shifts back into her wolf form, but Second is already charging his core light to intercept her. Even in this endless cycle of violence, a grin spreads across Second's face. He's absolutely loving this. This fearless madman is actually challenging a shadow wolf that he created with his own 2 hands. The crowd is stunned as he dances around every strike, retaliating with a barrage of flawless counters. He lunges forward without a second thought, letting pure, raw instinct drive every single blow. Second threw strategy out the window, losing himself in the pure, adrenaline-pumping chaos of the fight. Far beyond this carnage, one absolute truth remained. He was coming back to take his throne. Second put his entire life on the line, obsessed with seizing his title as the strongest warrior on the planet. Gamora stood frozen in awe, shaken by Second's overwhelming power and his solitary quest for absolute glory. And Moa felt a surge of inspiration, watching Second sacrifice everything just to stand above every other living soul. He swore his undying loyalty right then and there, bursting into a manic laugh as he prepared to follow Second into the fire. Annoyed by the over-the-top drama, Second snapped at the voice, clearly done with the theatrics. Second stared down the darkness wolf, cold-bloodedly calculating her health bar using the forbidden knowledge of his past life. Roaring flames swallowed her whole as her power exploded. Berserk mode had finally been unleashed. He thrust his hand forward, activating his tame skill with frame-perfect timing just as she lunged for the kill. The attempt is a total bust, but Second doesn't even flinch. He knew this would happen, and he's already moving to his next play. He hurls explosive potions to blast away her fury. And just like that, the beast settles down and submits to his will. Second breaks down the strategy, but deep down, even he's not sure if this is enough to truly break the Darkness Wolf. The clock ticks away as the grueling battle stretches on way longer than it ever did in his past life. Second lets out a massive yawn, his brain completely fried from the endless mental math and the repetitive grind. He drags himself back to camp, totally defeated by exhaustion after failing 9 straight taming attempts. Even with the failures, the wolf is still trapped, and Ali has to remind him that he's been pushing himself way past his limit. Second vows to train every single day, betting everything that a strict routine will finally bring this beast under control. He realizes he's got the upper hand because she's completely unable to trigger her empty shadow while she's transforming. He explains that her transformation path locks her out of spellcasting, leaving her wide open for him to shut her down. Striking her in that shadow state is a total death trap. Stuns won't land, and she'll unleash a devastating counterspell. If she summons the Blackfire Spear, her ultimate trump card, this entire battle will spiral into absolute chaos. Second stands his ground with iron resolve, finally preparing to unleash his secret forbidden technique. His partner feels the heavy shift in the air as ancient scrolls begin to reveal the dark history connecting them both. Deep inside, the soul of the Shadow Wolf screams, wondering why she's rotting away in this tomb of silence and dusty books. She's lost track of time itself, wondering how many centuries she's been forgotten while the world moved on without her. She desperately tries to speak, but her monstrous form twists every word into nothing but blood-curdling growls. Consumed by a primal bloodlust, her body moves on pure instinct as she tears through another life without a second thought. Standing atop a mountain of bones, her eternal hunger only grows sharper and more agonizing in her isolation. Trapped in a spiral of madness, she craves the next soul to cross her path, wondering exactly how they'll meet their end. Second finally makes her move, her senses exploding as her body screams for blood. But after hundreds of years, a strange new sensation ignites deep within her soul. Second's blow connects perfectly, leaving the Darkness Wolf reeling that a puny human actually drew blood. Bleeding and stunned, she lets out a piercing shriek as pure, unadulterated terror finally takes hold. Her strength drains and her healing fails, leaving her shaking in confusion while Second stands his ground. Agony rips through her entire being, forcing out a scream she never knew she was capable of. But even through the torture, a wild laugh escapes her lips because she's never felt more alive. Drowning in pain, she realizes every century spent in the shadows was leading to this exact moment. She's suffering, yet she's desperate for more, feeling emotions her immortal heart hasn't touched in eons. As her power flickers out, a sense of peace washes over her, hoping that one day he'll be the one to end it all. Her injuries vanish in an instant as Second's power surges through her, leaving her staring at her radiant, healed body in pure shock. Tears well up as she realizes he's the master her soul has been searching for all along. She can't take her eyes off him, her heart overflowing with the truth. Her true master is finally standing right before her. Even as he turns his back, her faith never wavers, because his gaze carries a silent promise to never leave her side. A soft smile plays on her lips, fueled by the absolute certainty that he'll return to fulfill his quiet oath. Caught in a whirlwind of love and a desperate wish for the end, she prays for a miracle that brings both life and ruin. With her last bit of strength, she yearns to know his true name and finally be given a name of her own. She shuts her eyes and gives in entirely, leaving her very fate in his hands to decide how her story ends. 2 months fly by after Second leaves, and now Sylvia, Iko, and Yukari are meeting every week to swap vital intel. They close their eyes in deep focus, bracing themselves to deliver their grim reports with total gravity. Every scrap of intel was filtered, sorted, and blasted through team chat as a high-speed weekly briefing. They absolutely hated wasting time in meetings, but their dwindling numbers forced them to swallow their pride and demand backup. Even Yukari gave a bitter nod of approval, choosing survival over spite despite her deep-seated hatred for men. Yukari revealed her ultimate goal: to forge a lethal maid unit and expand their ironclad influence across the entire land. When Sylvia asked about the squad's size, Yukari described 10 terrifying combat maids who looked exactly the same. Iko recoiled in pure horror at their identical faces, but Yukari instantly shut her down with a sharp, icy glare. Sylvia admitted they were powerful, but warned that the castles were useless without a massive support staff to back them up. Yukari knew that commanders alone couldn't win a war. They needed loyal subordinates to execute their deadly strategies. Yukari pushed for female slaves to fill the ranks, giving the elite maids a fresh batch of recruits to train and mold. Sylvia agreed completely, deciding that only women would serve the maids while the men were relegated to other duties. Yukari stood her ground, declaring her position was a direct order from Lady Sylvia herself. She claimed it was just curiosity, but warned that Yukari's cold shoulder would drive Secondano straight into someone else's arms. Yukari didn't even flinch, firing back with a cool head as the hidden fire of their rivalry finally began to spark. Yukari dropped a bombshell, exposing Sylvia for breaking the rules and sending secret love poems to Second. Sylvia fired back with a brutal impression, mocking Yukari's desperate late-night habits with razor-sharp insults. The meeting exploded into a shouting match, leaving poor Iko trembling as the air grew thick with hostility. Elsewhere, Second is fighting for his life, barely dodging a lethal strike while keeping his eyes locked on the enemy. After 3 grueling months of planning, Second finally spots the opening he needs to trigger his ultimate transformation. He realizes her shadow form makes her untouchable, leaving him wide open to a devastating counterattack. Knowing one wrong move means death, Second vows to never attack while she's in that lethal state. Right after transforming, she begins a dark summoning ritual, forcing Second to lunge forward and scrap his original plan. With his defenses gone, he braces for the coming blow, desperately praying she doesn't pull out the lethal Blackfire spear. She conjures a shadow staff instead, and Second instantly calculates the exact damage needed to take her down for good. She detonates a wave of dark sorcery, a massive explosion that leaves anyone caught in it clinging to just one single hit point. The strategy wikis claim surviving this nightmare is pure luck, but Second doesn't believe in coincidences. He ignores the amateur advice online, trusting only his own elite instincts and raw combat experience to survive. He fires off his castle archery, landing a devastating critical hit that shatters her focus before the spell can finish. The arrow finds its mark, but dodging a blast this enormous is practically impossible. Second triggers his own transformation, erupting in a blinding flash of power as he gears up for his next move. With 8 seconds of total invincibility, he shatters the second barrier and readies his final strike. He rips another massive arrow through the thick smoke, but it barely misses her vitals. Even without a critical blow, she's stumbling. One more clean hit will finish this. With his invincibility flickering out, Second locks in his final shot to end this nightmare once and for all. Second pushes through the agonizing drain of dark magic, clinging to a single point of health as his enemy finally collapses. He slams back a potion the second she drops, finally catching his breath in the sudden silence of the battlefield. He gets right back to the grind, waiting for her to respawn so they can start their brutal dance of death all over again. 2,000 grueling attempts later, his relentless obsession pays off as he finally masters the art of taming. Just as the dust settles, his partner calls out that their hellish training session is officially over. He watches his friend play it cool, but he can sense the growing tension bubbling just beneath the surface. He remembers the dark rumors they've been burying, but for now, he keeps his mouth shut and his secrets guarded. The capital was transforming at a breakneck pace. His time was running out, and his heart ached with worry for Sylvia and Iko. Even with Yukari's growth and those unfinished mansions weighing on his soul, he just couldn't bring himself to leave. He was searching for a real reason to return. Not just out of duty, but a powerful, soul-deep motivation. He finally faced his obsession, realizing this taming addiction was shattering his logic and pushing him into a death-defying spiral. The hunger to tame the darkness wolf was overwhelming, even though he knew the price of failure was total destruction. Despite the looming shadow of death, he believed taming was his only path to salvation. Nothing else even existed to him. He squeezed his eyes shut in the silence, desperate for this relentless cycle of madness to finally come to an end. After 2,168 simulations, his worst nightmare struck. Anko triggered her ultimate mode in the most unstable state possible. Her health crashed below 25%, unleashing a berserk mode that made her completely uncontrollable. Anko didn't waste a heartbeat as she gripped her weapon. The transformation was finished, and the battle was starting right now. Raw power explodes through her veins as her ultimate and berserk modes fuse, shattering every limit she ever had. Wielding a spear of obsidian flames, she unleashes a firestorm that rips the very shadows of the hall to shreds. At his current level, just 2 seconds near that black fire would incinerate him instantly. It doesn't matter if he fights or flees. Death is coming for him, and it's coming fast. With no way out, he reaches for his absolute last resort, a secret suicidal trump card. He clutches the goblin mage's horn with a white-knuckled grip, betting his entire life on this one move. This artifact carries the desperate magic of dungeon mages, designed to warp the user away from the brink of death. To trigger the teleport, he has to drive the horn straight into the flesh of a monster. Second knows this is a massive gamble, and the price of failure is his own life. A grim smile crosses his face as he realizes the time for games is over. It's now or never. Anko stalks forward with a terrifying quiet rage, while Second grips the horn, masking his terror with pure grit. Her power is just too much, and Second knows it. If he doesn't run right now, he's a dead man. He thrusts the horn into the air, swearing he'll be back for revenge as the teleportation magic begins to swirl. Suddenly, Anko's mask of fury cracks, her eyes shaking as she battles a storm of heartbreak and hatred. Right as he's about to vanish, a desperate voice screams in his mind, begging him not to leave. Second freezes, paralyzed by the change in her eyes as his resolve begins to crumble. Then the law of Mobion hits him like a truck. If he runs now, he loses every single thing he's fought for. He slams his foot down as a voice inside his soul roars that turning back is not an option. He's a top-tier warrior, a man who only moves forward, and he refuses to let his title be dragged through the mud. Second lets out a primal scream, triggering his transformation as his doubt is incinerated by pure, unadulterated will. With only 8 seconds of invincibility left, Second lunges forward, betting everything on this final desperate window. He lets out a manic laugh, thriving under the crushing pressure as his soul ignites with reckless resolve. Second storms ahead without a shred of doubt, while Anko stands eerily still with her eyes shut, waiting for the impact. He shouts his respect mid-clash, genuinely admitting that her terrifying power finally backed him into a corner. He triggers Castle Archery and unleashes a devastating full-power shot with lethal precision. The arrow slams right into Anko's head, a perfect critical hit that lands exactly as he envisioned. As the clock ticks down, he stands his ground, watching her HP plummet while refusing to back down an inch. With 0 time remaining, Second reaches out his hand and triggers his final trump card, Taming Protocol. Second laughs in the face of potential defeat, embracing the impossible odds with absolutely 0 regrets. Suddenly, Anko drops to her knees in total silence, her fury vanishing as a heavy hush falls over the room. Her gaze softens as she looks up, her voice ringing out in total submission to Second's every word. Second stands there frozen in shock, realizing his gamble just rewrote the rules of their entire relationship. Anko Nelt is completely consumed by the bond, tamed by Second against all odds in the middle of pure chaos. No fighter has ever survived her terrifying berserk form, and only a fool would dare to trigger it on purpose. But Second played a dangerous game, letting her rage explode while her health plummeted to the brink of death. With perfect timing, he lunged through her attacks and slammed down his taming skill before she could land another blow. Now on her knees, Anko surrenders her entire soul to Second, swearing absolute loyalty to her one true master. Second is left speechless as Anko's voice shatters a silence he thought would last forever. Her sudden speech hits him like a freight train, leaving him just as stunned as the moment he tamed her. Before this, Anko was just a mindless puppet following a script, a cold, combat-driven monster with no soul. But everything had shifted, leaving Second to wonder if his taming skills sparked her soul, or if it had been there all along. Desperate for the truth, Second demanded to know why a conscious being would ever choose such mindless destruction. Anko confessed the dark reality. Her mind was shackled by a divine power, an ancient curse that no one could resist. Second finally realized that this curse had stripped away her free will, forcing her to fight like a puppet even after she woke up. He began to doubt everything, questioning if her memories were even real or if they were rewritten the moment he tamed her. If those memories were fake, then her entire soul was just a manufactured lie trapped inside a monster's body. Second shouted her name with absolute pride, and Anko beamed with joy, swearing her eternal loyalty to him right then and there. Anko flashed a brilliant smile, realizing that after centuries of being locked away, she was finally going to see the outside world. They stood in the middle of a ruined library, where mountains of ancient knowledge lay buried under shattered stone and broken shelves. As the duo crept forward, something completely unexpected caught Second's eye, bringing their steady advance to a dead stop. Deadly monsters known as black ghosts prowled the shadows, hunting in packs that made a head-on clash a total suicide mission. Second steeled his nerves, knowing that taking on 5 of these freaks alone was a massive risk he was ready to take. Without a shred of mercy, Anko grabbed the black ghost by the skull and unleashed a devastating dark curse. The strike exploded into a pillar of fire, leaving Second speechless as the monster's body literally imploded under the sheer force. Second's jaw dropped when he saw Anko's dark magic leave every single enemy clinging to life with only 1 HP left. As a beast lunged at her, she absolutely pulverized its face, shattering its mask with a single brutal blow. Anko didn't miss a beat as she summoned the Shadow Staff, proving that the real carnage was only just getting started. With perfect poise, Anko swung her staff as dark energy swirled around her like a suit of impenetrable armor. Second watched in awe as her once terrifying cruelty transformed into an unstoppable weapon that was finally on his side. Anko struck like lightning, tearing through the black ghosts one by one as they crumbled before her cold, calculated precision. The staff's lethal ability ignites, letting every strike on a shadow tear through the enemy while completely ignoring their defenses. Pure darkness swallows the remaining ghosts whole, shredding their spirits into nothingness with absolutely no hope of escape. Second stands paralyzed by Anko's sheer dominance, realizing her dark sorcery has evolved into something far more terrifying than he ever imagined. This isn't the Anko he knew. She's pulling broken god-tier spells out of thin air like it's nothing. Desperate for answers, he decides to scan her stats to uncover exactly how much she's changed between these two worlds. Anko lets him look, but as she leans in with total confidence, Second's heart starts racing and he completely loses his cool. He tries to focus on the numbers, but her stunning figure becomes an embarrassing distraction he just can't look away from. Second digs into the data and realizes her dark sorcery has a massive catch. It only works on enemies weaker than her. Even with all that power, she's on a strict 1-hour cooldown, meaning every single move has to be perfectly calculated. Her teleportation and summons took a hit, but her transformation has 0 cooldown, proving her powers have been completely rewired. This new version of Anko was riddled with massive debuffs, and Second knew this was a huge problem. Second realized these weren't accidents. A god must have stepped in to nerf her insane potential. One look at the skill menu confirmed his fears. A wave of new restrictions had been slapped onto her abilities. Her devastating dark sorcery was now restricted to weaklings, with a grueling 1-hour cooldown. Teleportation and summoning were hit with heavy cooldowns, but her transformation remained lightning fast. Every skill paled in comparison to his past world, yet somehow her transformation was stronger than ever. This perfect balance proved it. Someone was pulling the strings and redesigning the laws of this world. The peace is shattered when Anko bows low in apology, just as a shocking truth comes to light. The young master's eyes nearly pop out of his head as he realizes he's been blind to a massive detail. The moment they step outside, Anko hits the dirt, her strength completely drained by the burning sun. The sun was her ultimate enemy, because Anko could only unleash her true, devastating power from within the shadows. Her master finally realized the truth. Her dark sorcery was useless unless the battlefield was perfectly shrouded in gloom. Even under the blistering sun, Anko pushed herself to the breaking point to repay her master's incredible dedication. Anko leaned into Second's side, finding a spark of warmth in the middle of that desolate, frozen wasteland. His genuine worry melted her heart, and his calm presence let her energy surge back into her body. She rested against him with her eyes shut tight, cherishing every inch of the shadow Second cast over her. Second froze in total shock at her boldness, terrified that one wrong word might trigger a dangerous memory. They hit the road again, but even though she was by his side, Anko's patience was reaching its absolute limit. Second finally sailed away from Iseroy's island with Anko, but he was terrified she wouldn't survive the world outside. Suddenly, a wicked spirit materialized, mocking Anko and calling her bond with Second a pathetic display of weakness. The spirit kept shredding her pride and calling her worthless, but Anko stayed stone-cold calm right next to Second. Second finally hit his limit, roaring at the arrogant spirit for insulting both him and Anko. He instantly regretted summoning them both as their clashing egos turned his horse ride into pure chaos. The spirit fought back against the scolding, blaming Anko and demanding fairness for all spirit kind. It screamed that Anko deserved to be punished for her past, but she just sat there, completely unfazed. Anko declared her absolute loyalty as part of Second's own soul, finally starting to win his trust. Second was totally conflicted, and when Anko sarcastically suggested a ridiculous punishment, he felt completely overwhelmed. He was stuck right in the middle of their absurd rivalry, having no clue how to handle either of them. Second pressured the spirit to move while Anko clung to him, sending his stress levels into overdrive. Suddenly, the spirit changed the subject, praising the autumn leaves just to distract everyone from the heated fight. The spirit goads Second to hop down and enjoy the view, taking a sharp jab at Anko for being a total stage 5 clinger. Anko sees right through the trap and snaps back, accusing the spirit of trying to tear her away from Second. The air crackles with bloodlust as they trade deadly threats, and Anko welcomes the incoming carnage with open arms. Second rides on in dead silence, realizing he's made a massive mistake by summoning these two at the same time. Once he hits Pihao, he finally unwinds with a massive feast, a steaming hot bath, and some much-needed shut-eye. A sudden knock shatters his sleep, and he stumbles to the door wondering who on earth would dare disturb him this early. Standing there is a stone-faced young man, bowing low and offering a formal apology that catches Second completely off guard. He introduces himself as Kubalo, announcing that he's been assigned as Second's brand new personal butler. Second immediately senses that Kubalo is no ordinary servant, and their eyes lock in a moment of pure electric tension. Even with the polite intro, Second can't help but scoff, openly questioning if this guy's family really is the fastest in the land. Kubalo breaks down Yukari's orders, but Second's memory is a total blank after being away for so long. Second laughs off his new public title, but deep down, he's still suspicious of Kubelo's true motives. Kubelo swears absolute loyalty, vowing to serve Second anywhere as his ultimate butler and personal valet. Kubelo apologizes for the intrusion and tells Second to get some rest. He's already handled everything with the innkeeper. He offers to whip up breakfast, catering to Second's every whim with terrifyingly perfect attention to detail. As Kubelo steps out, Second is stunned. How can someone so young be this incredibly professional? Second drifts into a deep sleep and wakes up feeling like a new man, exactly as Kubelo intended. Kubelo bursts in with breakfast at the perfect moment, making Second wonder if this guy can actually read minds. Second's horse is already groomed and ready thanks to a subordinate wiping away his last bit of worry. Second gets down to business, hashing out the next phase of the plan with his serious ally. His companion serves up some rich chocolate cake and steaming coffee. A subtle gesture of kindness. Second suggests a game of cards for the journey back, and his companion agrees with absolute respect. As Second approaches the horse-drawn carriage, his companion senses the thick tension and asks what's wrong. The man promises his unwavering support, but Second stays on high alert despite his confident reply. Second watches him like a hawk, desperate to uncover the source of that hidden unease. Second decides to keep things calm and steady during the grueling trek toward the royal capital. The man looks anxious, with cracks starting to show in his perfectly calm facade. He crushes his fear and performs his duties perfectly, determined not to worry Second for even a moment. His sheer willpower keeps his nerves in check, leaving Second stunned by his incredible composure against all odds. Second lets out a laugh, admiring the man's unbreakable spirit and grit despite the battle raging inside him. The man fumbles over Second's praise, creating a thick, awkward tension that hangs in the air. As they settle into the carriage, Second pours his heart out with a sincere thank you to clear the air. To break the ice, Second pulls out a deck of cards, noticing his companion is exhausted but still standing tall. Kubelo grips his cards with intense focus, proving his unwavering loyalty even in a simple game. A smile creeps across Second's face as they ride, dreaming of a bond with Kubelo that will never break. Second leans in and tells Kubelo straight up, if he's ever in trouble, he doesn't have to face it alone. He swears to help Kubelo confront the ghosts of his past, promising to be his ultimate shield. Kubelo stammers, trying to play it cool and maintain his tough exterior after letting his guard down. Overwhelmed by this kindness, Kubelo vows to etch his master's words into his very soul forever. Later that night, Kubelo summons every ounce of his courage to ask Second for a secret meeting. Second steps up to help Kubela crush his hidden fears, promising to have his back all night long. As he reaches the estate, Second realizes the entire place has been totally transformed for the new season. It turns out Yukari and the crew actually went through with the genius plan to swap estates every few months. Yukari welcomes Second back with a massive smile, making him feel right at home as they gear up for the road ahead. Yukari finally lets her guard down and leans on Second, who stands there like an unshakable pillar of strength. She pulls him into a tight embrace, whispering a soft apology as she finds peace in his powerful presence. Second stays silent as Yukari pours her heart out, confessing the massive pressure she's been carrying on her shoulders. They immediately start plotting a meeting to tackle the mountain of estate business that piled up while he was gone. Suddenly, a burst of pure energy tackles Second to the ground as a growing girl screams with joy at his return. Second gives Iko a huge smile, amazed at how much she's grown while she beams back at him with pure, innocent delight. Yukari isn't having it, immediately calling out Second for teasing Sylvia about her obvious jealousy. Second just laughs it off, radiating pure energy as he hypes up the wild adventures waiting for him and Yukari. The group decides it's time to get serious, calling a meeting to manage the estate and plot their next big move. Suddenly, Second drops a bombshell. A brand new ally is joining the ranks, leaving everyone stunned. Yukari and the crew brace themselves, their hearts racing with a mix of curiosity and dread for this newcomer. The peace shatters instantly when Yukari and a fellow maid corner Second, demanding an explanation for his antics. Panicked, Second folds under the pressure and agrees to summon this mysterious woman right now. Out of nowhere, a stunning dark-haired woman named Enko appears with total grace, ready for duty. She stands tall and fearless, her overwhelming aura sending shockwaves through the entire room. Yukari and the maid are completely floored, paralyzed by Anko's sudden and breathtaking entrance. Yukari and the maid's jaws hit the floor as Anko pulls a stunt no one saw coming. Panic sets in for Second as he realizes Anko is about to do something reckless, and he desperately tries to hold her back. A wicked grin spreads across Anko's face as she unleashes a terrifying power that sends chills down everyone's spines. Without warning, she strikes, catching the group completely off guard and plunging the entire scene into pure mayhem. Once the dust settles, a stunned Anko offers a shaky apology, horrified by the bloodlust she just unleashed. She begs for forgiveness, swearing to follow Second's every command and never move a muscle without his say-so. Second stares at her, realizing just how volatile her inner demons really are. Years of isolation in that dark underground library twisted her mind, forging a girl with lethal, unstoppable instincts. Now Second is left grappling with the impossible task of taming this wild, dangerous force. He lays down the law, demanding she ask permission before every move to keep her from spiraling out of control. Second catches a glimpse of Anko's pure joy, and he's absolutely stunned to see her smiling after all that chaos. Anko drops to her knees, begging for harsher training and swearing her eternal soul to Second. Second remembers her dark history. A life of total isolation that fueled her uncontrollable bloodlust. He's on edge, wondering if he can truly keep her lethal instincts from exploding into a disaster. Second drops a bombshell. Anko is actually a high-level boss-rank demon pulled straight from the depths of a dungeon. Looking at her beaming face, Second realizes her devotion is the real deal, even if she is a walking weapon. He gives her the floor, and she desperately pleads for his forgiveness and even more brutal discipline. Second weighs the massive burden of her power as he gears up for a high-stakes meeting. Even with the air thick with tension, Second softens up to comfort Iko, telling her it's finally time to relax and play. They head back inside for some fun and games, as Second desperately tries to cling to a moment of peace. The squad huddles together, but the air is thick with skepticism about their chances. Second knows Anko is a total nightmare to handle, so he meticulously polishes every detail of his plan. He realizes the mess with Anko is a ticking time bomb that needs a permanent solution right now. Suddenly, a butler rushes in with a frantic look, demanding Second follow him for an urgent crisis. Second shadows Kubello, only to stumble upon a chilling trail of fresh blood. The two stand frozen by the moonlit lake, bracing themselves for a high-stakes showdown. Kubello slowly strips off his gloves, signaling that the games are over and things are about to get real. They lock eyes with burning intensity, mentally preparing for the violent clash about to explode. Kubello formally issues a challenge, officially declaring his intent to take Second down. Trembling with a mix of fear and raw ambition, Kubello vows he won't let this ultimate opportunity escape him. Both warriors steel themselves for the showdown, drawing power from their deepest convictions. Kubello thrusts forward a competition crown, signaling that the ultimate challenge has finally begun. Second lets out a joyful laugh, genuinely impressed by the sheer intensity Kubello is bringing to the table. Even with his heart racing, Kubello accepts the duel with honor as Second looks on in awe. Kubello locks eyes with his rival, demanding to know if he's truly ready to put everything on the line. Second gives a fearless yes, and the tension explodes as they prepare for a serious battle. Kubello stands his ground, refusing to move and forcing Second to take the first shot. Suddenly, Kubello's foot catches on a hidden trap, sending him careening forward. He crashes headfirst into Second, starting this epic bout with a bone-jarring impact. Kubello frantically apologizes, but Second stays cool as ice after absorbing that accidental headbutt. Kubello is left reeling, unable to grasp how his own master could accidentally wound him. Second flashes a confident smirk, revealing he used a prison break technique to shatter Kubello's shackles. Kubello stands paralyzed, his mind failing to process the sheer speed of this impossible move. He's drowning in shock, desperate to understand why Second would suddenly grant him his freedom. Second declares that the gloves are off. Now the real fight begins with absolutely zero restrictions. Kubello gazes at Second's terrifying power, finally seeing the deeper meaning behind their duel. With a sharp grin, Second confirms that his unique prison break skill has completely liberated Kubello. Kubello screams a warning, terrified that recklessly breaking a slave contract will end in disaster. Second turns cold, making it clear that while he's free, any hint of betrayal will be met with instant death. Second finally opens up, explaining that he freed Kubello because he truly trusts the man's inner strength. Kubello explodes in a fit of rage, swearing that Second will live to regret ever setting him free. Kubello flashes back to his brutal training and every scar he's earned, locking in for the fight of his life. He vows to pour every ounce of his soul into his fists and crush crush his opponent with sheer willpower. The battle kicks off with a tense silence as Second stands there completely unfazed, while Kubelo's focus reaches a breaking point. Second taunts him to loosen up, already calling the winner of this clash before it even heats up. Kubelo fires back with a warning, radiating pure confidence as he tells Second not to dare look down on him. Second shifts into a combat stance, throwing the warning right back and telling Kubelo he has no idea what's coming. Second lunges forward and buries a devastating punch right into Kubelo's jaw, unleashing his monstrous strength. The impact sends Kubelo flying backward, his head spinning as he barely clings to consciousness. Suddenly, Second's body slams into the dirt, motionless as a cloud of dust swallows him whole after that brutal exchange. Agony rips through his body as he lies there broken, hearing those cold, relentless footsteps drawing closer. He's paralyzed by the terrifying thought that he's been cast aside, certain his own pathetic weakness has finally let his master down. But his mentor doesn't budge, barking orders and demanding power until a tiny flame of defiance flickers deep within the boy's soul. Suddenly it hits him. He hasn't been left behind. And fueled by pure, raw pride, he digs his fingers into the dirt to drag himself back up. His muscles shake violently, but he forces himself off the ground, driven by the desperate realization that he still has a chance. Blood masks his face as he lets out a primal roar, shattering the chains of fear that were suffocating his very spirit. Battered and gasping for air, he finally stands his ground while his mentor watches on with a silent, knowing nod. He stumbles forward with a mind on fire, ready to fight for his life and prove he'll never back down again. With nothing but pure willpower left, he lunges forward, throwing a devastating punch right at his master's face. But his mentor catches the blow effortlessly, freezing it in midair with terrifying, absolute control. Their eyes locked, and Second gave a small smile, acknowledging just how much Kubelo had grown as he gripped his fist with total confidence. Second let go with a satisfied nod, leaving Kubelo standing there paralyzed by the sheer weight of the moment. Second stepped in and pulled him into a proud embrace, finally giving him the respect and trust he'd fought so hard to earn. Now Kubeloli lies motionless in bed, staring at the ceiling after draining every last drop of energy from his soul. He forces himself upright, his head spinning, until he sees Second waiting there with a calm, steady gaze. Second offers to heal him, but Kubelo refuses, choosing to wear those brutal battle scars like a badge of honor. With a weak smile, he explains that he wants to feel the sting of his wounds just a little longer to prove he's actually changed. Kubelo stands tall and pours his heart out in thanks, leaving Second a bit confused but still beaming with pride. Thinking back on everything, the adoption, the struggles, and the chances he was given, Kubelo feels a sudden, overwhelming need to show his gratitude. But Second starts to get suspicious, wondering if the kid's brain is still scrambled from the intensity of the fight. Swallowing his pride, Kubelo finally confessed that the gap in their power was absolutely staggering. He began to peel back the layers of his past, hinting at a secret life where he mastered the art of unarmed combat. He dropped a massive bombshell. He was once the commander of R6, a rebel syndicate fighting for the poor. These legendary outlaws were heroes to the people, stealing only from the most corrupt and greedy tyrants. But their rebellion was crushed by the chivalric order, leaving behind nothing but ruins and forgotten memories. Their fearless raids enraged the high nobility, making them the primary targets for a brutal, elite crackdown. Shockingly, Kubelo realized it wasn't the military that destroyed them, but the mysterious one-stone chivalric order. He exposed Prince Klaus as the mastermind, a leader who hid a dark and malicious agenda against the rebels. Reemsma offered his own life as a sacrifice, desperately hoping the knights would show mercy to his followers. But it was all a sick trap. False promises led straight into a bloody slaughter orchestrated by the First Order. Dozens were slaughtered in the chaos, leaving Kubelo as the lone survivor who only escaped death thanks to a hero's sacrifice. Kubelo wept as the agonizing cost of his survival hit him, mourning every soul lost for the sake of his mission. Even now, he's haunted by the survivors scattered across the land, and he's determined to save every last one of them. As long as Kubelo is still standing, Ramsma's dying wish will never fade away. Driven by pure guilt and memory, he swore an oath to restore 6 Rand and bring the lost home. Second saw that ironclad resolve and didn't hesitate for a second to throw his full support behind the mission. He called Kubelo to his side, promising to help him rebuild their world from the ground up. They stared out at the silent lake, knowing deep down that their grueling journey for justice had only just begun. Standing alone in the deep woods, Second felt the massive weight of his responsibilities crashing down on him. The promises he made to Kubilo, Maine, Yukari, and Lucia burned in his mind, haunting his very conscience. These missions were political landmines that brute force couldn't solve, and not even Anko's influence could hide the brutal truth. He finally realized his enemy was a ghost, a faceless shadow that no single man could ever hope to defeat alone. Drowning in doubt, Second questioned his entire journey, realizing that mindless violence couldn't mend a world already in pieces. As he stared into the still lake, a sudden epiphany hit him. He didn't have to carry the weight of every answer on his own shoulders. He turned to his allies, desperate to find a master strategist who could navigate the treacherous games of politics. But his hopes were crushed when Iko, Sylvia, and Yukari all struggled to name a single person they could actually trust. Yukari had a few names in mind but doubted their loyalty, while Sylvia's father was completely clueless despite his high-ranking title. Second weighed his options and decided to seek a new lead while Yukari vowed to keep digging for more information. Second gambled on a spirit summoning, praying the entity would know someone who mastered the world's deadly political landscape. The spirit manifested with a massive pout, clearly ticked off and still fuming from a previous unresolved argument. Second realized the spirit was still fuming after being yanked away from that deadly battle with his uncle. Second argued that Anko was finally reflecting on her past, but the spirit snapped back that her crimes were far too grave to ignore. Desperate for peace, Second pleaded with the spirit to help heal Anko and cooperate just this once. Even though he still hated Anko, the spirit agreed to help solely out of respect for Second. Grateful for the help, Second then asked if the spirit knew anyone who was a master of political strategy. The spirit boasted about his power and revealed his own legendary governor and master tactician, Winfield. Second was absolutely shocked to find out the spirit world had a structured government run by mixed-element officials. The spirit explained that a mixed spirit like Winfield rules by uniting every elemental faction with perfect balance. Second stared at the spirit, finally realizing that the title of Great Ruler came with massive real-world responsibility. He asked how to bring Winfield to their world, but learned that only an indirect summoning was possible right now. The spirit offers a new deal, promising to personally drag Winfield into this world if necessary. Our hero is stunned to find out the spirit ruler can pinpoint exactly who he wants to summon. When he asks about Winfield's strength, the spirit bluntly admits the guy is actually a total weakling. This tactician named Winfield is the one pulling all the strings and managing the great ruler's politics. He might be physically pathetic, but Winfield rules the spirit realm with a mind for strategy that's second to none. The MC decides Yukari is the perfect person for the job and tasks her with bringing Winfield forth. Yukari accepts, knowing she'll need heavy hitters later, so a weaker spirit is the perfect start for her. But summoning isn't easy. You've got to unlock high-level sorcery and dump massive XP into your skills first. On top of that, you need a rare spirit ticket, which only drops from the most dangerous monsters and dungeons. Even after all his time in this world, he hasn't seen a single one of those tickets drop. These spirit tickets are insanely rare, so hitting the auction house is the only way, if you've got the gold to burn. Out of nowhere, the wealthy heiress struts up, teasing that she's got a massive secret to reveal. His jaw hits the floor as she whips out a brand new spirit ticket and flaunts it right in his face. Sylvia actually scored this legendary drop during her dungeon grind and couldn't wait to show it off. While everyone else is reeling in shock, Sylvia pauses, gathering her courage to ask Second for a massive favor. She hands over the priceless card without a second thought, but hints that she expects something special in return. With a blush, she nervously asks Second to go shopping with her, and he goes dead silent as he weighs his options. Second flashes a grin and agrees, promising to buy her absolutely anything her heart desires. Sylvia is totally baffled when Second turns around and offers the exact same deal to Iko. Iko's eyes sparkle with pure joy and she jumps at the chance to join the shopping spree. Sylvia hands over the drop card and Second confirms it's finally time for the summoning. Yukari was already one step ahead, standing by and ready to trigger the ritual at a moment's notice. As Second passes her the card, Yukari is struck by his unshakable composure. Gripping the card tight, Yukari speaks the words of power and ignites the massive ritual circle. Blinding light spirals into the sky as Second feels the very air around them begin to tremble. A mysterious figure slowly takes shape, materializing out of a storm of shimmering crystal shards. The spirit snaps his eyes open, his gaze cold and calculating as he surveys this brand new world. He introduces himself as Winfield, leaving the group hanging on his every word with bated breath. Sylvia is baffled, but Iko reveals that Winfield's true power isn't in combat. It's his god-tier political genius. Second offers him a spot as their political advisor, but Winfield hesitates. He needs his master's blessing first. Yukari gives the green light, Winfield nods in agreement, and just like that, A powerful new alliance is forged. But Sylvia jumps in, demanding Second check out the insane gains she and Iko made during their dungeon grind. Right as Second is about to head out, Yukari stops him cold, insisting he finish one more crucial task first. The moment Second agrees, a panicked voice cuts through the air with desperate urgency. News of a dangerous wolf forces the team to regroup and scrap their original plans on the spot. Noticing Second is running on fumes, a friend tells him to hit the hay. And surprisingly, he doesn't put up a fight. He crashes onto his bed, flashing a tired smile as he waves the rest of the group away. As he drifts off, Second wonders if Winfield is actually worth the hype, while the others trade looks of pure mystery. Second had absolutely no clue just how terrifyingly capable Winfield was about to become. By the time noon rolls around, Winfield approaches Second in private, speaking with a calm, unshakable confidence. Winfield's mere presence shuts down the rowdy crowd instantly, sending a chilling shift through the entire room. Second realizes Winfield's subtle power has completely hijacked his plans. Now, he's stuck with this mysterious figure all day long. As Winfield leads the way, Second can't help but question their true identity, unable to even tell if they're a man or a woman. The two stand overlooking a serene lake, but the peaceful view is just a cover for the shocking truths about to drop. Winfield starts dropping hints about lethal secrets, the exact same ones Second received from Duchess Lucia. Suspicion flares in Second's mind as he wonders if Yukari betrayed him and leaked his most guarded intel. Panic sets in when Second realizes Winfield isn't using magic. He's exposing every secret through pure, terrifying observation. Winfield calmly shuts down the magic theory, revealing his power is just cold, hard logic sharpened by a genius political mind. He breaks down how he pieces together the darkest secrets using nothing but simple questions and multiple points of view. Second has to admit the deduction is spot on, but he can't help noticing how surprisingly cute Winfield actually looks. Second demands to know their true goal, but Winfield plays it cool, dropping a massive hint about backing the second prince. Winfield prepares to lay out the plan, but there's a catch. The second prince must crush his rivals and seize the throne. Second worries about Castell's grim future, but Winfield's cold, heartless reaction makes him wonder if they're even on the same side. Second asks if Marbell will truly swallow everything up, and Winfield confirms they're taking total control. Winfield explains that if they don't fight back, no blood will spill, but the royal family will be quietly wiped out. This political war will decide who rules, and if they don't act now, the first prince's faction will absolutely destroy the second's. It hits Second like a ton of bricks. The Empire doesn't use armies to conquer. They use shadows, spies, and manipulation. Second points out how calculated this all feels, and Winfield smirks, hinting that the Empire's public face is just a massive lie. Winfield confesses the Empire is cold-blooded, but his brutal honesty catches Second completely off guard. Then Winfield drops the ultimate ultimatum: save the entire kingdom or burn it all down to protect the second prince. Second is betting everything on Castile's survival, desperate to keep the ancient traditions of battle alive. He knows if the Empire seizes control, they'll tear up the rulebook and ruin the sacred title matches forever. Second is laser-focused on those title matches. It's the only way he'll ever prove he's the absolute best. Winfield locks in and agrees to follow Second's lead, completely shifting their strategy with cold, hard determination. Second demands to know if their old plan was just a surrender in disguise, terrified he can't save both his goals. Second calls out Winfield's bluff, forcing him to hesitate as he prepares to reveal the real secret behind their bond. Out of nowhere, Winfield drops a bombshell confession of love, leaving Second absolutely stunned in the middle of their war meeting. Winfield reveals his dark secret. He's a half-breed spirit, cursed with pathetic weakness in both of his elemental powers. Second remembers the legends of a useless spirit, a total failure who couldn't master water or earth. Winfield admits he's fragile and rare, yet the great ruler chose him personally despite his glaring weakness. Second questions the adoption as he senses the ruler's sheer malice, while Winfield drops chilling hints about the dark secrets hidden beneath. Even as his superior mocks him, Winfield stands there trembling in silence, enduring the humiliation just to finish his mission. Winfield finally opens up, admitting she never believed anyone would ever summon or care about a weak, mixed-blood spirit like her. With a soft chuckle, she confesses that Second's very existence is what drove her to become the ruler's right hand. Her face twists into a sly smirk as she declares that she's finally claimed a subordinate this powerful and useful. The realization hits Second hard. To her, he's nothing more than a disposable pawn in a much larger game. Lost in thought, Second accepts this brutal reality, since he's always viewed the entire world as his own personal playground anyway. Second stands his ground and reflects on his summoning, radiating a hidden strength that no one saw coming. Winfield lets out a genuine laugh, and surprisingly, Second joins in, shattering the heavy tension with a moment of pure, shared amusement. They dive straight back into the strategy, with Winfield coldly naming their next targets, the brainwashing sorcery and the Second Prince. He pulls out the Duchess's letter and reads a chilling demand. They need a slave from the assassin class to attack them. Winfield starts mapping out a plan, but Second pushes back, completely creeped out by this twisted magical requirement. That's when it hits him. Since he freed Yukari, she can't do it anymore, because the spell demands a current slave for the job. Winfield admits that finding an assassin slave is nearly impossible, but she's got a crazy workaround involving a different master. But training a new assassin means taking a human life, and Second flat out refuses to cross that line, putting the whole plan on ice. Winfield brings up Eve as the perfect candidate, and while Second is thrilled for a second, he suddenly panics at how much she actually knows. He's relieved to have a lead, but he can't stop wondering, how on earth does Winfield know all these deep, dark secrets? Second comes up with a genius play. Use Yukari's night strings to puppet Eve and cheat the system. They realize it'll work. Eve can launch her assault while being controlled like a piece of gear through Yukari's strings. Second figures out the loophole before Winfield can even finish, earning himself a playful, teasing compliment from her. They set off for the servant's estate, leaving a quick note as they geared up for the next phase of their plan. Second replayed Yukari's words in his head, finally embracing his title as master, even if the weight of that power felt heavy on his shoulders. A smirk played on Second's lips as he strolled through the grounds, feeling pure pride for the massive estate he now owned. Burning with curiosity, Second asked if spirits have genders, and Winfield revealed they can actually choose whatever form they want. Winfield dropped a bombshell, announcing she'd just chosen to be female, leaving Second wondering what Angoma would eventually pick. When Second pressed her for a reason, Winfield just flashed a mischievous grin and kept her secrets locked tight. They finally arrived, and a maid nearly jumped out of her skin when she realized her mysterious master was standing right there. She completely lost it, staring at Second with wide eyes as if a legendary beast had just walked through the front door. Second demanded to see Eve, sending the flustered maid into a frenzy as she scrambled to lead them to the dining hall. As they headed inside, she stuttered out her name. Marina, the vice captain of the elite S unit. Second discovers the maids are organized into elite squads, each commanded by one of Yukari's top 10. He crunches the numbers and realizes that even with 100 staff members, this massive estate is still understaffed. Seeing Marina shaking like a leaf, Second steps in and offers to train her mind to be as hard as steel. But she takes it the wrong way, breaking down in tears and begging for forgiveness as her nerves spiral out of control. Second quickly sets the record straight. Everyone cracks under pressure, and they all need a mental anchor to stay grounded. He breaks down techniques like prayer and routine, showing her how to lock her emotions down and find her inner peace. Then he drops a truth bomb. Real composure only comes when you lose yourself completely in your work. He demands total immersion of body and soul to kill all fear, no matter how much it hurts. Winfield and Marina immediately push back, shouting that his extreme methods are only for life or death emergencies. Marina suddenly realizes she might have been played, but hey, her anxiety has completely vanished. With a grateful bow, she leads Second right into the heart of the roaring dining hall. Marina bursts through the doors and shouts his name, leaving every single servant frozen in total shock. The entire room snaps to their feet and bows in perfect unison to honor their unexpected guest. Caught off guard by the royal treatment, Second awkwardly insists he's just an ordinary guy. Desperate to break the ice, he begs everyone to keep eating before their food turns ice cold. The butler steps in and commands them to eat, making sure Second doesn't feel a shred of guilt. Intrigued by the graceful maid standing there, Second turns and finally asks for her name. He introduces himself to the head chef, Sobra, and tells him to drop the formal act and just be real. Sabra hesitates at first, but once he finds out the kid smokes, he's totally down to join him. He remembers the insanely detailed tobacco system in Mobion, thinking back to his old addiction inside the game. During breakfast, Second notices Lily is barely touching his food and asks if one plate is really enough for him. Lily nervously claims he's stuffed, but Second smells a lie, especially when a friend reveals Lily usually eats like a beast. Intrigued, Second asks for his name, and Lily proudly introduces himself as the estate's loyal head gardener. Second tells the whole group to drop the act, choosing real honesty over stiff, boring etiquette. Second gives Lily a massive compliment on his physique, sending the gardener into a total meltdown of pure joy. Deeply moved, Lily hangs his head and confesses the deep shame he's always felt about his own body. Fueled by a sudden burst of courage, Lily vows to train like a madman and become the hero he's always dreamed of. Overcome with passion, Lily sprints out the door, screaming that he's going to transform into a powerhouse. Confused by the outburst, Second asks what's up, and a maid explains that Lily is usually the most gentle, sisterly soul you'll ever meet. The maid introduces herself as Essay, while her incredibly shy older sister Elle gives Second a respectful greeting. Second begs them to just act normal, but the maids are completely paralyzed, terrified of breaking their professional masks. He tells them to look to Marina for advice, bragging that he's the one who cured her of her crippling nerves. The girls are absolutely dazzled by his confidence, showering him with praise until the entire room is buzzing with hype. Second starts digging into their daily routine, and the maids reveal that every single unit is specialized for intense combat training. One maid steps forward with a proud smirk, dropping a bombshell. They're actually elite warrior maids in disguise. Second gives them props for their spirit, but immediately throws down the gauntlet to see if they can actually back up their talk. Just as the sparks start to fly, Cabello screams for them to stand down, warning that this match is far too dangerous. The room goes dead silent when Kubalo drops a shocker. He already traded blows with Second in a secret midnight duel. He reveals his true colors as a high-ranking master of unarmed combat who once led a notorious gang of outlaws. Second's jaw hits the floor as he realizes Kubela isn't some stiff student council type. He's a legendary underworld boss. Kubela relived the nightmare, explaining how the duel ended in a heartbeat when Second's strike sent him flying before he could even blink. Kubelo dropped a bombshell. That wasn't even a special skill, just a raw, basic punch, and Second just calmly nodded like it was nothing. He issued a chilling warning to never underestimate Second, swearing to push his unit's power to absolute god-tier levels. A towering elf maid suddenly summoned Second and Eve, announcing that her master would be arriving at any moment. Second waved goodbye, his mind already racing toward his next dark objective, obtaining the ultimate forbidden brainwashing sorcery. With one final wave, Second vanished from sight, leaving the chaotic energy of the dining room behind him. As they marched through the silent corridor, Second kept his cool, flanked on both sides by Eve and the mysterious elf maid. Second caught on to Eve's awkward silence and realized she was just incredibly shy, while the male elf stepped in to explain her timid nature. He dropped some serious wisdom on how to handle quiet souls, give them space, listen closely, and let them find their own voice. Second jokingly dubbed her the Wencelopedia spirit, but her terrifyingly sharp intuition actually sent a shiver down his spine. Yukari drags them into a hidden soundproof chamber, making sure not a single soul can witness the madness about to unfold. Shaking off her nerves, Yukari steals her resolve and demands Eve put on a blindfold for her own protection. Second questions her motives, but Yukari reveals her weapon, a painless, enchanted whip built for absolute magical dominance. Second smells a rat, convinced she chose this tool for a reason, while Yukari stays ice-cold and ready to strike. Yukari ignites her night-string manipulation, seizing control of Eve's every limb with terrifying precision. The spell locks Eve in place, the invisible threads tightening as she becomes a mindless, obedient puppet. Sweat pours down the boy's face as he watches Eve's twisted movements, begging them to end this nightmare fast. A wicked smirk crawls across Yukari's face as she masters the strings, while a blindfolded Eve waits for her next order. After surviving 300 brutal strikes from Eve, the boy awakens a bizarre and mysterious new sorcery. True to his word, he sneaks into the servant's estate that night to meet a figure of massive importance. Sabra bows an apology for the chaos, ditching the frantic kitchen to take care of his guest himself. Second spots a strange pack of cigarettes called Carmelia, and can't help but wonder where they came from. While they stroll, Second plays it cool, acting like he hasn't been craving a smoke since he landed in this new world. He remembers how back in Japan, a quick smoke break was the ultimate way to break the ice with anyone. Sabra gives the brand a glowing review, and Second shrugs it off, claiming he only picked it to vibe with the crowd. He admits the name Hatsu just sounded badass, and that was enough to make him buy it on the spot. He flicks his lighter with total confidence and takes a deep drag, but his gut tells him something is horribly wrong. He erupts into a violent coughing fit as the brutal flavor slams into his lungs, making his body scream in protest. Red-faced and reeling, he realizes this tobacco is the real deal, Nothing like the weak stuff he used to smoke. He confesses that his body just isn't what it used to be, and his friend nods, knowing all too well how time has changed them. Second catches a strange scent in the air and asks if this is some new kind of tobacco. Sober brags about Carmelia's popularity, saying it gives a clean hit of comfort and a massive boost to motivation. Second smirks and tells Sober to put that extra energy into cooking up some legendary meals. Sober lets out a hearty laugh as the two of them relax under the shelter, soaking in the peace and quiet. Winfield goes over the schedule, planning to track their progress before heading straight for a meeting with the second prince. Winfield snags the secretary position, leaving Yukari fuming as she watches her old job get snatched away in an instant. Yukari's silent fury is terrifying, and even Winfield starts to sweat under her murderous, soul-piercing glare. Second spots that death stare and worries he'll have to draw his sword if things don't calm down fast. Winfield reveals that Sylvia and Iko are on a high-stakes mission to link up with a shadow group for top-secret intel. Second demands the truth, but Winfield shuts him down, insisting that keeping these secrets is the only way to stay alive. Winfield flashes a cocky grin and drops a bombshell. The ultimate game of war is finally kicking off. Second sees this game in a whole new light, but he accepts the challenge and vows to crush his enemies. Winfield beams with excitement as he brings Second's spirit into the fold, ready to unleash their master plan. Out of nowhere, Yukari struts in and shocks her master with the secret fruits of 4 months of grueling work. She reveals her masterpiece, legendary armor and gear pulsing with raw magical energy. Second breaks down the power of endowment, a lethal fusion of smithing and sorcery designed for pure destruction. Yukari stays quiet, but Second is absolutely floored by the sheer level of skill she's displayed. Even with his iron will, Second confesses that the path of endowment is a brutal, soul-crushing grind. It's a never-ending cycle of enchanting, tearing it down, and rebuilding until perfection is finally achieved. Failure is the only constant, but Yukari pushed through a mountain of broken gear to reach this impossible power. Every failure forced her to tear the gear apart and start over while the costs spiraled out of control. Thankfully, Sylvia and Iko hauled in massive piles of dungeon loot, giving her endless chances to perfect her enchantments. Even with her best efforts, she only forged second-class gear, proving just how punishing the laws of crafting can be. Second watched in awe as Yukari's sheer dedication shattered every expectation he ever had for her. 4 months of hard labor finally paid off with 3 incredible items, starting with boots forged from a rock tortoise boss. Next up was the rock shell armor, a defensive beast that boosts vitality by a staggering 150%. Iko geared up in the full Badger set, transforming into an unbreakable tank with maximum stability. The final masterpiece was the Bishop Exchange rock earrings, crafted with insane precision. A 5% crit boost might seem small, but support players swear by the power of the Bishop Exchange. Stack these in 10 slots and your crit rate explodes by 50%, doubling instantly with the right stat boosts. Second praises Yukari's incredible effort and calls her forward, while she stands perfectly poised for her next mission. He commands her to pass the gear to Sylvia and Iko while she keeps focusing on her enchanting duties. Second realizes it's not fair to leave her out, so he decides it's time to give Yukari a reward of her own. Yukari is caught off guard by his gratitude, but she finally works up the courage to make a request. Second agrees to her wish instantly, completely oblivious to the burning fire of resolve in her eyes. With a face as red as a beet, Yukari firmly tells him she'll be waiting in her room tonight. Second is absolutely floored by her gutsy move, and Yukari gives a shy, silent nod to seal the deal. He sees the sheer determination in her heart and realizes he can't back down after she's come this far. Second roars his agreement, casting aside all hesitation as he promises to meet her. Under the peaceful afternoon sun, Second and his companion gallop across the vast plains toward their next goal. His companion questioned this sudden detour, but Second stayed laser-focused on the mission. This surprise visit was a power move to flaunt Zepeng's might right in front of the Prince of Castile. Second marveled at Zepeng's tactical genius as the massive academy finally loomed on the horizon. They pulled up to the Royal Academy of Magic, a colossal monument of absolute power and political weight. Second stormed in on horseback, sending the students into a total panic as they screamed his name in disbelief. He bellowed Mine's name, his voice thundering through the courtyard and demanding everyone's attention. Mine spotted him and came charging over, her face flushing with embarrassment at his insane grand entrance. Mine demanded to know why he was acting so reckless, But Second kept his cool, relieved their reunion wasn't a total disaster. Second demanded a private room to talk and someone to get his horse out of the way immediately. Mine absolutely laid into Second, furious that he'd caused such a massive scene in front of the entire school. Back in the lounge, Second throws out a casual apology, while Maine struggles to wrap his head around the chaos. They lock eyes and share a heavy fist bump, instantly mending their long-lost bond. Second presents Winfield as his master strategist, but Maine immediately notices Sylvia and Eco are missing. Winfield cuts the chatter short and demands everyone leave the room. Something big is about to go down. The maid slips out without a word, leaving Maine watching with a knot of dread tightening in his chest. Second puts his full faith in Winfield's instincts, locking down the room as he prepares for the worst. Seizing the moment, Second whispers a plan to test out brainwashing magic, but Winfield's face remains a cold mask. Winfield shuts him down instantly, refusing to waste such a rare and dangerous power on a whim. He remembers how Duchess Lucia guarded this power like a hawk, proving just how precious every single cast really is. Duchess Lucia unleashed that forbidden magic one last time, and it cost her her noble title forever. Terrified of her overwhelming magic, the Prime Minister launched a desperate scheme to strip her of all power. Over in Mobion, the treacherous Moreau used dark sorcery to turn King Bowel into a puppet and surrender the entire nation. The rebellion crushed the lies and exposed the truth, but Duchess Lucia is still secretly hiding that terrifying brainwashing magic. Risking everything, Lucia wielded her magic to ensure the throne passed to someone with a true heart. They began to question the limits of the spell, wondering if that 4-use rule was just a bluff. To play it safe, they decided to hoard their power and treat that 4-use limit as an absolute law. He knew there were no second chances in this world, and one wrong move with this spell could ruin everything forever. With the air thick with tension, the elf dropped a bombshell. Second Sans wants Prince Maine to take the crown. Maine's jaw hit the floor in total shock. He never expected to be named the heir so suddenly. To lock down the throne, the cold-blooded elf strategist revealed they'd have to wipe out the rest of the royal family. Mine and the maid were paralyzed with fear, their faces twisting in panic at that cold-blooded declaration. Second gathered the nobles in secret, revealing that their failed scheme had left the kingdom wide open for destruction. Winfield broke it down calmly. Total chaos was about to erupt as the Empire plotted with the first prince's loyalists. Second turned to Mine, demanding he take the crown right now to stop the nation from collapsing into betrayal. Mine tried to protest, but Second warned him that the country wouldn't survive a single day under his brother's rule. Second pushed him to the edge until Mine, heart racing and torn, finally admitted he'd become king if he had to. Mine clenched his fist, his voice steadying as he finally accepted his heavy future as the new ruler. Second smirked at his resolve, reminding Mine that a king's word is absolute and carries the weight of the world. He was still terrified and unsure, but Mine's agreement gave Second and Winfield the ultimate weapon to move forward. Winfield took charge, revealing a 3-step strategy that would completely rewrite the kingdom's power structure. Their first mission? Expose the disgusting corruption in Winston, even if it means trashing the deals made over Rimsma's execution. Mine was haunted by the dark rumors of the chivalric order, stunned that these horrors continued even after peace was declared. Winfield dropped a truth bomb. The R6 faction's fame was wrecking diplomacy, all because the first prince and prime minister were pulling the strings. It was clear Mine was totally blind to these political schemes, and his explosive outburst proved he had no real power at all. Second knew Mobian intel was a rare treasure, and leaking the truth would spark a massive public revolt against the chivalric order. Winfield pitched a ruthless backup plan. They'd use the real documents and forge new ones to dial the public's rage up to 11. Second realized Winfield was oversimplifying everything. The dangerous job of recovering those original files was now entirely her responsibility. Mine was terrified that every copy was already gone, but Winfield countered that their disappearance would only prove their silent guilt. Winfield then revealed a third strategy. They would recruit witnesses to testify publicly and make their case absolutely undeniable. Second identified the witnesses as R6 survivors, but Mine hesitated, dreading the wrath of the powerful enemies they were about to challenge. Second realized the witnesses weren't just targets, they were the bait, and Mine finally saw the true genius behind this deadly diversion. Mint and Mine both froze as Winfield confirmed the truth. This gamble was way more dangerous than anyone imagined. Winfield revealed that victory would absolutely trash the first prince's reputation, securing total peace and a massive political win. Second demanded his orders, and Winfield commanded him to slip into the royal palace and vanish into the shadows. Mine panicked that their secret link would blow their cover, while Winfield and Second waited to see what he'd come up with. Winfield brushed off the fear with a smirk, knowing their next big move was already closing in. Second's instincts flared as the door swung open. He couldn't help but wonder what crazy surprise Winfield had cooked up this time. Sylvia and Eco burst into the room with massive smiles, greeting Second with an explosion of pure energy. Maine gave them a warm welcome, but Sylvia stayed professional, immediately apologizing for Second's total lack of self-control. Second stumbled through a clumsy excuse while the rest of the crew started roasting him, finally shattering the heavy tension with a few good laughs. Second worries about his cover, but Winfield smirks, hinting that Sylvia has the perfect solution ready to go. Sylvia drops a bombshell, official endorsements from Headmaster Paula and over 200 students, leaving Second absolutely stunned. Winfield coolly announces that Second's new identity will be embedded deep within the Royal Court's elite mage division. Mine jumps in with a brilliant plan. Second will pose as a substitute instructor, using their political ties to slide right in. Mine rattles off Second's legendary feats, certain that with these credentials, no one would dare turn him away. Second worries the royals might push back, but Winfield knows there will be friction and demands they double-check every detail. Second is baffled by these sudden endorsements, completely blind to the massive political web pulling the headmaster's strings. Winfield reveals the truth. The Second Queen is pulling the levers, using her massive influence to fuel their secret agenda. As for those student signatures, Winfield hints they're all connected to a shadowy network hidden deep within the school. Second is still skeptical, but Winfield stands firm. This instructor status is the only way to get the ultimate authority they need. Accepting his fate, Second buries his pride and dives headfirst into his new mission. He meticulously breaks down the upcoming title matches, knowing this is his only shot at true glory. With political chaos brewing, he can't stop thinking about the mysterious summons to meet Yukari tonight. While Yukari waits with chilling composure, Second braces his mind for the high-stakes showdown ahead. Second emerges looking like a ghost, completely shattered by the night's brutal events. Yukari is nowhere to be found at breakfast, and a broken Second can barely keep his head up as the others start whispering.
He's a total wreck, slumped over and drained of every ounce of life while the morning sun mocks his exhaustion.
As Yukari rests in total peace, Second's mind reels from the sheer intensity of their midnight clash. No matter how much he prepared, her overwhelming power crushed his plans and kept him pinned down. Even his ultimate trump card barely saved him from her terrifying, never-ending assault. Second finally threw in the towel, completely crushed by a challenge that pushed his body and soul to the absolute limit. The crew huddled around the table as Yukari presented a vibrant, mouth-watering feast she'd whipped up herself. While Echo and Second dug in, Yukari watched them like a hawk, desperately masking her anxiety behind a wall of silence. Yukari finally caught her breath, apologized for the delay, and snapped open her notebook to get down to business. Armed with Winfield's intel, Second shuffled their duties and geared up to face the king as a substitute instructor. After seeing Sylvia's schedule and realizing there was no emergency, Yukari reluctantly agreed to take a back seat for the day. Yukari dropped a heavy warning on Second, pleading with him to take his meeting with the king seriously. Suddenly, Sylvia burst onto the scene with explosive energy, and the whole squad got hyped to kick off their mission. They left the house in the dust, charging toward the royal capital under a brilliant, crystal-clear sky. Their carriage thundered down the road, racing toward a meeting that could change their entire destiny. Back in the capital, Second grills Cubello about the R6 survivors, connecting the dots between old blood and their new mission. Cubello drops a bombshell, revealing the survivor is Beside, a man he trusts like his own flesh and blood. B-side might be getting up there in years, but Second doesn't care. He immediately deploys Yukari's squad to hunt him down from the shadows. One look at Yukari's smirk tells Second everything he needs to know. Her network of maids will sniff out B-side's hiding spot in no time. Choking back tears of gratitude, Cubello agrees to bring B-side in as the ultimate living witness. Cubello pours his heart out, but Second shifts the spotlight to Winfield, the mastermind behind the revenge plot Cubello's been dying for. Just as Cubello starts to thank her, Winfield cuts him off with a cold stare, hinting that her master plan goes way deeper than simple payback. She makes it crystal clear. This isn't about revenge. It's about carving out the perfect future for Second. Cubello is stunned, realizing he didn't trick her into helping. He earned her loyalty by truly sharing her vision. Meanwhile, Second corners Sylvia about her ties to the Third Order, dragging a buried secret back to the surface. Winfield locks down the details of Sylvia's contract, making sure her every move fits perfectly into his master plan. Sylvia reveals her true mission: a 2-year stint posing as Second's personal bodyguard to keep a watchful eye on him. Second remembers exactly why she was sent, realizing her secret ties are the key to cracking their investigation wide open. While riding in the carriage, he finally sees through Winfield's scheme, using Sylvia's reports to pull the strings of several plots at once. As they roll into the capital, they're ready to lie to the world's most powerful leaders while they secretly seize control of the entire government. With total chill, Second suggests brainwashing the Prime Minister himself, taking their shadow war to a terrifying new level. But Second knows it won't be easy. The Prime Minister is likely shielded by massive magical defenses that would take a genius to bypass. They realize the Prime Minister is living in constant fear because of how magic was weaponized during the infamous Duchess incident. Knowing magical gear would block his powers, Second jokes that they'll just have to strip the man naked to get past his enchantments. Yukari shuts him down with a grim warning. Hidden safeguards could snap the Prime Minister out of it even if the brainwashing works. Winfield pitched a brilliant alternative: bypass the leader entirely and manipulate the masses to their side. Second marveled at Winfield's tactical genius, realizing he usually just hunts for shortcuts when the heat is on. The crew marched toward the massive capital gates, ready for their high-stakes meeting with the royal court. Deep inside the palace, Second stayed cool as ice despite the mockery, sharpening his mind for the intense negotiations. The king sat tall on his throne, flanked by elite guards who glared at Second, trying to read his every move. Powerful nobles stood like stone statues, their cold stares filling the room with suffocating tension. Second and his ally dropped into a deep bow, waiting for the king's signal before they dared to stand. He clung to Winfield's warning: swallow your pride and let the strategy do the talking. The king sealed the deal, officially appointing Second as the substitute instructor for the elite Royal Mage Division. Second recognized the king from his gaming memories, a totally average man destined to lose his crown. King Bowel, the mighty ruler of Mobian, is destined to step down due to a failing body. But he isn't finished just yet. Second wonders if the king's fate could shift, just like the twisted timeline of sorcery he already changed. A royal advisor snaps, trashing Second's mysterious past and screaming that he's completely unfit for any official rank. Prince Klaus jumps into the fray, accusing Second of treason for blowing off 2 royal invitations. The First Queen erupts in a blind fury, revealing the toxic influence that fueled Klaus's massive ego. Second just smirks, wondering if this heated clash is finally his chance to unleash his true power. Second stays ice cold while his ally desperately tries to hold him back from crushing these hostile nobles. Minister Hiley steps up, arguing that true adventurers care about real results, not some empty royal title. Second realizes Haley is a secret ally from the Second Prince's faction, finally making his move to support him. Under pressure, Haley reveals Second's true goal: mastering his magic and testing his steel against Prince Mine. He swore by their unbreakable bond, shouting that Second's heart was pure and even Prince Claus should trust him. Maine stepped up, backing the minister and hyping up Second as a teacher with god-tier potential. He reminded the entire court of Second's legendary feats, begging the king to give him a fair shot. Mine put her own neck on the line, swearing to take the fall if Second failed within a single month. The king locked eyes with Second, ready to grill him about a massive secret from his past. He demanded to know exactly what Second was doing deep in the Academy's archives 6 months ago. The king cornered Second about those suspicious library visits, demanding the truth right then and there. Second stayed cool as ice, though a bead of sweat rolled down his face as he hid his secrets behind a smirk. The king confronted him head-on, asking why he kept dragging his teammates into the Grand Library. Second went dead silent, realizing the king was onto him and might have discovered his secret training methods. The king drops a bombshell. Reports prove Second can master legendary skills just by glancing at a book. Second realizes his team's insane growth might have just leaked his secret pro-gamer knowledge to the world. Even with the suspicion, the king seals the deal, leaving the crowd drowning in pure shock and bitter jealousy. Second and Maine trudged through the massive royal hall, the heavy silence following their high-stakes meeting with King Bowel. Second's mind is racing. Was the king's message a subtle warning, a direct challenge, or something far more sinister? He can't shake Bowel's cold, stern face, which is a total 180 from the greedy tyrant he knew in his past life. Mines tries to lighten the mood, but Second stays locked in, his eyes burning with suspicion and doubt. Just outside the palace, a massive tower pierces the sky, their next stop, and the key to the truth Second desperately needs. Winfield slips through the shadows of the central district like a ghost, hunting for her secret contact in the dark alleys. She corners a tired-looking man, and the air turns ice-cold the moment she speaks. Her razor-sharp words tore right through his facade, forcing the spy to shut his mouth and retreat in fear. Panic surged through him as he realized his secret mission to infiltrate the royal archives was completely blown. Her genius deduction stripped away his cover, exposing him as a reporter without him putting up any fight at all. Winfield watched the reporter with icy eyes, knowing his pathetic disguise was dead on arrival the moment he hit the lower district. A wicked smirk played on Winfield's lips as she teased him with forbidden secrets, hooking the reporter's curiosity instantly. Meanwhile, Maine led Second toward a hidden study chamber, playing it off as nothing more than a routine escort. Deep within the archives, Second devoured ancient tomes, soaking up elemental secrets with cold, calculated precision. Using his massive stockpile of XP, Second planned to max out every element, already pushing his lightning magic to a master tier level. But he suddenly halted his fifth form upgrades, deciding the insane experience cost just wasn't worth the tactical trade-off. Over at the Mage Division training grounds, Maine shocked everyone by introducing Second as their new instructor for the month. Second is officially crowned the leader, but the trainees can barely hide their disgust as they bow. Their cold stares and tight lips scream one thing: they're ready to revolt at any second. Second feels the waves of pure hatred radiating from the crowd, knowing he's the last person they want to see. He realizes these high and mighty mages will never respect a nobody without a formal title. Maine tries to ditch the scene with a smile, leaving Second to face the firing squad all by himself. Commander Zephyr cuts in, warning them that the trainees are on the verge of a full-blown riot. Zephyr begs Maine to use her royal influence to shut down the rumors and back Second up. Maine shuts him down instantly, throwing the ball back into Zephyr's court as the man in charge. As Zephyr chokes, the students start whispering that Second is a cancer destroying their morale. Second throws down the gauntlet, challenging the entire group to a duel to prove he's the real deal. He zeroed in on Zephyr, throwing the commander's old age right in his face just to bait him into a fight. With a cocky grin, Second vowed to shatter the lazy ego Zephyr had built up over decades of being the top dog. Zephyr stood there stunned, but then he roared with laughter, absolutely loving this kid's insane guts. Suddenly, a fired-up trainee named Cherry stepped out, demanding the right to crush Second herself. She argued that a commander getting his hands dirty would ruin their discipline and disrespect the prince's presence. By calling it a simple training exercise, Cherry talked Zephyr into letting her handle the fight instead. She got right in Second's face, warning him that he'd regret underestimating the raw power of the elite mages. She screamed that the Academy Reserve is only for the strongest, absolutely livid at Second's massive ego. Second accepted the role of a temporary teacher, knowing it was the only way to keep Castile from falling apart. He locked in the duel with Cherry while she mocked his reputation and gave him one final deadly warning. Second mocks her massive ego, comparing her to a clueless frog trapped at the bottom of a well. Cherry's blood boils as those insults cut deep, but Second stays ice-cold and completely unfazed. He lectures her on the art of PvP, warning that letting rage take over will shatter your focus and ruin your precision. Second brutally calls out every single doubt the students have about him being such a young instructor. Cherry is screaming internally, forced to admit that he's reading her mind like an open book. He tears into her pride, explaining that how others judge you is the ultimate reflection of your true power, or lack of it. With words like daggers, Second brands them all as losers for being weak enough to let anyone look down on them. Cherry is literally shaking with fury, but Second points out she's already failed the moment she lost her cool. Another student jumps in to stop the verbal onslaught, worried that Second is taking his criticism way too far. Irie hands Cherry a mysterious item, making Second immediately suspicious of what she's planning and why now. Cherry slams down the competition crown, throwing a challenge right in Second's face that he can't possibly back down from. Second absolutely loses it, howling with laughter at how ridiculous her over-the-top speech and fancy gesture really are. Cherry stands there frozen, her mind reeling as she tries to figure out what could possibly be so hilarious. Second just can't stop the giggles after seeing Cherry try to keep a straight face during the big training kickoff. Disgusted by their pathetic training routine, Second tears their standards to shreds, sending Cherry into a total spiral of rage. Smirking at their frozen bodies, Second taunts the entire class, begging them to all jump him at once. When the students shrink back in fear, Second ruthlessly calls them cowards and rips their fake tough guy acts apart. With a cold, calculating gaze, Second declares that only Zephyr and Cherry are worth his time. The rest are just trash. While the commander stays on high alert, Cherry stands there looking lost, clutching the crown Eerie brought with total uncertainty. Second watches in silence as the rest of the students just stand there, acting like this fight has absolutely nothing to do with them. Despite his disgust, Second is tasked with transforming these weaklings into elite warriors in just 30 days. He promises that training won't kill them, so they better give it everything they've got without holding back. But Second drops a truth bomb. This isn't Mobius Online. And in the real world, one mistake means you're dead. In the game, dying just tanks your stats, but for top-tier players, that loss is a permanent scar. Second warns that without the sting of real pain, they'll get sloppy and leave their vitals wide open. These casual matches are rotting their brains, dulling their instincts until they're just moving like mindless puppets. He explains that death is the ultimate reality check, exposing every single one of your pathetic weaknesses. He calls them out, saying most trainees are too terrified to fight, spending all their time running instead of striking. Second warns that even the tiniest bad habit is a death sentence when you're facing a true master. He hammers it home. Training is just a game, but real warfare is a bloody nightmare they aren't ready for. Fed up with their arrogance, Second shuts down the lesson early as the students mockingly brush off his warnings. He coldly announces his departure, ignoring their jeers and promising to return for another round tomorrow. Cherry demands proof of his power, forcing Second to stop and wonder if a little demonstration might finally shut them up. Second flashes a wicked grin and raises the crown, prepping a massive surprise while Cherry watches in total confusion. He hurls the crown into the sky and vanishes in a blur of speed, leaving Cherry completely speechless. Lightning explodes across the heavens as Second unleashes a high-level spell that crushes everyone with its sheer pressure. The sky literally splits apart with a deafening roar, forcing the entire group to stare up in pure terror. The students dive for cover, trembling in fear as the raw force of his magic makes the very earth tremble. While the students lose their minds in the chaos, Second just flashes a calm smile and repeats his promise to see them tomorrow. As the rest of the class stands frozen in silence, Mind sprints after Second, desperate for answers about what just happened. As they head inside, Second confirms that insane lightning blast was his doing, leaving Mind absolutely floored by the sheer power. Second explains he mastered lightning magic by summoning Moi, a spirit king that no one in this world has ever heard of. Intrigued, Mind recognizes the name and demands to know if Second truly understands the origin of this legendary ruler. Second casually begins a spirit summoning right then and there, making Mind wonder if such a crazy feat is even possible. Reality itself warps as a silent, cloaked spirit emerges from the void, leaving Mind completely paralyzed with shock. The entity reveals itself as Moi, the supreme ruler of spirits who commands every single elemental domain. The sheer pressure of the spirit's arrival sends Mind tumbling backward, while Second just laughs and pulls him back to his feet. Flustered and fuming, Mind snaps at him, but Second's half-hearted apology can't hide how much he's enjoying this. Mind can't believe his eyes. A legendary spirit king is serving Second without a single condition or fight. When asked about his ultimate goal, Second looks him dead in the eye and declares he's going to be the strongest in the world. Angolma brags with total confidence, declaring Second the absolute #1 and a true ruler of all creation. Angolma remembers how the spirit tactician was obsessed with Second, even boasting about recruiting such a legendary powerhouse. Second casually drops a massive secret, revealing that their brilliant tactician Winfield is actually a spirit. Mine is convinced their alliance is now an unstoppable juggernaut, but Second just looks on, totally confused. Mine realizes that because spirits are so mysterious, their tactician's identity is safe from any cowardly assassination attempts. He praises the insane advantage of having both Second and the Spirit King backing their every move. Angolma finds the whole thing hilarious and officially approves Mind's friendship, leaving the prince beaming with joy. Second reminds him that they still need the public's trust, because a win without legitimacy won't mean a thing to the people. Second reveals the plan to use the prince's stable reputation to slowly dismantle the empire piece by piece. He explains that their forces will completely crush the imperial enemies, with Winfield masterminding the entire assault. Second made it crystal clear. Winfield is the political mastermind, and he's just a pawn in the game. Maine was absolutely stunned to see Second accept a lowly position with such calm, unwavering conviction. Once the strategy was locked in, Second dove straight into his teaching duties, grinding away at tomorrow's lectures. Suddenly, he spots Sylvia standing all alone with a distant look in her eyes, and her name escapes his lips in total shock. Sylvia gives him a gentle earful, calling him out for completely forgetting their big shopping date. She pleads for just a few precious moments together before his insane schedule takes over once more. He can't say no, and as they wander the familiar streets, a wave of peaceful memories washes over him. Throwing back drinks, he realizes this is exactly what he needed. Some simple, classic bonding with Sylvia. The drinks keep flowing until they're both a laughing mess. But the real shock comes when Second wakes up to find Sylvia right next to him. Reality hits him like a ton of bricks, and Second's face goes ghost white as pure panic takes over. Second wakes up in a warm, cozy home wearing a massive grin after a night of perfect peace. Right beside him, Sylvia rests peacefully under the sheets, their bond now stronger than ever before. But during breakfast, dread creeps in. Yukari hasn't sent a single word since yesterday's mission ended. He suspects a secret alliance is brewing, fearing Yukari and Sylvia are plotting something right under his nose. Sylvia confesses she's been in touch with the chivalric order, but plays it cool, swearing they only shared a dance. Second pours his heart out, admitting that if Sylvia betrays him, his trust in humanity will be shattered forever. Sylvia bolts upright, her eyes blazing with loyalty as she warns him that he's far too dangerous to ever make an enemy. She reveals her new mission: reporting to the chivalric order while carefully scrambling the intel to keep their secrets safe. Second realizes this intel is a goldmine, a direct line to high-level allies that could flip the entire world upside down. Together, they vow to drag every hidden truth into the light, with Sylvia's heart burning for absolute justice. Once a jobless nobody, Second now beams with pride as he leaves Sylvia behind to start his military career. Right before he departs, Sylvia steps up and plants a kiss on him, leaving Second absolutely stunned and screaming with joy on the inside. She promises they'll meet again soon, flashing a gentle smile while hiding the deep worry buried in her heart. Second is hit with a massive wave of emotion, swearing right then and there that he'll never betray her trust again. Later on, Second stares down the trainees with ice-cold focus, demanding they follow his lead despite their hesitation. Second stays completely calm during his interrogation, claiming he doesn't know a single thing about their protocols or rules. A girl named Cherry starts losing her cool at his attitude, but the older officer steps in to kill the tension. The officer grills Second about his movement technique, instantly recognizing it as the legendary choral form of lightning. Cherry snaps back in disbelief, screaming that lightning magic isn't even real and there's no way he pulled off the fourth form. Then, a nervous student named Iris approaches, leaving Second wondering if she's just there to talk trash like everyone else. Iris suddenly blurts out a request for Second's autograph, her hands trembling as she clutches a crumpled piece of paper. She admits her little sister is obsessed with him and demanded a signature after hearing about his insane exploits. Second keeps his cool, but deep down, he's absolutely loving the fact that his reputation is finally blowing up again. Flashbacks of his past glory come rushing back, the cheers of the crowd reigniting that fire he felt as the world's top player. He almost signs it as 7 out of pure habit, but he snaps back to reality just in time to write the fan's actual name. He slides the signed board over, boldly declaring himself the greatest man in the world once again. Ire beams with joy as she thanks him, but Second notices the surrounding students watching him with cold, judgmental glares. It's clear the guys in the room absolutely despise him, even if a few of the girls are secretly rooting for him. Cherry's gaze is piercing, making Second realize he needs to prove he's more than just a powerhouse. He's a true leader. But before he can make a move, the commander steps in, asserting total dominance and crushing the tension in the room. The commander shuts down the haters, backing Second's insane power and forcing the squad back to the grind. As the grueling hours tick by, Second can't help but respect the commander's iron-fisted control over these troops. Second was expecting a squad of elite sorcerers, but watching these weaklings fumble around leaves him absolutely disgusted. This isn't training, it's child's play, and Second seriously doubts these guys could survive a real war. He grills them on their actual purpose, finding out the Mage Division handles everything from monster hunts to full-scale raids. When he questions their messy formations, the commander snaps back that every move is a calculated tactical decision. But Second thinks it's a total joke that their life-or-death combat skills depend on someone waving a few signals. He asks about their monster hunts, only for the commander to claim that every mage needs to go at their own slow pace. Second is floored by their lazy schedule. This doesn't look like a military operation, it looks like a summer vacation. He roars that true power isn't found in a classroom. You only get stronger by hunting monsters, not hiding from them. The commander stood his ground, hiding behind excuses of safety and budget cuts while claiming they just didn't need anything new. Second understood his point, but he still burned with the desire to see his soldiers evolve, even if he had to admit this peace was a blessing. He demanded the trainees find their drive, but he was stunned to learn their last real battle was over 2 decades ago. Realizing these kids had no clue what true war looked like, he knew a total overhaul of the entire system was the only way forward. Memories of team battles from his past life flooded back, intense, strategic war games where every single move was a matter of life and death. He was a walking encyclopedia of team tactics, even if his grand dream of absolute domination had slipped through his fingers. Even with a quick glance, he instantly saw that the mage's training system was a total train wreck. He analyzed their mage-only formation and realized it would be completely annihilated by a single melee charge or a rain of arrows. Using mages for support takes insane precision because without perfect coordination, their massive spells would wipe out their own allies. He couldn't wrap his head around their stiff logic, wondering if it was pure ignorance or some hidden rule holding them back from greatness. She stood there in shock, replaying her own insults and realizing she'd massively underestimated his power. With total composure, he challenged the group, demanding to know who could actually pull off a 4th form spell. Only 10 hands went up, and when he brought up the 5th form, the entire room went dead silent. He laid it out plain and simple. Without the 4th and 5th forms, you're not a real mage and you're useless in a team fight. If you can't unleash high-level area attacks, you're just dead weight dragging the whole team down. This division was a total mess with zero skill, all because their past wars were too easy to force any real training. He was fired up, but even he knew that training this entire mob alone was a suicide mission for a single instructor. He slumped down, racking his brain for a way to turn these losers into a weapon he could actually use. Finally, he snapped. He declared the situation a total disaster and stormed out, growling that he'd be back tomorrow. Suddenly, the hooded man froze in his tracks as a razor-sharp blade pressed against his throat. Pure panic set in as he scrambled away, desperate to know why he was being hunted in broad daylight. He skidded to a halt, whirled around to face the hooded stalker, and braced himself for a brutal fight. The stranger's eerie composure gave it away. This was no amateur, but a cold-blooded professional assassin. The killer didn't hold back, declaring that Sir Kubalo had sent him to pass a final lethal judgment. Hearing that the boss was still breathing sent his heart into a frenzy of shock and wild excitement. He charged forward but stopped dead in his tracks, sensing invisible razor-sharp wires slicing the air. The cloaked figure admitted he was a secret agent from Eve's unit, sworn to serve the legendary Lord Second Fastus. Without showing his face, the assassin insisted that their master's move was a masterstroke of genius, not a mistake. Suddenly, a second hidden killer struck from the shadows, ending the talk and proving he was completely surrounded. Yukari handed Second the daily newspaper, which he took with total indifference during their quiet morning meal. Second does a double take at the newspaper, nearly spitting out his drink at the bombshell headline. Iko is bouncing off the walls with excitement, but Yukari stays stone cold, sensing a storm is coming. Winfield steps into the light, revealing that the article drags Second's name into a web of political lies. The front page screams that the chivalric order is hiding a massive scandal and crushing the Robin Hood rebels. Winfield breaks down his master plan to bury the chivalric order and the first prince under a mountain of public suspicion. He explains how flooding the news with the same story will slowly brainwash the entire city. Second catches on fast. Dropping juicy bait like this will make the public starve for every new rumor. Winfield glows with pride as he takes the credit, while Second gives him a cool nod of approval. Sylvia gets her orders. She needs to drop hints that Second knows their every move when she meets the third chivalric order. Winfield drills Sylvia on her cover story while handing Second a list of secret missions inside the royal court. Second cooked up a brutal new training regime for the Imperial mages, even though he had his doubts. A maid rushed in with urgent news. Sir B-Side was finally secured in his quarters. Second praised her speed and demanded an immediate meeting with Kubalo. Winfield's face twisted into a confident smirk as a secret door slid open, signaling the start of his master plan. B-Side completely lost it, breaking into tears of pure joy at the sight of a living, breathing Kubalo. Kubalo gave him a warm welcome, seeing his survival as the ultimate proof of his ironclad loyalty. B-Side roared that the boss's return was the spark they needed to resurrect the fallen R6. Kubelo honored the sacrifices made for their escape, doubling down on his loyalty to the R6 and Lord Second. The realization hit B-Side like a truck. The assassin had been working for Lord Second all along. B-side sized up Second, stunned by his icy composure, and demanded to know if he truly was the second fastest. Second praises B-side's burning spirit, comparing him to the legendary Kubalo, which the warrior accepts with a humble bow. Driven by pure respect, B-side boldly demands a duel to prove his worth, but Second politely turns him down. He reminds the warrior that they're still trapped in Mobion, a digital world governed by its own strange rules. Ignoring the rejection, B-side lunges forward with a lightning-fast strike to test his opponent's raw reflexes. B-side's fist whistles through the air toward the stranger, who stands perfectly still without even flinching. Kubalo watches in awe as the man dodges effortlessly, leaving B-side stunned but wearing a competitive smirk. Kubalo senses the lethal tension, realizing that mocking the world's strongest player is a recipe for disaster. The man activates his spirit summoning, calling forth Anglemoy to channel godlike strength into his veins. A terrifying black aura explodes from his body as the spirit possession completes, surging with overwhelming raw power. That suffocating black aura shocks everyone to the core, forcing both men to recoil in terror as the boy begins to speak with chilling calm. Refusing to back down, the challenger lunges forward, ready to fight despite the impossible odds. His fist slams home, but the possessed boy doesn't even flinch behind his absolute magical barrier. Bones snap like dry twigs as the attacker crumples in agony, leaving the boy staring down with pure disappointment. Even after the assault, the boy casts a healing spell while the broken warrior begs for forgiveness. Angelmasa vanishes as the boy roars a chilling warning: never underestimate his godlike power again. B-side grovels for mercy while his captain, Cabello, steps up to take the blame and end this honorably. Kubalo barks that Lord Second is vital, reminding B-side that he's the key to R6's resurrection. Second watches the chaos erupt, his blood boiling because these fools refuse to follow a single order. It finally clicks. Kubalo is hinting at a massive secret conspiracy already in motion. Second accepts the apology, but demands the truth be told to the world so justice can finally be served. A legendary pro-gamer turned mage drops a bombshell strategy called Magic Curtain, leaving the high-ranking commanders completely stunned. Every party leader huddles up to figure out their next move and see if this wild new tactic can actually flip the script on the battlefield. To explain the power of a heavy artillery strike, he pitches the Magic Curtain, a relentless, non-stop barrage of short-range spells. He insists that mages shouldn't go for the kill, but instead focus on wounding the enemy to cripple their forces and seize total control. He looks cool and collected, but here's the kicker. This entire plan is ripped straight from his favorite video games, not actual combat. Cherry is totally lost on why they wouldn't just finish the job, but the boy just laughs in her face, mocking her for being too little to get it. A commander steps in, explaining that wounded soldiers drain the enemy's resources, but Cherry is still stuck thinking about what a mage is truly meant to be. She looks to the commander for a real answer, but even he hesitates, admitting he's just as clueless as she is. Fed up and fired up, Cherry corners the boy and demands the truth, while he just smirks and acts like explaining it is a total chore. He loves pushing her buttons, secretly convinced that Cherry is the most talented mage he's seen since the legendary Sylvia. To the boy, mages are absolute powerhouses who can wipe out entire armies with just one high-tier spell. But Cherry wasn't buying it and immediately called him out on his flawed logic. She snapped back that barely 20 people can pull that off, including herself as a 7th-grade mage wielding the 4th form of water. Brimming with pride, Cherry boasted that her mastery over water spans several forms, all reaching the elite 9th grade. She admitted she has some wind talent, but she pours everything into water because its power is just on another level. Even though she's dabbling in other elements, she insists that barely scratching the surface with them is a total waste of time. The boy shot her down, demanding to know why she'd limit herself to one element if she truly wants to be a top-tier mage. He argued that by leveling up every element together, a mage's raw stats would skyrocket to insane heights. Cherry stood her ground, firing back that mastering one ultimate element is the only way to be truly efficient. Her words hit him hard, and he froze as the realization dawned on him. He'd never even considered having a natural affinity for just one element. While everyone else spends years training, this kid has a massive cheat code. He absorbs entire grimoires just by glancing at the pages. He couldn't help but wonder why he was so much faster, suspecting there was a hidden secret to magic he hadn't uncovered yet. He laughed it off, but deep down, He knew he had to shatter the group's delusional ideas once and for all. With total conviction, he demanded they scrap Cherry's methods and wipe her outdated training style off the map. To settle the score, he pulled out a competition crown, ready to crush the status quo right in front of the entire crowd. To end the argument, he challenged Cherry to a head-to-head showdown, pitting his Oppo form against hers for everyone to see. He revealed the competition crown, a legendary tool from his past life designed to measure raw damage per second with absolute precision. By locking the timer to exactly 1 second, he could track the devastating power of a single spell without any distractions. He even tweaked the display to pop up after the explosion, making sure the blinding spell effects didn't hide the massive numbers. Cherry wasn't buying it, demanding to know why this strange artifact was suddenly so important. The virtual arena roared to life as he ordered Cherry to blast the commander with her Oppo water magic, promising the competition crown would keep everyone safe. Cherry didn't hold back for a second, pouring every ounce of her mana into a devastating 9th-grade Oppo strike. A massive torrent of water screamed through the air, slamming into the commander to kick off this epic power test. The impact was massive, clocking in at a solid 873 DPS and soaking the commander to the bone without leaving a single scratch. Cherry beamed with pride at her score, but he immediately ruined the moment by calling her a Kokushi doll, sending her into a hilarious fit of rage. He doubled down on the teasing, admitting she was cute while still insisting she looked exactly like a stiff little doll. Now that Cherry had set the bar, it was finally time for the boy to step up and show the commander what he was made of. He channeled the exact same 9th-grade Oppo spell, but his palm erupted with a blinding, hyper-compressed orb of energy. The crowd was baffled because his spell looked tiny compared to Cherry's, but he just smirked, knowing exactly what he was doing. He dropped a bombshell, explaining that in his old world, high intelligence makes spells more compact, meaning the smaller the attack, the more lethal the caster. He revealed the ultimate secret. Tiny spells pack the most punch, making them impossible to dodge and effortless to master. He swore to shatter their ego and expose their laziness, claiming his next move would prove they've been slacking off this whole time. He unleashed the spell with a roar, reminding everyone that when your life and pride are on the line, there's no room for games. The commander crumpled instantly, leaving Cherry and the entire crowd paralyzed by the terrifying gap in their power. Hovering over the commander's broken body, the DPS meter flashed a mind-blowing 4,693, ending the debate once and for all. The instructor unleashed a devastating spell that left the students speechless, proving he only acknowledges mages who can dish out insane damage. He broke down the logic of his godlike strength, revealing that he prioritized maxing out his early elemental ranks to gain this overwhelming edge. He commanded the group to push every basic attribute to the 9th rank because that's where the damage numbers absolutely explode. Even if they were missing key skills, he promised to train them personally, telling them to leave the grimoires for later. Totally sold! The students roared back in unison, ready to follow his brutal path to power. The instructor calls out their shocked faces, barking that hitting the 9th rank is just a matter of pure grit and a non-stop grind. Deep down, the commander knew that carrying the weight of every risk and cost was a burden far too heavy for any one man to bear alone. He realized that players only jump into action when they see a path to victory. That's just how the heat of competition works. By handing them a winning strategy and his own resources, the instructor absolutely crushed every excuse they had for failing. As their spirits caught fire, the commander realized that motivation wouldn't be a problem for this squad. The instructor drops a bombshell. They're going to max out their first form spells to the 9th rank and unleash a synchronized storm of magic that no enemy can survive. He threw down the gauntlet, daring them to achieve the impossible and surpass every legendary court mage division in history. One by one, the students roared with confidence, and even the commander gave a silent nod, knowing this insane plan might actually work. With the mission set in stone, the instructor dismissed the class, leaving them on edge as they waited for the next command. Somewhere else, a mysterious figure crushes a newspaper in a fit of pure rage, his blood boiling at the news he just read. Locked away in his room, Commander Jaum gritted his teeth as pure panic set in over the massive disaster heading his way. His rage finally exploded, smashing furniture across the room just as a soldier arrived with a terrifying summons from the king. Reeling from the speed of it all, Jaum realized he was about to be grilled by the crown over this exploding scandal. The king would demand the official records, but Jaum had a plan. He'd pin the entire blame on the Third Knights. Fear turned into cold resolve as he lunged for his desk, desperate to forge the evidence before the truth reached the throne. Those secret files linking the Knights to bandits were still sitting right there, and if the second prince found them, the first prince's faction was doomed. Jaum's mind raced with terror. If this leaked, he'd either be the fall guy or face the ultimate price as the Third Order's commander. Meanwhile, the king gathered his council, slamming down a newspaper that screamed of high-stakes treachery. One official scoffed at the claims, calling the report a total lie and trying to sweep the whole scandal under the rug. The first prince stepped forward, coldly denying that any secret deal ever existed. The king corners Memphis, but he denies everything, swearing to hunt down the truth within the Second Night Order. Every eye in the room shifts to Jaum, who puts on a masterclass in acting, pretending this is all news to him. The king isn't falling for their lies. One look at their faces tells him the pact has been brutally violated. Klaus erupts in fury at the insult, but the king stands his ground, demanding Highlight reveal the proof behind his accusations. Highlight drops a bombshell. If they were truly innocent, they'd be throwing those secret documents open for everyone to see. The air in the courtroom turns to ice as Jaum and Klaus trade panicked looks, feeling the crushing weight of Highlight's words. Highlight roars with conviction, warning that if massacres are being disguised as justice, the entire nation is on the brink of ruin. Klaus strikes back, insisting the crackdown was necessary to stop the wave of chaos and crime rotting cities like Winston. Highlight fires back, demanding to know why they did nothing while violent gangs began tearing the capital apart. Klaus loses it, demanding a retraction and claiming his every move was a perfectly calculated master plan. Hyla finally reveals the dark truth. Those bandits were wiped out because they were becoming legends to the anti-Empire rebels.